Kingpin glanced at Cindy first, then his gaze fell on Su-hong. He guessed that his current predicament must be due to Cindy's undeserved misfortune. Because Su-hong enhanced Gwent, even Kingpin has become more obedient during this period. They had absolutely no intention of causing trouble. He even considered leaving New York and developing his career elsewhere. But before he could take any action, this happened today. Su-hong was naturally no stranger to him. Compared to Cindy, he knew more about Su-hong. After all, he's a businessman. He pays special attention to anything related to business. Unexpectedly, Su-hong, this wealthy man, was not an ordinary person. Kingpin, your crimes are enough to keep you in prison for the rest of your life. You'll spend the rest of your life in prison. Su-hong's gaze fell on Kingpin. The next second, a 947 magic door opened again. On the other side of the door was one of Su-hong's 3 private prisons. The prison guards inside were all brainwashed and enhanced by Su-hong using the super soldier serum. No matter what kind of criminal it is, they shouldn't think they can cause any trouble in these prisons. If you dare to cause trouble, we'll suppress you immediately. A single vial of super soldier serum costs only a few million US, which is nothing to Su-hong at present. He could easily exchange a few $100s, which would amount to several billion US. For him, whose balance was over $1 trillion, it was nothing at all. Moreover, he also owns a company in this world. The net profit for a month can reach over $100 billion US. Billions of dollars is really not a lot of money. As soon as the magic door opened, the prison guard on the other side rushed over. Take control of Kim. Kingpin's strength was considerable, almost reaching the limits of human strength. A single punch can generate an impact force of several tons. But these prison guards are all super soldiers, and the impact of each of their punches is no less than that of Kingpin. 2 prison guards would have been enough to easily suppress Kingpin, let alone 4 of them this time. Let me go, you damned bastards, I'm going to kill you all. Kingpin found that he could move again. So he struggled with all his might, shouting as he struggled. But none of this mattered. He was indeed quite strong, but none of these prison guards were weaker than him. 4 of them came at once, he was no match for them. They were forcibly held down and controlled. Then they just carried it away. What awaits him is the rest of his life in prison. As for escaping from prison, that's wishful thinking. Su-hong's private prison. Surveillance cameras are everywhere, even in toilets. The prisoners are unhappy, so what if they're unhappy? You can continue being unhappy, I'll just install my cameras. If you dare to cause trouble, then you'll have to work in prison to pay for it. If you can't pay it back in a day, you won't get a good night's sleep or a meal. Moreover, all cameras are managed by a single super artificial intelligence, AI, 24/7 monitoring. If someone escapes, it will immediately notify dozens of fully armed super soldier prison guards. In this situation, no one can escape from prison, no matter who goes there. Seeing that no matter how much Kim resisted, it was useless, and he was carried away, Cindy became a little scared. She wasn't afraid of death, but she was afraid of losing her freedom. Perhaps because of her past experiences, she is particularly afraid of being locked up. Prison was the place she feared most. She felt she would go crazy if Su-hong locked her up in prison. So she was afraid. Choose, submit to her and obey her orders from now on, or spend the rest of your life in prison. Su-hong's voice rang out again. I am willing to submit. These were the words Su-hong spoke. Fearing the consequences, Cindy chose to submit. Because she didn't want to lose her freedom. Very good. Su-hong nodded. He then walked towards Cindy. The latter did not understand why Su-hong was walking towards her. But she is now under Su-hong's control and has no way to resist. She could only watch as Su-hong drew closer and closer, then raised his hand. 0126060113 Philo 134570010. He tapped her forehead. The latter knew that Su-hong must have had his reasons for doing this. What did you do to me? I didn't do anything, just made some safeguards. Who knows if you're going to do something underhanded behind my back while you're saying you're surrendering. So, I left something on you. If you have any thoughts that are detrimental to Gwen, you will immediately experience what it means to have a splitting headache. By the way, don't even think about running away, or escaping to another universe. The things I left on you can guide me to find you in the multiverse, so don't even think about running away, because even if you run away, I will find you. Of course, you can also think that what I just said was a lie to you. But if you do that, I won't give you a second chance. Because opportunities only come once in a lifetime, and they are fleeting. Ignoring the silent Cindy, Su-hong finished speaking. He walked straight toward Gwen. Now, this place is in your hands. A person's ability is ultimately limited, even if you are not an ordinary person. So, I've found you some helpers. You can make good use of them. This is the second gift I'm giving you. After saying that, Su-hong left directly. Gotham. But not Gotham City where the Dark Knight rises. Instead, it's like Gotham in the apocalypse. Yellow sand, ruins, rebel forces, and parademons filling the sky. This is what Su-hong saw after arriving in the new world. Standing on a group of houses that have been reduced to ruins. Su-hong's ears were filled with all sorts of gunfire and explosions, and the yellow sandstorm blew in. What came into view was a desolate apocalyptic scene that could instill despair. Telepathy activated. Su-hong immediately knew what kind of new world he had entered. A universe where Lewis died, Superman turned to the dark side, and was controlled by Darkseid using the anti-life equation. This universe is not unfamiliar to macros, because this is also a cinematic universe. However, it doesn't appear often, only in a small scene in the movie Dawn of Justice. It can be considered a parallel universe within the DC Extended Universe. In the movie, Bruce Wayne is captured alive by the Rebel Alliance and the Parademon Army. Then the corrupted Superman Clark appears. After taking care of a few small fry with his heat ray, Clark placed his hand on Bruce Wayne's chest. Whether Bruce Wayne in this world died in the end, Su-hong didn't know, since the movie didn't show any further scenes. But he knew that in the timeline he had come to, Bruce Wayne was not yet dead. At this moment, he is leading the Justice League, now without Superman, in its resistance against Walker Dowd's Apocalypse invasion of the Heavenly Treasury. Unfortunately, without Superman, the Justice League's strongest fighter, they were no match for Darkseid. Wonder Woman was captured, Green Lantern disappeared, Cyborg was reduced to scrap metal, Aquaman died at Superman's hands, and Martian Manhunter also vanished. On Earth today, the only ones openly rebelling are Batman and the Flash. The governments of all nations on Earth have either been destroyed or have surrendered, siding with Darkseid and becoming pawns of Apocalypse, rebels, and joining forces to capture the Justice League and the Earth rebels who oppose Darkseid. With Su-hong standing there, it was impossible for him to go unnoticed. The parademons that can be seen everywhere in the sky are not blind. These monsters, though they feed on fear, are not truly mindless. So after discovering Su-hong, immediately, a large number of parademons flew towards him. Gotham is now a battlefield, and anyone who appears here, unless they are wearing rebel uniforms, is considered an enemy. Either capture them or kill them. They watched as the Parademon army flew in. Su-hong remained completely calm. On the contrary, I found it interesting. He never imagined that the new world would be like this. If the first world he had just transmigrated to was this one, he would definitely be filled with despair. After all, it's one thing for Earth to be controlled by Darkseid, that super tyrant. There's also a black Superman. Parademons are everywhere. He was just an ordinary person who had just arrived, and the thought of it made his scalp tingle. It's definitely at the hell level of difficulty. But for him now, Thanos is no match for him at all. Darkseid 13, with its anti-life equation and Omega rays, might be able to keep up with him. It's definitely more durable than Apocalypse, that's for sure. As for Darkseid's Dark Legion, if it were the comic book version, I doubt anyone, except for Hong, would be slightly wary. But Su-hongjen doesn't take the movie version seriously. In Su-hong's eyes now, villains like Steppenwolf are no different from mere fodder. One punch is enough to destroy it. While Su-hong was deep in thought, a group of parademons flew up to him. The next second, they swarmed forward, and Su-hong went up to them. Clearly, they intended to capture Su-hong alive. But when they were still a few meters away from Su-hong, Su-hong's eyes were already red. The next instant, two blazing rays shot out from his eyes. It is thermal radiation. The heat rays are like two sharp, long knives. The parademons that were swept away melted instantly from the middle. In the blink of an eye, all the demonoids that flew toward Su-hong's eye were melted and evaporated. Two red rays pierced the sky and appeared in the air. This surprised everyone below. Everyone looked toward the source of the ray. However, Superman did not appear in their sight as they had anticipated. Instead, a completely unfamiliar figure was standing there. This scene stunned the rebels. What's going on here? Not Superman? How come that person also knows heat rays? Is he another Kryptonian? A secret base 500 meters underground. This is the last refuge for Batman and the Flash. The outermost layer of the base was a layer of lead. Superman's X-ray vision can see through any substance, except lead. Unable to penetrate the lead, they naturally couldn't see the secret base and the people behind it. Moreover, since it's 500 meters underground, even if Superman were standing at a distance, he might not be able to see this area. 5 years have passed since that battle with Clark. In just 5 years, the Earth has become what it is today. All of this started 5 years ago with a battle between Batman and Superman. Neither Batman nor Superman won that battle. Luke won because he successfully got the Destroyer to kill Superman. After Superman died, the Earth became even more chaotic because there was no Superman. Batman may always be able to solve problems, but he can't bring back the lives that have already been lost. And the loss of every life can ignite a new wave of hatred. Revenge never ends. Until 4 years ago, Steppenwolf appeared on Earth and searched for the Mother Box. To fight Steppenwolf, Bruce Wayne established the Justice League. The original Justice League was formed by inviting the Flash, Aquaman, Wonder Woman, and Cyborg. But the Steppenwolf's strength was somewhat beyond their expectations. To ensure that nothing goes wrong, they resurrected Superman. But no one expected that Steppenwolf would appear during the process of resurrecting Superman. The scene was too chaotic at the time. Although Clark was resurrected, Lois died. Clark, who had been resurrected, witnessed this scene. Lois's death enraged him, and Steppenwolf was beaten to death as a result. Superman eventually joined the Justice League. However, due to Lois's death, Superman's personality has changed considerably compared to before. A year ago, Darkseid led the Dark Legion to invade Earth. They successfully obtained the anti-life equation on Earth. The first person he controlled using the anti-life equation was Clark. Darkseid then launched an attack on the Justice League. Darkseid knew that to conquer Earth, the first enemy to be dealt with was the Justice League. In the ensuing battle, Aquaman was the first to die at Superman's hands. Cyborg also died at Darkseid's hands. Then Green Lantern disappeared, and Martian Manhunter also vanished. 2 weeks ago, Diana was accidentally captured by Superman. Currently, the only two superheroes left in the Justice League are him and the Flash. From Earth's perspective, it can be said that it is in an extremely disadvantageous position. Even Bruce Wayne didn't know how to turn the tide. But recently, he learned about a claim regarding the multiverse theory. At the same time, it was also confirmed that Barry's Speed Force possesses the ability to enter other universes. His plan was to send Barry to other worlds to fetch reinforcements, while he stayed behind to buy time. If Barry can bring back reinforcements in time, then their world, Earth, may still be saved. Otherwise, what awaits their world, Earth, is only endless darkness. But before they could even begin their operation, then an unexpected event occurred. Although most of the satellites on Earth have been taken over by the rebels, but Bruce Wayne still found a secluded place and left himself 2 satellites. This allowed him to keep an eye on the outside world. It won't turn me into a blind person. Gotham, in particular, was a place of great interest to Bruce Wayne. When 2 rays of heat appear in the sky that pierce the horizon, he noticed it immediately. At the same time, he was certain that it wasn't Clark who sent it. He had been keeping an eye on Clark's location. At that time, the Clarks were executing a group of Yakko in the northern hemisphere. It wasn't in Gotham at all. Therefore, those 2 beams of heat piercing the sky were not emitted by Clark. Moreover, Clark, who is currently under control, is Darkseid's most loyal henchman. How could he possibly attack a parademon? Those 2 heat rays instantly killed hundreds or even thousands of parademons. Bruce, this guy can also emit heat rays. Do you think he might also be a Kryptonian? A second Kryptonian hidden among humans? Bruce Wayne, who appeared calm on the surface, was actually quite excited inside. Barry Allen seemed much more excited. Even his previously lifeless eyes now had a touch of brilliance. That's a color called hope. Comments. I'm not sure, but we can rewind time a bit. Bruce had considered Barry's suggestion, but he thought it was unlikely. If there really was a second Kryptonian on Earth, he should have stepped forward long ago, instead of now, when the situation is already very unfavorable to them. The timeline of Su-Hong's location was adjusted back a bit. Soon, a scene that shocked Barry and Bruce unfolded, because they saw that Chu Hung-gran appeared out of nowhere. Bruce, this guy, he just appeared out of nowhere. Do you think he might be a Kryptonian from another universe? That's very likely. This time, Bruce responded to Barry. The multiverse theory may sound a bit far-fetched, but since it was Martian Manhunters who told him this information, it's highly credible. Moreover, Su-Hong did indeed appear out of thin air. It wasn't because the speed was too fast for the human eye to see clearly, giving the impression that he suddenly appeared out of thin air. Because no matter how much the video speed is slowed down, Su-Hong always appears suddenly. His figure remained motionless from beginning to end. Barry, you stay at the base. I'm going to see him. I can go. I'm fast enough. Even Clark might not be able to catch me, Barry said. Bruce Wayne shook his head. Barry, you are our last hope in this universe. If anything happens to me, you go to other universes to get help. Right now, you are our only chance to turn things around. Do you understand? Barry didn't know what to say for a moment, but he knew that at this moment, he was very bold. All right, I'm off. If he's a friend, I'll bring him back with me. If not, then let's continue with our plan, Barry. Looking at Barry, Bruce Wayne spoke solemnly. Barry looked at Bruce Wayne, and the two stared at each other for a moment before Barry nodded solemnly to Bruce. Bruce Wayne didn't say anything more. After putting on his Batman suit, he then boarded a small flying device, left the secret base, and headed to the ground. Gotham. While Bruce Wayne and Barry were talking about him, Su-Hong is on a killing spree, because after killing the first batch of parademons, soon, more parademons flew toward him. These monsters can not only fly, but they can also fly quite fast. Their strength, endurance, and speed also far exceed those of ordinary people. With their sheer numbers, even a typical superhero could be overwhelmed and killed by their sheer numbers. But Su-Hong is no ordinary superhero. His strength is among the top in the multiverse. In his eyes, mere demons are nothing but trash. More parademons coming. It's just that when a heat ray sweeps over it, it immediately melts completely. Su-Hong's thermal rays are far more powerful than Clark's ropes. Suddenly, a huge green iron hammer fell from the sky. The hammer was enormous. The hammer itself was over 100 meters long. At the end of the hammer is attached a green-skinned alien. It is about 2.2 meters tall, very thin, has 4 eyes, 3 arms, and a tail on its back. It's obvious without even thinking that this is Green Lantern controlled by Big Chow. A massive iron hammer fell from the sky, its target Su-Hong. Before the hammer even fell, the strong wind it created caused Su-Hong's hair to fly wildly, and the ground beneath his feet cracked open layer by layer. Like a spider web spread across the ground, one layer after another. But the ground beneath Su-Hong's feet remained completely unharmed. The strong wind only ruffled his hair. His body, however, remained as still as a mountain. Green Lantern ring, maybe I can get one to play with. Su-Hong's gaze fell on the unknown Green Lantern in the sky. In his eyes, this Green Lantern was already a dead man. The giant hammer fell from the sky. Boom! A loud bang. The earth shook violently. The entire earth was trembling violently. It seemed as if the earth itself was sinking. Looking at this scene that resembled a natural disaster, The rebels swallowed hard. Indeed, surrendering was the right decision. Faced with such an enemy, what could they possibly use to defeat them? Although life now is completely different from life before, but at least they're still alive, aren't they? For them, as long as they can continue to live, they can accept that life is not as good as before. But soon, something even more unbelievable happened. When the smoke and dust cleared, the enormous green iron hammer reappeared in their sight. But no matter how big the hammer was, it wasn't what they found unbelievable at that moment. It was the man beneath it. With their binoculars, they could see clearly. The man under the giant hammer only grew a hand, no, it should be said, a finger. It blocked that terrifying giant hammer. Is this really something a human could do? Even Superman couldn't do something this exaggerated. Click. It sounded like the crisp sound of glass cracking. But it wasn't glass that shattered. Instead, it was that huge green iron hammer. Boom! This time, Su-Hong flew out like a cannonball. The ground collapsed directly under the force of his recoil. While the Green Lantern in the sky was still in shock that Su-Hong was not injured, Su-Hong had already covered a distance of over 1,000 meters and arrived in front of him. It was only then that the latter realized what was happening. They wanted to back away, but it was too late. His eyes turned red, and heat rays shot out from them instantly. His target was the alien Green Lantern standing right in front of him. The terrifying heat meant the latter didn't even have a chance to scream. It was melted instantly. After the person who observes the precepts dies, the green light ring also emitted a burst of green light, and the next second, it was about to fly away. But Su-Hong reached out first and grabbed the green light ring that was about to fly away. The green light ring naturally didn't want Su-Hong to catch it. But Su-Hong's terrifying power was something it simply couldn't resist. Its resistance was nothing more than a futile struggle. A moment later, the green light from the green light ring dissipated. Clearly, after realizing it could not escape, it gave up on fleeing. The king of money. Su-Hong also brought the ring up to his eyes to examine it. It's not much different from a regular ring. However, Su-Hong could sense a considerable power within the ring. This power is not weak. When fully unleashed, it is no less than that of a Heavenly Father-level powerhouse. That's already amazing. After all, even in the multiverse, a celestial-level being is already considered a top-tier powerhouse. At least it won't be a nobody. The Green Lantern who just died at Su-Hong's hands was still very skilled at using his Green Lantern ring. That attack just now, the one who received it was his business. Otherwise, we could use other superheroes. Even the Hulk, movie version, might not be able to withstand the terrifying power of that attack. Darkseid isn't a garbage disposal unit. If this Green Lantern wasn't powerful enough, why would he use the anti-life equation to control him? Su-Hong, the Green Lantern who had just died at his hands, did not recognize him. However, their strength is definitely among the top in the Green Lantern Corps. Below, Bruce Wayne, clad in Batman armor, takes in all of this. Su-Hong's strength was both within his expectations and unexpected. I didn't look at the green light ring for long. Su-Hong simply held it in his hand. He then flashed and appeared in front of Bruce Wayne in the next second. Su-Hong's sudden appearance startled Bruce Wayne. But on the surface, he remained expressionless, his face beneath the mask unchanged. He was not surprised by Su-Hong's speed, but by the fact that Su-Hong had spotted him and appeared in front of him. Bruce Wayne. Su-Hong said the name as soon as he appeared. It seems you recognize me. Batman would never admit that he was Bruce Wayne, but that was in the past. In the present, whether Bruce Wayne is Batman or not is no longer important. Moreover, the other party clearly knew his true identity. I don't know you in this world, but I know you in other worlds. In another world, we are still friends. Su-Hong's words shocked Bruce Wayne, but also made him very happy. The shock comes from the fact that Su-Hong really comes from another universe. The joy stemmed from Su-Hong's statement that he was friends with his counterpart in the other world. This raised the question, could they also become friends? Did it mean Su-Hong would help them? Your world is really pathetic, it has actually turned into this. Bruce Wayne was momentarily at a loss for words. Nice to meet you, here's a gift for you. Su-Hong tossed the green light ring in his hand to Bruce Wayne. This thing has limited use for Su-Hong. The ability to limit imagination seems impressive, but it's not enough for Su-Hong when there's an upper limit. Su-Hong still prefers to use his own strength. The idea of Green Lantern accompanying Batman sounds pretty good. As for whether Bruce Wayne can be used, this is no problem for Su-Hong. Bruce Wayne instinctively caught the green light ring that Su-Hong tossed to him. He naturally recognized what this thing was. After all, the Justice League has a Green Lantern, Hal Jordan. But now the people of Hal are nowhere to be found. Perhaps he has died at dark.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Darkseid's hands, or perhaps he has been controlled by Darkseid. Of course, the former is more likely. Green light ring. You should know that this thing is unusable unless it recognizes you as its owner. The current lord undoubtedly craves power, because he needs power to, Darkseid. He had no reason to refuse the green light ring that was offered to him. The problem is, you can't just use a green light ring simply because you have one. First, you need to gain his approval. Perhaps you can try wearing it first, Su-Hong said. Bruce Wayne was taken aback when he heard Su-Hong's words. He didn't understand why Su-hong said that, but he chose to believe Su-hong. Logically speaking, Bruce Wayne shouldn't be someone who trusts people so easily, but at this moment, he had an unprecedented level of trust in Su-hong. Bruce Wayne himself didn't understand this. The green light ring is worn on the hand. The green light ring, which had already lost its luster, was once again filled with green fluorescence. Soon, green light enveloped Bruce Wayne's entire body. Clearly, he has gained the approval of the green light ring. How did you do that? Bruce Wayne asked in astonishment. He knew that the green light ring would accept him because of Su-hong. Secret. Su-hong smiled slightly. Why don't you try his power? A group of parademons have just arrived, and I bet you're itching to make your move. Bruce followed Su-hong's gaze. In the sky, a large group of parademons were flying towards them. A huge, densely packed group. Their numbers were impossible to count. But the number is at least tens of thousands. In the past, if Bruce Wayne had encountered so many parademons, he would have turned and left without hesitation. Because there are too many. He no longer has the readily replenishable arsenal he once possessed. Those pieces of equipment were used one by one. By now, he basically has no usable equipment left. With so many parademons, a sheer numbers strategy could overwhelm him. But now, he has received new equipment from Su-hong, the green light ring. He immediately regained his composure. A flash of green light appeared in his hand. Hundreds of batarangs appeared in midair as Bruce Wayne pushed them forward. The batarang flew towards the parademons' army in the sky with a whooshing sound. Moments later, hundreds of parademons fell from the sky. He died at Bruce's hands. Although compared to the tens of thousands of parademon troops, 100 parademons are nothing. But ever since losing its own arsenal and various high-tech weapons and equipment, he hadn't slaughtered parademons like this in a long time. How are you feeling? Su-hong asked. A long-lost feeling of comfort, Bruce Wayne responded. No sooner had he responded to Su-hong than Bruce Wayne transformed into a streak of green light and charged into the parademon army. Meanwhile, the parademons in the air fell one after another, like dumplings being cooked. No, it doesn't even take that long to cook dumplings. I have to say, he truly lives up to his name, Bruce Wayne. They've only just received the green light ring, and they've already used it to this extent. For an ordinary person, even if they activated the green light ring, their combat power would definitely not increase in a short period of time. But Bruce Wayne instantly unleashed his full power. Facing tens of thousands of parademons, he charged forward alone. They slaughtered everyone in their path. About 6 minutes later, Bruce Wayne returned. He had already slaughtered all of the tens of thousands of demonoids. For Bruce Wayne, if his strength is greater than yours, then the one who will ultimately lose will definitely be you. Thank you for the gift, I love it, Bruce Wayne said sincerely. In the year that Earth was invaded by Darkseid, their situation is really getting worse and worse. He also felt a lot of pressure weighing on his heart. Just now, he released almost all of his pressure. Most importantly, they have gained a powerful ally. He had deeply experienced the power of the green light ring. This is definitely a force that can be described as powerful. But even such power was utterly vulnerable in the face of Su-hong. With this comparison, Bruce Wayne immediately understood just how high Su-hong's skill level was. You are welcome. You know my name, but I don't know how to address you. Su-hong, you can just call me Su. Are you also a Kryptonian, or a Superman from another universe? None of that. I'm an Earthling. Heat rays aren't something only Kryptonians can do. Besides, my strength is far beyond Superman's. I hope what you just said is true, because he really did come, Bruce Wayne said with a complicated expression. Not far away, a figure dressed in a blue bodysuit, with red skin behind him, slowly descended. Clark Kent, who was completely corrupted by Darkseid, is the Superman of this world. Bruce Wayne, you know, I've been looking for you. Clark stared intently at Bruce Wayne. This puts a little pressure on the latter. After Clark was controlled by the anti-life equation and completely turned to the dark side, all his past grievances against Bruce erupted. At the same time, he also blamed Bruce Wayne for Louise's death, believing that he failed to protect her and that this led to her death. This also led Clark to keep searching for Bruce Wayne. You must kill him. But Bruce had been hiding very well, and Superman couldn't find him. I know. Even with the green light ring, Bruce Wayne still felt considerable pressure facing Clark. Because Clark's power was simply too great. Especially after he turned to the dark side and lost all restraint. His true terror was then unleashed. When he was a god among men, no one feared him. Some foolish scoundrels even tried to judge him. When he completely turned to the dark side and fell into demonic ways, everyone feared him. Even Bruce Wayne, though he may not want to admit it, is in fact somewhat afraid of Clark now. So, how do you plan to die? Clark asked coldly. Although I know you really want to kill me right now, you might have to ask my friend next to me if he agrees first. Bruce Wayne is not the kind of person who bullies others because of their power. He was simply stating a fact. But these words reached Clark's ears. Clark felt that Bruce Wayne was mocking him. His gaze finally fell on Su-hong. Just by looking at him, he couldn't see anything special about Su-hong. Is he the savior you brought in? Then I'll kill your reinforcements first, and then I'll kill you. The moment he finished speaking, Clark moved. He was so fast that he left no afterimage. He appeared in front of Su-hong almost instantly. But what Clark didn't know was that, in terms of speed, Macron was even faster than him. Before Clark could even reach out to grab Su-hong, Su-hong had already reached out his hand first. He grabbed Clark by the throat. A sonic boom and shockwave sent Bruce Wayne flying. Because everything happened so fast, he had no time to react, nor the power to activate the green light ring. However, after being thrown away, he immediately activated the power of the Green Lantern ring. Then, with the help of the green light ring, it landed steadily on the ground. When he looked up in Su-hong's direction, an unbelievable scene came into his view. The Justice League's #1 fighter, the corrupted Superman who terrified countless people, was currently being held by the neck by Su-hong. Even Bruce Wayne found it difficult to remain calm at this moment. The mouth exposed beneath the mask was wide open at that moment. Moreover, my strength is far beyond that of Superman. Su-hong's words just now resurfaced in his mind. It turns out Su-hongjian wasn't joking. He's serious? Bruce Wayne was shocked, and Clark was equally shocked. This is the first time in history that he has been overpowered in terms of strength. Even in his battle with Zoda, Zoda was unable to suppress him in terms of strength. In terms of strength, he was stronger than Zod. As time goes by, it absorbs more and more sunlight. His strength has also been continuously improving. His strength is many times greater than when he fought Zoda. But even with all that, he was no match for Su-hong in terms of strength. At that moment, his hands were gripping the hand that Su-hong was using to hold his neck. He kept exerting force, trying to pry the latter's hand off him. But Su-hong's hand was like an ordinary person trying to pry open steel. No matter how hard he tried, Su-hong's hand remained completely still. Just as Clark was about to faint from suffocation, Su-hong finally let go. Of course, as he let go, Su-hong also lifted his foot. Bang! Su-hong kicked out, and Clark was sent flying like a ball. Because the force of that kick was too great. The terrifyingly strong wind was like a Category 12 typhoon suddenly blowing. A huge gap appeared in the clouds in the sky. Clark disappeared through this gap. I've marked you. I'll bring Clark and Diana back later. Having said that, Su-hong stopped rambling. With a sonic boom, he soared into the sky at incredible speed. Bruce could no longer see Su-hong's figure in less than a second. A green light curtain kept him inside. It shielded him from the flying rocks caused by the powerful impact of Su-hong taking off. These rocks were moving very fast, and their impact was no less than that of bullets. If an ordinary person were hit by it, they would surely die. Although he was wearing armor, he could withstand the attacks. But what if one of them comes straight at his face? I glanced at the huge gap in the clouds in the sky. 0. Bruce Wayne was shocked, but a smile also appeared on his face. He hadn't laughed in a long time. But what happened today made him very happy. Because their world has been saved. Su-hong's strength shocked him. But the stronger Su-hong is, the better news it is for them. As for whether Su-hong will rule the Earth in the future, he no longer cares. Darkseid was a tyrant who brought unprecedented disaster to the Earth. Because of Darkseid's arrival, the Earth's population decreased by more than 30% in that year. Many people are now living in a state of food insecurity. Moreover, they lived in constant fear, dreading the thought of suddenly dying one day. For the Earth as it is now, what they want is to drive out Darkseid and take back control of the Earth. As for who will rule the Earth afterward, Bruce no longer cares so much. Because he knew very well that even bad order was better than no order at all. On the other side, after kicking Clark off the planet, Su-hong quickly caught up with Clark, who was rolling his eyes in the vacuum of space. It wasn't because Clark was in the vacuum of space and there was no oxygen that he rolled his eyes. It was the terrifying power of Su-hong's kick that had left Clark still reeling. Yes, Clark is invincible in physical resistance. However, this physical resistance also has an upper limit. Moreover, due to his strong physical resistance, Clark never experienced the pain of injury. So, when it comes to enduring pain, Clark's willpower is really quite average. Next. Su-hong's kick was just a casual kick. However, the force had exceeded Clark's physical resistance limit, thus causing Clark immense pain. This is because Clark's body is tough enough. Anyone else would have been kicked to pieces by Su-hong long ago. Seeing Clark rolling his eyes, Su-hong was speechless. Is this really necessary? He didn't use much force in that kick. Su-hong had no intention of killing Clark. The anti-life equation is unsolvable for everyone else. Because it is a mathematical model, just like the physical law of universal gravitation. The difference between the two is that one acts on the spiritual world, while the other acts on the material world. This is why Darkseid could easily control Superman. In a spiritual sense, the anti-life equation is a law, just like when you throw something out, no matter how far or high it flies, in the end, it will be subject to the law of universal gravitation. It fell to the ground at 287. Therefore, the anti-life equation has no solution. Of course, this applies to other people. For Su-hong, who possesses the system, the anti-life equation in Clark needs to be solved. He has thousands of ways. Su-hong felt helpless looking at Clark rolling his eyes. I was originally planning to have some fun with Dechao, but he's become quite formidable after turning to the dark side. And that's it. One kick and his eyes rolled back. How can we play like this after that? Are we just going to use Dechao as a punching bag? What fun is that? Forget it, I'll go find Darkseid to play with later. As a DC super boss on par with Marvel's Thanos, Darkseid's strength should not be underestimated. He can't match Superman's speed, and he can't fly, but in terms of strength and defense, he is definitely superior to Clark in his current state. That guy should be able to withstand my casual punches and kicks, unlike Superman who would roll his eyes back with just one kick. System, purchase 1/6 Purities Divine Elixir. The 6 Pure Divine Elixir is one of the methods recommended by the system to remove the anti-life equation from Dechao's body. The elixir comes from a world of immortals and gods, and can remove all negative mental effects. Although the anti-life equation is a law, its effect on the mind can be considered a negative one. Therefore, the 6 Pure Divine Elixir can be effective. As for the price, this thing isn't cheap either. One of them costs $6 billion US. As a consumable item, its price is considered expensive. $6 billion US is nothing to Su Hong now. Su Hong didn't even need to consider its price. I bought it directly. After buying it, he stuffed it directly into Clark's mouth. Afterwards, Su Hong took Clark back to Earth through the magic gate. I just got back to Earth. Clark woke up after being fed the 6 Pure Immortal Elixir by Su Hong. He had just fainted in the vacuum of space. But his body was constantly absorbing energy, accelerating his recovery. The pain comes on quickly and goes away quickly. After my body has almost fully recovered, Clark naturally woke up as well. Upon opening his eyes and seeing Su Hong, he instinctively took a step back. Because Su Hong instilled fear in him. Clark, who had never fought Darkseid before, experienced pain for the first time in Su Hong's hands. Su Hong's terrifying speed and strength also made him deeply wary. Although the anti-life equation had been deactivated, Clark remembered everything he had done before. This naturally includes what happened after meeting Su Hong. Even now, recalling Su Hong's kick still sends shivers down his spine. That pain was dozens of times more intense than the pain caused by a kryptonite scratch. Before he rolled his eyes and passed out, he even suspected he was going to die. That feeling is something no normal person would want to experience again. Don't be nervous, Clark. Su Hong's words quickly calmed Clark down. He also realized that it must have been Su Hong who helped him remove the anti-life equation from his body. Although I am very grateful to you for freeing me from control, I wish I had not been freed from control. After breaking free from control, Clark was well aware of what he had done. It's no exaggeration to say that his hands are now covered in blood. Although this was not his intention, he was being controlled and that's why he did it. But it was indeed him who did these things. 012606013134580370. This was something that the kind-hearted Clark couldn't accept at first. Don't think about these things. It's just that a lot of people have died, but who told you that people can't come back to life once they're dead? As soon as Su Hong spoke, Clark was stunned. He looked up and stared at Su Hong in surprise. You just said that people can be resurrected after they die. Although he had also died from kryptonite and was then resurrected by Bruce and his crew, but his resurrection cannot be replicated. After all, not everyone is like him, with a body capable of withstanding the terrifying energy of the Mother Box. Moreover, so many people died this time. The Mother Box had already been taken back to Apocalypse by Darkseid. Even if they wanted to replicate his resurrection using the Mother Box, they couldn't. Clark didn't even know where Apocalypse was. Yes, Darkseid is not on Earth. In fact, after taking control of the Earth, Darkseid did not stay on Earth for very long. His purpose in coming to Earth was to find the anti-life equation on Earth. This thing is key to his conquest of the vast universe. That's why he launched an attack on Earth. After successfully obtaining the anti-life equation and using it to control Superman, he then left Earth and returned to Apocalypse. He didn't care about things on Earth at all. Instead, they casually handed it over to their kind grandmother to take care of. Even with a powerful new subordinate like Dechao, he didn't care at all. As a superpower whose goal is to conquer the multiverse, Apocalypse is constantly launching invasions against various civilizations in the universe, plundering their resources in preparation for the upcoming multiverse war. The only things Darkseid cares about are the anti-life equation and the Mother Box. As for the rest, he didn't care. Of course, even if the body is gone, it can be resurrected. It's very simple for me. Br. It's not impossible for me to resurrect everyone who has died on Earth, but you'll have to pay a considerable price. What price? A golden planet. Don't worry, I will tell you the coordinates of this planet in 3.7. All you have to do is bring this golden planet back to me, and then I can help you resurrect everyone on Earth who died after Darkseid's invasion. Of course, that includes your lover, Louise. When Su Hong uttered the name Louise, Clark's eyes immediately reddened. Of course, it wasn't that he was about to emit heat rays, rather, it was that he thought of Louise and was excited that she could come back to life. I will help you bring that golden planet back. Clark answered without hesitation. He was willing to do anything so that his beloved could be resurrected. After all, he had already broken the rules when he was under Darkseid's control. Once this happens once, it will happen again. He is no longer the Superman he used to be. Clark is now showing signs of developing in the direction of Injustice Superman. But what does this have to do with Su Hong? So, what should we do next? Go find Bruce. Clark knew that Bruce Wayne was Batman. After all, he had X-ray vision. Bruce Wayne's mask wasn't made of lead. No rush, we need to save Diana first. I know where he is, Clark said. Earth, Metropolis. After Darkseid took over the Earth, the Metropolis has also been transformed. In the very heart of the Metropolis, there is a super prison that covers an area roughly the size of 100 football fields. The prison was very large, and its head was one of Darkseid's trusted lieutenants, the Kind Grandmother. The Kind Grandmother was Darkseid's right-hand woman because she was always able to train a large number of loyal hounds for Darkseid. These hounds are fierce, brutal, and powerful. Most importantly, they are completely loyal to Darkseid. Even without the anti-life equation, they did whatever Darkseid told them to do. It was precisely because of Grandma Kindness's excellent training methods. She deeply loved Darkseid, who was 13 years old. In the Dark Elite Legion, the Kind Grandmother is not the highest ranking, but he can definitely be considered a high-level executive. And now, this prison belongs to her. As for why she built such a large prison in the metropolitan area, the purpose, of course, was to train a group of loyal dogs for Darkseid. She even gave this new batch of hunting dogs a name. They're called the Nemesis Team. The main characters are Amazonian warriors captured from the Amazon island, and Wonder Woman Diana, who was captured by the corrupted Superman. In a dark prison cell, Diana was being chained by her limbs and hung on the wall. Her limbs were pierced by unknown sharp objects, and blood kept flowing from the wounds. If Diana hadn't been a demigod, she might have bled to death. But she was a demigod, and her powerful physique prevented her from bleeding to death, though she lost too much blood. Her face was also unusually pale, and she couldn't muster any strength at all. Her divine power was also nearly depleted, only enough to sustain her life, and not enough to extricate her from her current situation. Diana wasn't alone in the cell. An old woman stood in front of her. She was an old woman with white hair, wearing a majestic suit of armor, and tall, over 1.9 meters. She was called an old woman because she not only had a head of white hair, but also a lot of wrinkles on her face. When she laughs, it's like the alpha wolf is smiling. His eyes were filled with malice and ferocity. She was one of Darkseid's most trusted subordinates, the Kind Grandmother. But she herself is completely unrelated to the word kindness. Therefore, those who know her well only have a few words to describe her: crazy, vicious, cruel, and wicked. Almost every word that can describe a person as evil can be used to describe her. She was the most vicious hunter under Kei Xiong's command. Diana, your persistence is futile and laughable. Do you still have any hope now? Believe me, pledging allegiance to the Dark Lord is the most correct and promising path for you. As long as you are willing to pledge allegiance to the Dark Lord, you can leave here immediately. I know you're nearing your mental limit. That kind of pain must be really unbearable. Ha ha ha. The Kind Grandmother's laughter filled the entire cell. It gives the impression that a conspiracy has succeeded. The sharp objects that pierced Anna were not made of ordinary metal. It is a special metal called zizanol. It is not only extremely hard, but it also possesses a special ability. That means the person who gets pierced by it will experience extremely painful wounds, so painful that they are unbearable. The pain was like the pain of being bitten by a red imported fire ant, but dozens of times more intense. Even the most determined person can be driven to the brink of unbearable pain. Diana's ability to hold on for several months was truly beyond her expectations. But she also knew that Diana's willpower was nearing its limit. Boom! The Kind Grandmother's laughter had not yet completely faded. A large hole was suddenly smashed into the top of the cell. A figure landed. The kind-looking grandmother glanced over instinctively. She wore a blue bodysuit, with red skin behind her. It was Clark. The kind grandmother was somewhat surprised to see Clark. She doesn't remember calling Clark over. What are you doing here? The kind grandmother asked Clark. Currently, Earth holds the greatest power, and all those belonging to the Apocalypse faction must obey her orders. This naturally includes Clark. If Clark hadn't been controlled by Darkseid's anti-life equation, Clark would be her perfect creation. She had been envious of Clark even before she came to Earth. Unfortunately, I didn't have that opportunity. Klecker did not respond to the kind grandmother. Instead, his eyes were red. The next second, two blazing heat rays burst forth. It shot towards the kind grandmother at extremely high speed. The kind grandmother was greatly surprised. Roar! A roar. Suddenly, a black monster burst forth from the ground. It was a monster covered in black scales. If you remove its scales, it looks somewhat like the Licker from Resident Evil. Of course, it is more than 10 times larger than the Licker. Its body was covered with black scales. The heat rays struck it, but did not immediately melt its scales. However, the 5,000-degree heat still caused great damage to the monster. It let out a roar. Then its massive body lunged directly at Clark. Clark showed no fear in the face of the charging monster. He clenched his fist and slammed it into the monster's head. 453. A terrifying power was unleashed instantly. The monster's enormous body seemed to have no weight as it flew out. In midair, the monster let out a mournful cry. His mouth was wide open, and black blood gushed out and fell to the ground. The metal floor of the cell had rotted and developed several large holes. Its massive body, under terrifying force, crashed into a steel wall. It crushed the walls. When Klecker went to look for his kind grandmother, she has long since disappeared from sight. The kind grandmother wasn't stupid. To survive in a living hell like Apocalypse and gain Darkseid's trust to become one of the Dark Elite, her intelligence is certainly not low. The moment Clark attacked her, she knew he had broken free of her control. Although it is unknown how Clark broke free from control. But in that situation, there was nothing she could do but run away. Clark was different from ordinary people. She had many excellent hunting dogs under her command, but she knew very well that none of them were a match for Clark. Sending them to deal with Clark is practically giving them away for free. In this situation, the wisest choice is to escape first and then report the situation to Darkseid. Clark was able to recover from being controlled by the anti-life equation. Darkseid must be really curious about how Clark did it. When Clark dealt with that monster, Diana, who had been completely still, also raised her head. However, her face was unusually pale, and she looked very haggard. It looked like he was about to die at any moment. Diana paused slightly when she saw Clark. Then, a look of disgust appeared in his eyes. Her current situation is all thanks to Clark. Although they knew that Clark was under Darkseid's control at the time, which was why he captured her. But Diana really couldn't control her emotions, making it easy for her to forgive Clark. Looks like that old woman ran away. A voice rang out. A third person appeared in the cell. It was Suhong. Where did you just go? Going to get Diana's things. Should I go and chase that old woman back? At my speed, she can't escape, Clark said. No need. Now that you've brought her here, whoever tells Darkseid about the situation here. I don't want to go to Apocalypse to start a war with him. It's too far away, and besides, I don't have the coordinates. It would take a lot of effort to find my way there. It's best to wait for him to come to us. But then Earth will become a battlefield. Won't that be great? Clark was worried about Earth becoming a battlefield. Given Suhong's strength, if he were to act freely on Earth, the Earth definitely cannot withstand it. After all, he had a deep understanding of that kind of power. Don't worry, I'll take the battlefield outside the solar system. Suhong naturally wouldn't fight the Katangda on Earth. If we were to fight Darkseid on Earth, the planet wouldn't be able to withstand his current power. If he's not careful, he might actually blow up the Earth. So, after dealing with Apocalypse in the mutant world, he planned to torment the corrupted Superman in this world. Suhong's first thought was to get people off Earth. Hearing Suhong's words, Clark felt much more at ease. Diana, however, seemed somewhat taken aback. What's going on? Why can't I understand some of what they're saying? Also, where did Suhong come from? Wasn't Clark already under Darkseid's control? Why does he seem to be fine now? Before Diana could think it through, Suhong stepped forward and put her down. The intense pain immediately brought Diana back to reality. Even with her strong will, she almost fainted from the intense pain. The next second, Suhong stuffed a green broad bean into her mouth. Crush it, then continue with the next sentence. Although Diana did not know Suhong, but Suhong's words were inexplicably convincing. So she did as instructed immediately. But after she bit the broad bean and swallowed it, a strange warm current appeared in her body. The next second, Diana was surprised to find that all her pain had disappeared. The power within him returned. It's even more powerful than before. She could feel an even stronger divine power within her. She's stronger than before. She looked at Suhong with a face full of surprise. What did you just feed me? Diana knew that the changes in her body were definitely related to what Suhong had fed her earlier. Of course she recognized that thing as a broad bean. But those were definitely not ordinary broad beans. Senzu beans, no matter how serious your injuries are, one bean will allow you to fully recover immediately, and even become stronger. Those broad beans were certainly not ordinary items. Instead, they are senzu beans from the Dragon Ball universe. Whether you are hungry, thirsty, injured, weak, or lacking energy, one pill and my condition immediately improved. Even if you are seriously injured, taking a senzu bean will not only heal your injuries, but you will also find that your strength has been enhanced. In the Dragon Ball world, Goku and Vegeta occasionally use senzu beans during their training. Unfortunately, by the later stages of Dragon Ball, senzu beans were practically extinct, and even Goku and his friends couldn't produce many. Even this rare fairy bean is eaten in half. The price of senzu beans in the system is not expensive. One costs only $200 million. For Suhong now, $200 million is just $200 million, nothing at all. Although Suhong could directly use the horse talisman to deal with Diana. However, the horse charm will only heal Diana's injuries, not make her stronger. In the next phase, Suhong needs Diana to become stronger. This is also why he chose to use senzu beans to heal Diana instead of directly using the power of the horse talisman. I do feel a stronger divine power within me. That thing was unusual, and you just gave it to me to eat like that. I still have quite a few left. If you want, I can give you a few more. Upon hearing this, Diana was overjoyed. Without any hesitation, he immediately asked Suhong for a few. She had personally experienced the effects of the senzu beans and knew they were truly rare and valuable. She knew her injuries better than anyone else. Even if she were a demigod, it would take her a considerable amount of time to recover, not to mention that she had lost a lot of power due to this injury and would need a long time to recover as well. But Suhong solved these problems with just one magic bean. Such a wonderful thing, even though it was the first time she had met Suhong, and she didn't even know Suhong's name. But she still shamelessly asked Suhong for a few more. By the way, I still don't know your name. My name is Suhong, a native of Daxia. You can just call me Suhong, Diana said in Huxia. This surprised Suhong. It suddenly dawned on me that Diana worked in archaeology and was therefore fluent in many languages. Your Mandarin is alright, just call me Su. Alright then, Su, thank you so much for your help just now, Diana said with a smile. As for Clark, she completely ignored him. It's as if Clark doesn't exist. Clark was completely unmoved by Diana's indifference. Although he was under the control of the anti-life equation at the time, Qian Wanghao just captured Diana, but no matter what, Diana was captured by him. It goes without saying that Diana must have suffered a lot under her kind grandmother's care. He had never seen Diana like that before. After all, Diana was a demigod, and although her physique couldn't compare to his, it was still extremely powerful. Before this, he had never seen Diana so weak, so haggard, looking like she could die at any moment. It's no wonder that Diana harbored resentment towards him, thanks to him. Don't mention it. I imagine you've been holding a lot of resentment while being locked up here. I've brought you all your weapons and equipment. You can go out and vent your frustrations. We'll wait for you here. Once you've finished, we'll go find Bruce. Okay. Diana didn't stand on ceremony. She picked up the equipment that Su Hong had found for her from the ground, put it on, and then jumped out of the cell. Soon, the sounds of fierce fighting could be heard outside. Su Hong and Clark were inside waiting for Diana to finish venting her anger. About 10 minutes later, perhaps they were afraid that Su Hong would have to wait too long, Diana returned covered in blood. As for why we're not afraid of Clark waiting too long, she's currently filled with resentment towards Clark, and she's already grateful that he hasn't attacked her. Whether they can win is another matter. Even Diana had a temper, you know. Where do we go now? Diana asked, looking at Su Hong. Clark also looked at Su Hong. Go find Bruce. Su Hong smiled slightly. With a casual wave of his hand, a magic door opened. On the other side of the door lies Bruce's secret base, located 500 meters underground. Inside the base, Bruce and Barry were staring at a computer screen. The screen displays a satellite map. There are 3 red dots on the map. These 3 red dots represent Su Hong and his 2 companions. Clearly, Bruce had been keeping an eye on Su Hong's movements. The magic gate that suddenly appeared inside the base startled him. Bruce was about to make a move. The next second, Su Hong walked over from the other end of the magic gate. This made him pause in his movements. Then came Diana 450 and Clark. I saw Diana and Clark. Bruce visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Then, a rare smile appeared on his face. Diana, welcome back. Diana nodded to Bruce. She still approves of Bruce. As for Clark, aside from the fact that she had been captured by Clark and tortured by the kind grandmother, she harbored a lot of resentment. To say that he hated Clark that much, he didn't really. Because she knew very well that Clark was indeed being controlled at the time. This was not Clark's intention. She knew very well what kind of person Clark was. She once admired Clark's personality. Diana, I'm so glad you're all right. This was in contrast to Bruce Wayne, who rarely smiled. Barry seemed much happier and more enthusiastic. He was overjoyed to see Diana, his Justice League ally, return. In fact, I'm almost driven mad by this, and I'm just one step away from death, Diana said. This made Clark, who was standing next to her, stiffen. Diana, I am truly sorry for what I did before. All right, Clark, you don't need to thank me. Although I have a lot of resentment towards you, I know that's not what you really meant. After venting her anger, Diana didn't actually harbor as much resentment towards Clark anymore. Although there are still some. But the person she wants to take revenge on now is her kind grandmother. But she wasn't in a hurry, because she knew she would have her chance sooner or later. Diana's power came from the gods. The goddess of agriculture, Demeter, bestowed upon Diana superhuman strength, making her as strong as Hercules. Her strength was so great that it rivaled even Superman. Of course, this is assuming Superman isn't being serious. The goddess Athena bestowed upon Diana exceptional wisdom and the Athena's vision, granting her enhanced insight, the ability to quickly perceive changes in others' emotions, and resistance to mental attacks. This rendered most illusions and mind manipulation ineffective against her, as well as ordinary mind reading. The goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, bestowed upon Diana a beauty admired by all the gods. Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, bestowed upon Diana the honesty of the sacred fire, enabling her to uphold the truth. The goddess of the hunt, Artemis, granted Diana the ability to communicate with animals and bestowed upon her extraordinary sensory abilities, greatly enhancing her vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. This gave Diana exceptional eyesight, allowing her to see very far and helping her better lock on to targets, thus improving her accuracy in striking. Hermes, the messenger of the gods, granted Diana superhuman speed and the ability to fly. Speed encompasses 3 aspects: thinking speed, movement speed, and reaction speed. Diana's speed is mainly demonstrated by her quick reaction speed in swinging her protective silver bracelets to deflect high-speed bullet attacks. Diana, BDDC, has a top speed approaching the speed of light, and she can also easily achieve supersonic flight. 0126060113 Philo 134590320. It can be said that even in the Justice League, where strong individuals abound, Diana's abilities were also among the top. This is why the kind grandmother was so eager to tame Diana. Because of Athena's blessing, Diana possessed exceptional wisdom. Therefore, she knew very well that a decisive battle was inevitable. And during the final battle, she will inevitably see her kind grandmother again. That will be the time for her to take revenge. Therefore, she was not in a hurry. After venting her frustrations, she's feeling all right now. Where are the others? Are you the only 2 left in the Justice League? When Diana was kidnapped by Superman, there are still some members in the Justice League. Aside from Aquaman, who was the first to die in battle, and Cyborg, who died at the hands of Darkseid. When Diana was arrested, Green Lantern and Martian Manhunter were still alive and well. But now, she couldn't see the two of them. Mars Manhunter is nowhere to be found, and Hal has also disappeared. Perhaps he went to fetch reinforcements, Barry said. Diana simply nodded upon hearing this. I didn't pay much attention to it. Even with her return, the Justice League's strength was arguably far less than before. The disappearance of Martian Manhunter, who is comparable to Superman, is a major blow to the Justice League. However, Su-Hong's appearance brought the Justice League's strength to an unprecedented level. Although it's unclear just how strong Su-Hong is. But if he could save Superman, who was already controlled by the anti-life equation, Su-Hong's strength must be quite formidable. Diana didn't believe that the corrupted Clark would stand there listening to Su-Hong's nonsense and then have Su-Hong release him from control. Bruce, what are your plans next? Diana asked Bruce Wayne. If Superman is the soul of the Justice League, then Batman is its brain. In the past, Batman's decisions have never been wrong. This is true even when facing Darkseid. Unfortunately, even the best decisions, under the overwhelming force of superior strength, proved extremely fragile. However, it must be said that Batman is truly amazing. Darkseid, as a cosmic super overlord, leaves countless people with nothing but despair in his presence. But Batman is still alive and well to this day. Although he looked a bit disheveled, at least he was still alive. Even though Darkseid didn't take him seriously at all. But the fact that Batman survived Darkseid's first wave of attacks is enough to prove his abilities. Moreover, Darkseid has left Earth. But Clark, who had previously turned to the dark side, never stopped trying to capture him. His ability to escape from the clutches of the corrupted Clark time and time again is enough to prove his intelligence and skill. Such a person is indeed qualified to be the brains of the Justice League. But to Diana's surprise, she asked Bruce a question. Bruce, however, looked at Su-Hong. It seemed like Su-Hong was the one who had to make the decision. Why are you looking at me? She's asking about you. Seeing Bruce looking at him, Su-Hong said directly. You're the strongest on our side right now, and I want to hear your opinion so I can make the best decisions, Bruce said. He did not intend to hand over decision-making power to Su-Hong. Even though Su-Hong is very capable, when it comes to decision-making, he still prefers to trust himself. Because he believed he would never make a mistake. Bruce said this once. Barry instinctively looked at Superman. Because Superman is widely recognized as the strongest member of the Justice League, even though several years have passed. But the scene of Superman brutally killing Steppenwolf is still vivid in his memory. A Superman in a fit of rage is truly terrifying. He's someone I wouldn't dare mess with. Even though Clark always seemed very kind, he was still slightly afraid of him. But to Barry's surprise, Clark didn't react at all after Bruce said those words. He showed absolutely no reaction when looking at Diana, although he saw the scene of Superman being kicked away by Su-Hong. But it's not unheard of for Superman to be overwhelmed by strength. Martian Manhunter once overpowered Superman in terms of strength. But Superman grew very quickly and soon surpassed Martian Manhunter again. Therefore, he has never lost his position as the #1 fighter in the Justice League. Moreover, Clark has the most abilities. His strength is widely acknowledged within the Justice League. Barry looked away. Clark didn't refute Bruce's words, so why should he object? My opinion. After Darkseid comes to Earth, I will confront him directly and take the battlefield outside the solar system. As for the others, I think you should be able to handle them. It's not just should, it's definitely. Darkseid's dark elites are indeed formidable. But when they faced the Justice League, which had Superman, they were no match for them. Moreover, besides Superman, Diana, Barry, and Batman are also not ordinary characters on their side. The current Batman even has a Green Lantern ring gifted to him by Su-Hong. Having become the Green Lantern Batman, to be honest, Su-Hong felt that Batman could face Darkseid if he was prepared. While they might not be able to defeat him, it's entirely feasible to hold him off for a while, allowing Clark to deal with the minor foes and then work together to fight Darkseid. Of course, Su-Hong is here now. Darkseid doesn't need them to face it. Su-Hong was also very interested in this new god from Apocalypse. Darkseid was his prey. Bruce nodded upon hearing this. With your guarantee, here is our arrangement for the next step. First, eliminate the parademons on Earth and deal with the Steppenwolves left behind. The Steppenwolves were previously killed by Clark. But after his death, he was resurrected by Darkseid on Apocalypse. The resurrected Steppenwolf became even stronger. However, the improvement is very limited, and against Superman, they are still destined to be brutally defeated. After all, Clark's growth rate was faster. What if they rebel against the government? Barry asked. Rebellion against the government means surrendering to the governments of various countries that have rebelled against Darkseid. He's a traitor to the team. The rebels hated these people to the core. After all, if a traitor wants to live well, he must first be ruthless towards his former comrades. They not only suppressed the rebels, but also cooperated with the Apocalypse forces to hunt down and kill the Justice League and the Resistance fighters on Earth. Although with their strength, it would be difficult for them to threaten the members of the Justice League. However, it also caused considerable trouble for the Justice League. Because at that time, Clark was already under Darkseid's control. The rebels act like hunting dogs, tasked with finding members of the Justice League, while Superman will be the one to make the final move. The rebels are the hounds, while Superman is the deadly sword. Now is not the time to judge them. After we defeat Darkseid, we will need their help to restore order to Earth, Bruce explained. What we need for the Earth right now is to restore order as soon as possible. As for the trial, it can be carried out later. Don't worry, Barry, those who deserve their punishment will receive the judgment they deserve. Because it won't be God who judges them, but Batman. Even Bruce, after experiencing this Earth crisis. I also hate those traitors who betrayed Earth with a passion. Even his resolve not to kill was shaken. Because if it weren't for those traitors, the situation on Earth would definitely not be like this now. If governments around the world hadn't caused trouble for the Justice League, or even offered a little help, the situation on Earth wouldn't be what it is now. If it weren't for Su-Hong's appearance, their current situation would be absolutely hellish. In a game, that would be an almost impossible difficulty level to pass. It's a level of difficulty that even average players might struggle to complete even after playing hundreds of times and going crazy. Batman's voice was deep yet powerful. Even Barry West could hear the anger in Batman's voice. Clearly, Bruce wasn't as emotionless as he had imagined. Okay, Barry nodded. He believed Bruce Wayne's words because no one could escape Batman's judgment. While Su-Hong and Bruce were discussing the specific plans for clarifying the parademon, the kind grandmother who escaped has also successfully contacted Darkseid on Apocalypse. In fact, even if the kind grandmother didn't contact Darkseid, Darkseid also needs to contact the kind grandmother. Just a month ago, he launched wars against hundreds of civilized planets simultaneously. This left his forces somewhat insufficient. So he wanted to see how Grandma's Nemesis team plan was going. And then there's Clark, who also plans to bring him from Earth to Apocalypse. Then they were sent to the battlefield. He didn't lack manpower before. So Clark was handed over to the kind grandmother, to help her keep order and also to be her assistant in training the Nemesis team. Right now, he's temporarily short-staffed. But he didn't want to take action himself. After all, those civilizations weren't particularly powerful, and they didn't have any outstanding figures to speak of. His personal involvement lowered his status somewhat. So he planned to take Clark back and use him to eliminate his enemies. To win the war for him and completely conquer those civilizations. At the same time, let's also find out about the training progress of the Nemesis team. I originally thought that the kind grandmother would bring me good news. But the kind grandmother's opening remarks brought Darkseid a big surprise. His face immediately darkened. The kind grandmother contacted Darkseid using Apocalypse's ultra-long-distance video communication technology. Steppenwolf used this tactic before in the Justice League. It is a means of communication that enables ultra-long-distance communication. It is highly technical. Even advanced civilizations do not possess such technology. Because the universe is so vast, the distance between transmitting a signal from one celestial body to another is simply beyond the capabilities of ordinary civilizations. Apocalypse represents the highest level of technology in the DC universe. That's why we have this technology. Through a mirror-like screen, the kind grandmother could clearly see Darkseid's face turn ugly at a visible speed. 757. You mean, someone helped that Kryptonian escape the control of the anti-life equation? Yes, Great Dark Lord, your loyal servant would never dare to lie to you in the slightest. Do you know who did it? I don't know yet. The kind grandmother said with a somewhat unpleasant expression. Because she knew that if she said those words, Darkseid would consider it an act of incompetence. Incompetence means having no value to Darkseid and will be discarded by him. She did not want her fate to be abandoned by Darkseid. But it really isn't her fault. Earth is not Apocalypse, and she didn't bring many of her hounds to Earth. After all, Darkseid had specially arranged a helper for her here, the corrupted Superman. But who knew that the corrupted Superman would return to normal? The best arms are gone. She can't use the rebels' eyes and ears right now. Naturally, they would know nothing. She knew how powerful the Kryptonians were. Superman was definitely the most powerful Kryptonian she had ever seen. In terms of power, he is almost on par with Darkseid, the Dark Lord. This is something other Kryptonians cannot do. So, after learning that Clark had regained his sanity, she fled immediately. They had absolutely no intention of retaliating. As for why Clark didn't chase after her, perhaps it was because he was busy treating Diana, which is why he didn't pursue her. It was only then that she had the time to contact Minister Shud, who was in the Tiankai house. It's fair to say that her current situation is not good. Upon hearing this, Darkseid simply stared at his kind grandmother. But the latter felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, and even breathing became difficult. The kind grandmother's expression didn't change much, but fear and dread filled her eyes. Darkseid could clearly see the changes in his kind grandmother's expression and knew what she was thinking. I will come to Earth myself. This time, I will turn Earth into a true hell, leaving no survivors, Darkseid's voice rang out. His tone was low, making it difficult to discern his true emotions, but it was clear from his words that he was genuinely angry. In fact, if the mother box hadn't been taken away by Desad, he would have used it to open the boom channel and landed on Earth. The Popix seal is similar to the Rainbow Bridge in the DC universe. Of course, the popping sound channel is more powerful than the Rainbow Bridge. The Rainbow Bridge only allows people to appear anywhere in the 9 realms. But the blast tunnel can reach anywhere in the universe. As long as you have the coordinates, the blast tunnel can deliver you on time. It is an ultra-long-distance transmission technology that is even more advanced than space bridge technology. It is also the pinnacle of Apocalypse's technological achievements. Without the mother box, even Darkseid couldn't have landed directly on Earth from Apocalypse. It's too far away. Moreover, Apocalypse is located in a relatively special alternate dimension. Without going through the blast tunnel, you can't even enter Apocalypse. Conversely, without the blast tunnel, you also cannot leave Apocalypse. Upon hearing this, the kind grandmother breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time felt both fearful and uneasy, because she didn't know what awaited her after Darkseid came to Earth. On Apocalypse, mission failure is always punishable. No matter how many merits you have made in the past, if you fail in your mission, punishment is inevitable. Darkseid's punishments were never ordinary punishments. Grandma wasn't actually that afraid of punishment. Whatever Darkseid's punishment may be, she felt confident that she could pull through. She was worried that her failure would cause Darkseid to lose trust in her. Once Darkseid loses trust in her, so what awaits her in the future is endless darkness. The title Living Hell of Apocalypse is more than just a title, because for most people, that place is a real hell. A big city, conference room in the rebel government building. At this moment, the entire conference room was full of people. There were over 100 people sitting alone. There were also hundreds of fully armed soldiers guarding the outermost perimeter. Everyone here is a high-ranking member of the rebel army. Seated in the center of the conference room was Martin, the president of the rebel military government. He was once the vice president of the federal government, but later he led his cronies to surrender to Darkseid. A new rebel government was established. Of course, rebel government is what the outside rebels call them. They themselves call themselves the new god government. It symbolizes a government that serves a new god and acts in accordance with that new god. This is an impromptu meeting, but no one spoke during the meeting. The entire conference room was very quiet. This impromptu meeting was convened because of one person. This person is Superman Clark Kent. The purpose of their meeting was to discuss how to deal with Superman Clark Kent. Because they have received news that Superman has returned to normal, there was no one who was not afraid of this god among men, especially the lethality and destructive power he displayed after turning to the dark side. Everyone who witnessed it was terrified, because that is a power that no human can possess. He truly deserves the title of a god among men. If the Apocalypse invasion hadn't happened, they naturally wouldn't be afraid of him, because Superman doesn't kill people. Even if you attack him vehemently in the media and insult him, he won't do anything to you. He never killed criminals. Instead, he sent them directly to prison. It's somewhat similar to Batman's no-kill policy, but that was before. Now, Superman's hands are already stained with blood. Once is never enough, there will be more. With Superman's hands already stained with blood, can he really afford not to kill? What's more, they betrayed Earth and became its saviors. Although Superman is an alien, his love for Earth far exceeds that of most Earthlings. Can a superhero like this really tolerate their past actions? Will the Justice League tolerate their past actions? This is why they are holding a meeting now, because the situation is very bad for them. They are in danger now. Therefore, they urgently convened this meeting. The purpose is to discuss how to deal with Superman and the Justice League, because the current situation is either the Justice League is destroyed, or they perish. But when the meeting actually started, no one spoke, because everyone clearly knows how powerful Superman is, and also knows how powerful the Justice League is. The non-human beings in the Justice League are simply beyond human capabilities to deal with. What's more, it seems that an even more terrifying force has emerged than the Justice League. With one kick, he sent Superman flying to Earth. That's Superman, a god among men. Do they really have the means to counter such an enemy? Sitting in the head seat, due to the elevated position, one could easily see the movements of everyone below. Everyone lowered their heads and no one spoke. Martin tapped the hammer in front of him. This drew everyone's attention to him. It's meeting time now. I need you to come up with a solution, not for you to sit here and do nothing. Whatever the plan, we'll see if it works or not. You can speak up first. Seeing that the atmosphere was too somber, Hui Dun had no choice but to speak up. If you were to ask who the most anxious person here is, it would definitely be him. 13 after all, he was the leader. If Darkseid fails, he will definitely be the first to be held accountable. The road has completely turned dark. Therefore, he was the most anxious. As for the group below, although they were accomplices, they were not unforgivable. There is a real possibility that he could switch sides to the Justice League again. How about using wooden shells? We have quite a few of those. Even if one doesn't kill him, 10 or 100 will definitely kill him, someone suggested. Martin's face darkened. I don't know if the Mohai bombs can kill him, but if we really drop 100 Mohai bombs at once, we will definitely be the first to die. Besides, Superman isn't made of wood. He won't stand still and wait for you to blow him up, Martin said irritably. He felt that this person was there specifically to make fun of him. Purely brainless. Upon hearing this, the man merely smiled sheepishly and sat down again. There was absolutely no awkwardness about it. He paid even less attention to the ridicule from those around him. After all, who knows if they were mocking him or Martin, who was sitting in the first seat. Does anyone else have any thoughts? Feel free to speak up. If we can't use the Mohai bullet, then we should ask for reinforcements. We can contact Apocalypse directly and ask them to send people over to hold off the U people. Mr. President, you should have a way to contact them, right? Upon hearing this, Martin's face, which had just recovered, darkened again. Damn it, if I could call for reinforcements, I wouldn't need your reminder. I already did it, but I can't get in touch with them at all. After the kind old lady was attacked by Superman, she disappeared without a trace. He can't get in touch with anyone. Where is he supposed to get help? Yes, they do, but we can't get in touch with them now. I think something must have happened on their end. Upon hearing this, some people in the crowd wore mocking expressions. Do they really not know what happened in the metropolis before? Although they are not physically present in the metropolis, they have been keeping an eye on the situation there. Some people are indifferent, while others are concerned. However, this is a minority. Are there any other options? We'll confront the Justice League directly and tell them that we were forced to surrender back then, that we've been waiting for an opportunity, and that now that opportunity has come, we've turned against them. 30. He felt like someone was treating him like a fool. Boom! Just then, a loud bang came from outside. What followed was intense gunfire. Martin immediately realized, could it be that the Justice League has attacked? He immediately shouted to the soldiers not far away, go check what's going on outside, see if the Justice League is attacking. He had barely finished speaking. The next second, the conference room door was broken open from the outside. A burly man with long black hair, wearing fish-scale armor and carrying a harpoon, burst in from outside, dragging a soldier with him. Upon seeing him, everyone present changed their expressions. Everyone present recognized the burly man who had stormed in. After all, this was a member of the Justice League, and also the first Justice League member to die in battle. But now, he is standing alive and well in front of everyone. How could this not shock them? When the soldiers in the conference room saw Aquaman rush in, they immediately picked up their weapons and aimed them at him. The next second, bullets rained down on Aquaman. But Aquaman didn't care at all. Although he doesn't have a body of steel like Superman. However, his physical strength was also 20 to 30 times greater than that of an ordinary Atlantean. The bullets hit him, but they couldn't penetrate his defenses at all. Moreover, he is currently wearing a superfish scale armor made by Atlantis technology. Even if he were hit head-on by heavy artillery, he would not be injured. There's no need to specifically dodge bullets. Before Arthur could make a move, the next second, Diana, wielding the sword of Vulcan, rushed in. With a burst of super speed, he launched a direct attack on hundreds of rebels who were attacking Arthur. The sharp sword of Vulcan slashed through, and even a superhuman like Steppenwolf with super defense couldn't stop it. These ordinary soldiers were naturally no match for them. As for not killing, this phrase didn't apply to Diana. Previously, these were all civil wars on Earth. Everyone was fighting each other, and since they were all Earthlings, it wasn't a big deal. But now these people have sided with Darkseid and become an enemy. Diana showed them no mercy whatsoever. By the time everyone realized what was happening, all the resisting soldiers in the conference room had died by Diana's sword. The smell of blood instantly filled the entire conference room. Soon, Bruce and Superman also appeared in the conference room. When you see Bruce in his bat suit, 047, Martin knew he was finished. It's too late to prepare anything now, because the Justice League has already launched their attack. Bruce's gaze quickly settled on Martin. Aquaman also noticed Bruce's gaze. Before he could speak, he leaped suddenly and landed directly in the crowd. He then reached out and grabbed Martin, throwing him in front of Bruce. No, don't kill me, I surrender, I surrender. She noticed the cold gaze beneath Bruce's mask. Martin immediately backed down, because he was afraid Bruce would kill him directly. Bruce wasn't surprised by Martin's disgraceful behavior, because if the guy wasn't afraid of death, he wouldn't have become a surrenderer. Don't worry, I won't kill you, but your crimes will mean you'll spend the rest of your life in prison. I hope you're satisfied with your future, Bruce said coldly, glancing at Martin's disgraceful state. Upon hearing this, Martin instinctively wanted to retort, but considering that speaking out would directly lead to losing face, he held back. After speaking, Bruce ignored Martin and walked directly to the head of the conference room. Although he looked down on most of the people in the conference room, and would be judging their crimes in the future. But now, Bruce still needs their help to stabilize the order on Earth. It will prevent bigger problems from arising. Because he knew very well that even a chaotic and unjust order was better than no order at all. And that's why he's here. Everyone watched Bruce walk to the position that symbolized the pinnacle of human rights. From this moment forward, the Justice League will take over everything here. Anyone object? Diana and Aquaman stood on either side of Bruce. At the main entrance of the conference room, D'Chao floated in midair, his red cape billowing behind him without any wind. The large S on her chest is bright and eye-catching. Seeing this, even if someone wanted to say something, they immediately shut up. I agree that the Justice League should take over everything here. No one objected. The first to respond were actually voices of approval. This is someone who considers himself intelligent. But Bruce just glanced at him and didn't say anything. The latter's face stiffened. Clark, we can begin cleaning up the parademons on Earth, Bruce called out to Clark at the gate. The latter nodded. He spun around in midair, then flew out of the conference room with a whooshing sound. Diana, Arthur, you two are in charge of Steppenwolf? Okay, of course. Diana smiled confidently. Her current strength is much greater than it was back then. She was very confident even when facing a stronger Steppenwolf. Moreover, they have a powerful ally stationed at the Justice League headquarters, whom they can call for help at any time. This time, Aquaman Arthur accompanied her. Dealing with Steppenwolves is no problem at all. We're fine. Arthur was resurrected by Su-hong. Although Arthur's combat strength is considered to be at the bottom among the Justice League's big men, but he is actually quite strong. It's just that it's relatively weaker compared to other giants. That's why he seems weak. In reality, Aquaman is quite powerful. Su-hong resurrected Arthur for two reasons. Firstly, Arthur could enhance their side's combat strength. Secondly, he wanted to prove to Clark and Bruce that he did indeed have the ability to resurrect people, so that they could go ahead and do what they wanted. Arthur lacked confidence in facing Steppenwolf alone. After all, I fought Steppenwolf before, and that guy wasn't very strong. He was no match for Steppenwolf when he was alone. But adding Diana makes all the difference. Although I hate to admit it, it is a fact that Diana was better than him. In addition, Su-hong, who is stationed at headquarters, can provide support at any time. He was also very confident. He was at least confident in eliminating Steppenwolf. At worst, I can just be a support, helping Diana clear out the minions and small fry. Diana was tasked with dealing with Steppenwolf. Diana and Aquaman then left as well. The two flew directly to the Amazon in Batman's Batplane to steal something. Because Steppenwolf is right here in Steppenwolf. After Darkseid invaded Earth, the Amazon was the first to be occupied by Darkseid. Most of the Amazonian warriors on the Amazon island also died in battle. Even Diana's mother was no exception. She died at the hands of Steppenwolf. Diana always wanted to find Steppenwolf and avenge her mother. However, Clark was previously controlled by Darkseid using the anti-life equation, so she couldn't get close to the Amazon island at all. They were discovered several times when they tried to go to the island. Clark then chased after them immediately. She narrowly escaped Clark's pursuit. But in the end, she was unable to escape and was captured by Clark. This is why she was so resentful when she first saw Clark. If I hadn't known that Clark had indeed been controlled by Darkseid before, she had no choice but to fight Clark the moment Su-hong fed her the senzu beans and she recovered, even if she might not be able to beat Clark. With the departure of Superman, Wonder Woman, and Aquaman, the tense atmosphere in the meeting room gradually eased. Some people even watched Superman, Wonder Woman, and Aquaman leave. Their ulterior motives resurfaced. However, when the green light ring on Bruce's hand emitted a green glow, filling the entire conference room, everyone who had ulterior motives immediately became obedient again. The green light ring was recognized by all the high-ranking and powerful figures present. Batman was already difficult to deal with, and now he's a superhuman. How are we supposed to handle him? Going against Batman, you'd probably get your brains knocked out. You can't be dishonest. Amazon Island. Located on the Atlantic Ocean. It is more than 500 kilometers away from the land. Even by plane, it would take quite a while to arrive. But Bruce's Batplane was very fast, and in just 10 minutes it covered more than 500 kilometers, bringing Diana and Aquaman to the top of the Amazon. The Amazon was originally an island shrouded in mist. Outsiders can hardly find this place. Even the Amazonian warriors living on the Amazon island, including Diana. Once you leave the Amazon island, it's virtually impossible to find your way back. Because this place is blessed by Zeus, the father of the gods, it will not appear before ordinary people. When someone approaches, a thick white mist rises around the island. Ships that had gotten lost near this place. Now, because the Amazon is occupied by Steppenwolves, the once beautiful environment here is no longer visible. All that could be seen were scorched yellow earth, animal carcasses, and trees burned to a crisp. Everything here seems to have been baptized by flames. There is no trace of life, all that can be seen is death. Of course, although there are no animals, there are many parademons on the Amazon. The Batfighters hadn't even reached Amazon Island when they were discovered by the parademons on the island. A large group of parademons then launched an attack on the Batfighters. However, fighter jets have autopilot and automatic attack capabilities. It can automatically dodge attacks from demons while simultaneously launching a counterattack. The dense attacks from the parademons were completely useless. On the contrary, the fighter jet's automatic attack function, after locking onto the parademon, was effective. They then began a large-scale massacre of the demons. Neither Wong Li nor Diana and Aquaman had a chance to make a move. Soon, the fighter jets entered the airspace of the Amazon island. Seeing the once beautiful Amazon island transformed into its current state, Diana was filled with rage. After all, this is her home. Anyone would be furious to see their home turned into such a horrific mess. Diana, we've entered the Amazon rainforest. We'll meet up at Steppenwolf's location. Okay, Diana replied. The next second, Aquaman roared and leaped out of the plane. He charged towards the parademon army below, wielding his trident. Diana followed closely behind. He then leaped out of the fighter jet. But Diana could fly. She ignored the parademons and flew directly towards where the Steppenwolf was. Using the capabilities of their fighter jets, they were able to pinpoint Steppenwolf's location from inside the aircraft. She knew Steppenwolf was now staying in the castle where she had grown up. Inside the castle, Steppenwolf was enjoying his lunch, served by several demonic servants. He was unaware of the situation outside. As a member of the Dark Elite and Darkseid's uncle, he was neither the highest ranking nor the strongest among the Dark Elite. But in terms of freedom, he has the highest degree of freedom. He was once exiled because he had betrayed Darkseid. However, he was later recalled by Darkseid because he helped Darkseid determine the anti-life equation on Earth. After he was killed by Superman, Darkseid resurrected him. but also because of the past betrayal and his previous death on Earth. He no longer held much sway with Darkseid. Putting him on Earth is equivalent to providing for his old age. This was something Steppenwolf didn't want to do. He felt he was still in his prime and the battlefield suited him better. Unfortunately, Darkseid didn't need him, and without the boomsound channel, he couldn't even return to Apocalypse. Not to mention going to other star systems and fighting against the civilizations of those star systems. With nothing to do, he simply gave up and started to slack off. At first, he actually wanted to find something to do, but when he went to the kind old lady, she completely ignored him. So he went all out. Every day on the island, all we did was eat, drink, and sleep. He doesn't care about anything and lives a completely muddled life. Boom! Classic superheroes have landed. Diana broke into the house. It landed inside the room. The sudden commotion startled Steppenwolf 823. When he saw Diana standing there, his eyes immediately lit up. Diana. Steppenwolf called out Diana's name. He certainly knew Diana. Steppenwolf, what you did to the Amazon is unforgivable. Today, I will cut off your head again. Last time, Steppenwolf was brutally beaten to death by Superman. But in the end, it was Diana who killed Steppenwolf. She used the sword of Vulcan to cut off the head of the Steppenwolf. The final blow was delivered, so Steppenwolf actually died at Diana's hands. We usually call this the K-head. Then you can give it a try. Steppenwolf completely ignored Diana's words. Do you really think that he, once resurrected, will still be the same person he was before? Even Diana couldn't beat him back then, let alone him now. Without Superman, he fears no one. Diana wanted to cut off his head, but that was wishful thinking. Diana stopped talking nonsense. He charged toward the Steppenwolf, wielding the Vulcan's sword. The Steppenwolf's large body also stood up directly. At the same time, he grabbed the electric axe, a weapon that was lying next to him. Last time, his weapon was destroyed by Superman. But Dad helped, repair his weapon, making it stronger and tougher than before. After gripping the electric axe, Steppenwolf instinctively made a splitting motion like splitting a mountain. The giant axe cleaved down directly in front of him. Because Diana had already rushed up to him. Boom! The electric axe and the sword of Vulcan collided. The forces carried by their respective weapons collided, unleashing a terrifying impact. The next second, Steppenwolf was also forced back several steps by the terrifying force. His backward movement only stopped when he had scraped 2 huge gullies into the ground. He looked up, his face no longer showing the composure he had before, but rather a look of shock. How is this possible? How could your strength be greater than mine? Steppenwolf looked on in disbelief, unable to believe that this was Diana's power. In that battle a few years ago, his strength was not as great as it is now, but at that time, he was completely superior to Diana in terms of strength. Only a few years have passed, and he has died once and been resurrected by Darkseid, which has greatly improved his overall strength. He was surprised to find himself outmatched by Diana in terms of strength, a fact that was difficult for him to accept. Diana gave a cold laugh. It's not you who's getting stronger. Having surpassed Steppenwolf in strength, Diana's confidence soared. He immediately became more confident about cutting off the Steppenwolf's head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Steppenwolf simply couldn't believe it. He felt that he hadn't used his full strength, which was why he couldn't match Diana's power. Unconvinced, he stood firm afterward. He charged at Diana with the electric axe in hand. This time, he will take the initiative. He couldn't believe that he was now stronger than Diana. He's stronger now than before, and his weapons are better too. There's no reason he can't beat Diana. Diana gave a cold laugh as the Steppenwolf charged at her. Holding a sword in his right hand, he pulled out the lasso of truth with his left and swung it at Steppenwolf. A golden lasso of mantras flew out. The target was Steppenwolf. The latter hadn't even had time to react. The right hand holding the electric axe had already been bandaged. Instantly, a forbidden power emanated from the lasso of truth. This rendered the Steppenwolf powerless. Diana pulled sharply. The Steppenwolf, which had been running, suddenly flew uncontrollably toward her. Diana followed the appointment. With a front flip, he slashed with the Vulcan sword in his hand. Pft! The sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh rang out. The Steppenwolf let out a miserable howl. It turns out that Diana used the sword of Vulcan to cut off his right hand. Bang! The sword of the fire god is imbued with divine power and is itself forged from divine metal, making it incomparably sharp. It easily broke through Steppenwolf's super defense. Steppenwolf slammed his right arm, which was gripping the electric axe, into the ground with a dull thud. The Steppenwolf followed suit and crashed to the ground. Looking at his right arm not far away, Steppenwolf's face showed both pain and disbelief. How is this possible? How could you become so strong? Even at this moment, Steppenwolf was not unwilling to accept the fact that Diana had become so strong. Diana gave a cold laugh. Go to hell with your doubts. This time, no one can resurrect you, because Darkseid will soon be coming to hell to find you. After saying that, Diana placed one foot on Steppenwolf's back, restricting his movements. Steppenwolf seemed to understand what Diana was going to do. The body wanted to struggle. Wow, Diana didn't listen to Steppenwolf at all. The sword of Vulcan drew a beautiful arc in midair. Then it aimed precisely at Steppenwolf's neck. A huge head was immediately severed. Steppenwolf's words abruptly ceased. This is what you deserve. Diana said coldly, looking at the dead, unseeing head of the Steppenwolf a few meters away. Just as Diana was dealing with Steppenwolf, Aquaman also appeared. He has already dealt with the Parademon army outside. They're here to help Diana. As soon as he arrived, he saw Steppenwolf's head. This surprised him. Is Diana that powerful now? She took down Steppenwolf all by herself, and so quickly at that. He was outside just now, and he didn't waste too much time. He was also worried that Diana alone was no match for Steppenwolf. Therefore, when clearing out parademons, they went all out and held nothing back, aiming to eliminate all parademons as quickly as possible. Unexpectedly, Diana was even more helpful than him. He had just arrived when everyone had already killed Steppenwolf. Apocalypse. Darkseid sits on the throne. Below him was a massive, dark army of parademons, armed with all sorts of high-tech weapons. To his left was a middle-aged man dressed in a long black robe, which almost completely enveloped his body. He is Desad, a genius scientist from Apocalypse, and also an extreme mad scientist. He was Darkseid's most important assistant, because many of Apocalypse's advanced technologies originated from his inhabitants. Desad played a significant role in the development of the Mother Box, and the parademons were also Desad's creations. He always manages to develop powerful weapons and equipment to strengthen Darkseid's parademon army and his minions. At the same time, he was also one of the earliest followers of Darkseid. In the comics, Desad is often killed countless times by Darkseid using Omega rays, also known as the Omega effect, for disobeying Darkseid's orders. But Desad is too important to Darkseid. So every time he is killed by Darkseid, he is resurrected by Darkseid and he is told, this is the last time. This demonstrates his importance to Darkseid. To his right was a man in his 30s dressed in green armor. His armor was entirely green, and his headgear had 2 horns, which were devices for releasing power. He was tall, almost as big as the 2.67 meter tall caste. Those strong arms clearly demonstrate what it means to have arms strong enough to run a horse. He is Mantis, Darkseid's strongest fighter, bar none. If Desad is an indispensable fighting force under Darkseid, then, therefore, the Mantis is Darkseid's indispensable and strongest fighting force. In the comics, Mantis has challenged Darkseid multiple times, attempting to seize his throne as the Dark King. Unfortunately, he failed every time. Below the Mantis was an ugly man with long black hair, a similar build, and a face as wide as a lion's. He was Kalibak, Darkseid's eldest son, but Darkseid did not like him. His strength ranks second among the Dark Elite, only weaker than Mantis, and his strength is comparable to Superman's. Below Desad, there is a blue-haired man and woman. Compared to Darkseid and his fellow Protoss, who are often 2 meters and 67 meters tall, the blue-haired couple had a much more normal build. The man is about 1.8 meters tall, and the woman is a little shorter, about 1.75 meters tall. They were dressed in silver armor. The man is handsome, and the woman is beautiful. It has a distinctly different style from the ones here. The man's name is Glory Godfrey, and he is a member of the Dark Elite. His ability is mind control. He possesses powerful mental abilities that allow him to manipulate the emotions and bodies of others. The woman's name is Grace the Wonder Woman, Godfrey's sister. She has the same abilities as Godfrey, possessing powerful mental abilities that allow her to manipulate the emotions and bodies of others. In the comics, Grace once tried to brainwash Superman, but it didn't work. 5 Dark Elites have appeared here. Let's not talk about Desad. His own abilities were quite average, but his inventions were remarkable. This also gives him formidable combat power. But Darkseid never lets him fight. For Darkseid, Desad's identity is more that of a strategist than a warrior. The Mantis and Kalibak, the top 2 fighters among the Dark Elite, are here. This clearly shows that Darkseid was truly enraged this time. The anti-life equation he had been searching for so long was the key to his conquest of the multiverse. Because he knew very well that in other universes, there existed a counterpart to him in another universe. In terms of strength, he is no less powerful than the one in the universe. The emergence of the anti-life equation is its advantage. It was also the key to his defeating Darkseid from other universes. But now there is someone who can disable the anti-life equation. In any case, he could not allow the other party to continue to exist. Killing the other person was his only option. So he abandoned the wars abroad and summoned his eldest son, who was fighting outside and whom he disliked. I'm ready to go to Earth with him. This time, he wanted absolute certainty. This time, I will turn hell into a true hell. After arriving on Earth, I will have the Parademon army launch an indiscriminate attack on the planet. I don't want to see a single living person on Earth, Desad. Darkseid glanced at the army below and then spoke to Desad on his left. This time, Desad is in charge of commanding the Parademon army. Therefore, the task of cleaning up the Earth was naturally entrusted to him. Don't worry, I won't go against your wishes this time, Desad said. He was a smart man and knew that Darkseid was really angry this time. It's a pity that all life on a planet has to be killed. But he knew he must not disobey Darkseid's orders this time. Otherwise, even if it were him, Darkseid probably wouldn't let him off so easily this time. Hearing Desad's assurance, he knew that Desad wouldn't cause any trouble for him this time. Darkseid nodded in satisfaction. Then activate the sonic boom channel and descend upon Earth. At the same time, the former Federal Palace is now the meeting hall of the Justice League headquarters. Su-Hong, Bruce Wayne in his bat armor, Superman Clark, Wonder Woman Diana, the Flash Barry Allen, Aquaman Arthur, and the character Su-Hong just found. They were resurrected using the Allspark, and the now even stronger cyborgs gathered together. The Martian hunter still couldn't find where the person was. Even Su-Hong couldn't find it. His powerful telepathic abilities made it impossible for him to sense the presence of Martian Manhunter. If he is within the solar system, only macroscopic beings can sense his presence. However, Su-Hong could not sense that the other person was no longer in the solar system, or even that he might no longer exist in this universe. In fact, if Su-Hong really wanted to know where the Martian hunter had gone, he could have found a way through the system. But Su-Hong didn't care at all where the Martian hunter went. Because the Justice League already has him, whether there's one more Martian Manhunter or one less Martian Manhunter, it makes no difference at all. As for Green Lantern Hal Jordan, Su-Hong also couldn't sense his presence in the solar system, so I couldn't be bothered to recall him. A few minutes ago, Superman spent half an hour wiping out all the parademons on Earth, and the Apocalypse's servant legion left on Earth, people from various civilizations and races captured by Apocalypse, similar to servant mercenaries. In terms of efficiency, it certainly can't compare to Superman in comics. The Hunter version of Superman cannot reach the speed of light, so his efficiency is not as good as the Superman in the comics who can fly at the speed of light. But wiping out all Apocalypse forces on Earth in half an hour is quite efficient. At least among those present, besides Su-Hong, De Chao was the only one capable of becoming a big shot. Although Barry is fast, his use of the Speed Force is still too poor, and his lethality is very limited. I want to wipe out all the parademons on Earth in half an hour. He can't afford to lose money right now. Comments. Previous in the conference room. Su-Hong sat at the edge of the conference room. Wearing headphones, he sat there quietly listening to music. Meanwhile, Bruce and Superman are discussing the reconstruction of Earth with the rebel government and the rebel government officials who have once again surrendered to the Justice League. Yes, besides the members of the Justice League, there were others in the meeting room. There were also many ordinary people and government officials present. Among these people, some were high-ranking officials before Darkseid's invasion, while others only became officials after Darkseid's invasion. Bruce summoned them here for a meeting. The purpose was to divide the work for the subsequent reconstruction of Earth. Although the reconstruction has not officially begun yet, it will only officially begin after they have completely defeated Darkseid, and Su-Hong has resurrected those who died in the year due to Darkseid's invasion. But plans can be made in advance. Don't wait until the last minute to start planning. 140. That would be far too inefficient. The Justice League has taken over the government's power. But Bruce and his team weren't government employees. They could control the main direction of things, while the rest of the work had to be left to others. This is also why Bruce chose to keep high-ranking officials of the rebel government. They will be needed for the subsequent reconstruction of the Earth. Bruce will judge them when someone can replace them. Bruce was naturally very unhappy with these people and wanted to send them straight to prison. But sometimes, you have to consider the bigger picture and make some concessions. I'm listening to music right now. Su-Hong suddenly felt a fragrant breeze, followed by a shadow enveloping him. Su-Hong looked up and saw Diana, looking slightly cool, standing in front of him. Su-Hong looked up. Diana gave Su-Hong a beautiful smile. He then sat down directly next to Su-Hong. Su-Hong took off his headphones. Smiling, she asked, "Diana, is there anything I can help you with? Although I knew before that you came from another world, I didn't know what that world was like, so I was a little curious." "My world. Peace and tranquility, ordinary people living and working in peace and contentment, no one dying of hunger, and hardly any homeless people on the streets. That's my world." Su-Hong thought of his world. Or perhaps it refers to one's own country. "That really is an enviable world," Diana said, pausing for a moment before remarking. "No one would dislike a world like this." Diana was no exception. If she could, she wouldn't want to be Wonder Woman. Living a peaceful and stable life is actually quite good. Unfortunately, the world needs her, preventing her from living a peaceful life. "When you first met me, you called me by my name so easily, as if we had known each other for a long time. So, are you friends with me from another world?" Diana asked the question that had been bothering her. "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" "That's the truth, of course. Actually, I don't know you from another world." Diana was taken aback. "If you don't know me, then why do you talk to me as if we've known each other for a long time? In my country, there's a phrase you've probably heard, love at first sight. What is that lie? Actually, we've known each other for a long time, but it's only me who knows you, while you don't know me," Su-Hong said with a smile. "It may sound like a lie, but it's also the truth." "Okay." Diana nodded. "Then why did you come to our world?" "It was somewhat of an accident. I didn't expect to end up in your world. The teleportation skill is random. Unless it's a world where Su-Hong has world coordinates, he can only teleport to a specific location. For example, he can teleport to any world he has visited. The worlds he hasn't been to are all random. He had no idea what kind of new world he was going to. "Then we should really be glad you came into our world," Diana said with a smile. Without Su-Hong's arrival, the situation on Earth would definitely not be what it is today. Su-Hong smiled but didn't say anything. But at that moment, he suddenly sensed a fluctuation in space. He was very familiar with this kind of fluctuation. In the Transformers universe, he used space bridge technology to drop countless Transformers into various small star systems in the Milky Way, so that they could help him mine gold. There are quite a few space bridges and wormholes that have been opened. Therefore, he was very familiar with the fluctuations in space. This familiar fluctuation only occurs when space is unstable. The appearance of spatial wormholes would lead to spatial instability. The telepathic ability materialized instantly, and Su-hong suddenly gained a godlike perspective, viewing the situation on Earth. 0126060113 Philo 14401040. From his perspective, one spatial passage after another appeared in his sight. The blast tunnel? Darkseid arrived pretty quickly. Although Su-hong was fishing for Darkseid fish, he did not expect Darkseid to arrive so quickly. Only one day has passed. Darkseid actually showed up. It seems that his exposure to the anti-life equation within Superman has had a significant impact on him. That's why they arrived so quickly. Su-hong wasn't stupid either. It immediately made me realize why Darkseid came to Earth so quickly. It must be because he came into contact with the anti-life equation on Superman that he was in such a hurry to come to Earth. After all, he had traveled to various galaxies in order to find the anti-life equation. Countless civilizations have been destroyed. On their previous visit to Earth, they not only failed to find the anti-life equation, but also had the mother box stolen. It was only a few years ago that he returned to Earth and successfully found the anti-life equation. The importance attached to it goes without saying. It can be said that the anti-life equation is the key factor in his conquest of the multiverse. Now someone has been able to break the control of the anti-life equation. It's no wonder he's anxious. What's wrong? Diana, who was sitting to the side and had been staring at Su-hong, noticed the change in Su-hong's expression. Bruce and his group, on the other hand, were completely unaware and continued discussing Earth's reconstruction plan. Darkseid has arrived. There are quite a few people here this time. Your mission 4.8 won't be easy. Tell Bruce to go all out. Even if Earth is destroyed in the end, I can help you repair it. Don't worry about how many people die. I will resurrect all the dead after the war. As for Darkseid, leave that to me. This time, Darkseid has really gone all out. Not only did he come in person, but he also brought Mantis and Kala back, the top two strongest members of the Dark Elite. As for the Mantis, its strength is only slightly weaker than Darkseid's, not much different. This is the source of its confidence to repeatedly provoke Darkseid and challenge his status. Even Darkseid couldn't kill him. Clark might not be a match for him now. Caleback is also a powerful figure who can go toe-to-toe with Superman and make Superman struggle for a long time. However, none of these three will have the possibility of facing Clark, because Su-hong was going to take them all away in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, sonic booms appeared in the skies all over the world. Countless people who witnessed this scene were reminded of the Darkseid invasion of Earth a year ago. Terror reappeared on their faces. No sooner had Superman finished clearing out the parademons on Earth than Apocalypse revenge came. Some people even started complaining about why Superman and the others rebelled. Must we allow disaster to befall them again? The new Justice League headquarters lobby meeting room. Bruce was speaking. Diana suddenly walked into the middle of them. Diana, is something the matter? Bruce asked, startled. Everyone was looking at Diana. Diana pointed to the spot where Su-hong had just been sitting, and everyone looked over. It was discovered that Su-hong was no longer alive. Where is Su-ran? Bruce asked, puzzled. Darkseid is here. Su has already taken action. He asked me to tell you that Darkseid has brought even more people this time, so we don't need to hold back and can fight freely. Even if the Earth is destroyed and many people die, he will recover after the war. Upon hearing this, all the former high-ranking government officials in the conference room panicked. No one expected the retaliation from Apocalypse to come so quickly. Interstellar warfare is not something ordinary people like them can participate in. They didn't even have the right to watch. Because if you get any closer, the person will be gone. Okay, I understand. Clark, you're in charge of taking the initiative from now on. The rest of us will prepare to fight. Even with Sue's guarantee, we must minimize the damage to the Earth and reduce the number of deaths. As Bruce finished speaking, Clark was the first to rush out. The second one is Barry. He's fast enough that if he really ran at full speed, even Clark might not be able to catch him. However, his mission was not to kill the enemy, but to save people. Use the speed advantage to move ordinary people to places that are temporarily safe enough. This would prevent them from being affected by the battlefield. Reduce casualties. The third one to rush out was Steelbone. He is a robot, he can fly and is fast enough to guarantee air superiority. Then Aquaman, Diana, and Bruce left together. In past wars like this, Bruce was usually responsible for roaming and raiding, while Superman or Diana would handle the smaller bosses and the big bosses. But today, he doesn't plan to roam and jungle. Because Batman has been redesigned, he is now a warrior, more suited to charging into battle and controlling the overall situation head-on. At the same time, countless parademons surged forth from the sonic boom tunnels around the world. Various warships, spaceships, and small airships also flew out from the sonic boom channel. Among countless spaceships, a massive black spaceship emerged. It then landed on the ground. As the spacecraft's hatch opened, Darkseid was the first to step out of the spaceship. Behind him followed a group of Dark Elites. No need for Darkseid's nonsense. As soon as they disembarked from the spaceship, Godfrey and Grace left on their own. What the siblings loved to do most was to control someone, then manipulate and torture them at will, and find pleasure in doing so. On Apocalypse, it's hard to find someone who is relatively mentally sound. The two siblings had just left. The next second, a golden magic door appeared out of thin air. As a cosmic-level powerhouse, Darkseid recognized the magic gate before him at a glance. It was a form of magic. But he didn't care, because any magic is ineffective against his Omega Rays. When he first came to Earth, he had not yet mastered the Omega Rays, and he was still very young at the time, if we consider the growth age of the new gods. At that time, he was at most equivalent to a 7 or 8-year-old child. In other words, when he came to Earth before, he was still a child. His strength has not yet reached its peak, and he has not yet mastered the Omega Ray. Now, he has reached adulthood as a member of the new god race, possessing immense power and mastering the Omega Rays and the anti-life equation. Even without the anti-life equation, it would be easy for him to defeat Superman. In terms of strength, Superman is still quite far behind him, and in the entire universe, the only ones he could be wary of were the Kryptonians. But the Kryptonians are long gone. They may still exist in the universe, but even among the Kryptonians, there are differences in strength. Just like how, despite both being members of the new god race, his uncle, Steppenwolf, was vastly different in strength from him. 0126060113 Philo 144020060. The same applies to Kryptonians. The only ones he fears are the top-tier Kryptonians. Superman is one. But Superman is very young now and it's impossible for him to have the power to match him. Aside from Superman, there are very few powerful individuals in the entire universe who can catch his eye. Su-Hong walked out of the magic door. After locating Darkseid and his group, he just used the magic portal to get there. Judging from their size and imposing presence, Su-Hong was completely outmatched. Although his height of 1.9 meters is not short, how can he compare to Dick Hexayang's height of 2.67 meters? Moreover, on Darkseid's side, at a glance, everyone was a villain, not a single one of them looked like a good person. In terms of momentum, Su-Hong was at a disadvantage. Who are you? Darkseid asked. He was surprised that anyone would dare to appear in front of him after what happened a year ago. Didn't you come here specifically for me? Even without using his telepathic abilities, Su-Hong could guess the purpose of Doc Xiong's personal visit to Earth. Upon hearing this, Darkseid immediately understood that it was Su-Hong who had released him from De Chao's control. Darkseid remained silent. The next second, a beam of red light suddenly shot out from Darkseid's body. The target is Su-087 Hong. It was very fast, landing on Su-Hong almost instantly. That is the power of the anti-life equation. The anti-life equation is said to be similar to a mathematical formula, but it is actually a special kind of life. Rather than Darkseid taking control of it. Rather, it's more accurate to say that it recognized Darkseid and thus allowed Darkseid to use its power. The anti-life equation can be used to control people. Similarly, it can be used to destroy a person. A psychological attack can allow the anti-life equation to erase a person at will. Its power is among the strongest even in the multiverse. It's somewhat similar to the 6 Infinity Stones collected in the Marvel Universe. Almost omnipotent. In the DC Universe, the anti-life equation is the power of the Anti-Monitor, one of the 3 Monitor brothers. The mission of the Anti-Monitors is to use the power of the anti-life equation to guard the boundaries of the multiverse and prevent life from outside the multiverse from invading. For example, beings like Su-Hong who came from worlds outside the DC Universe to the DC Multiverse. This demonstrates the immense power of this force. It is a power that can be effective against beings of any cosmic scale. This is why Darkseid was determined to find it. This is precisely why Darkseid couldn't sit still and came to Earth immediately after learning that someone on Earth had cracked the anti-life equation. Su-Hong had anticipated that Darkseid would use the anti-life equation immediately upon meeting him, so he had made preparations in advance. Although he possesses the same limit breaker as the bald-cloaked monster, the anti-life equation should have no effect on him. But he still made another contingency plan. The heart of the Great Luo. De Luo refers to the De Luo Golden Immortal. The Great Golden Immortal, once proven, is eternally proven. They transcend the river of time and are no longer bound by the 5 elements. Neither the past nor the future can affect them, nor can they be applied to reality, the present. The heart of the Great Luo is what gave Su-Hong the heart of a Great Luo Golden Immortal. Of course, this does not mean that Su-Hong directly became a Great Immortal. In fact, the only effect that the Great Luo heart had on Su-Hong was, that is immunity to all control and harm to the soul and spirit. His abilities are exaggerated, even outrageous. And the price is not cheap either. They directly ask Su-Hong for $30 trillion US. It's expensive, but it's great value for money. After all, a complete Great Luo Golden Immortal Deo fruit costs a full $320,000 US. After Zhao comes Jing, and after Jing comes Gai. 1 Jing is equal to 10,000 Zhao, while 1 Gai is equal to 10,000 Jing. Compared to the Deo fruit of a Great Luo Golden Immortal, Su-Hong didn't think it was expensive to buy a Great Luo heart for 30 trillion. Moreover, the power of the Great Luo heart is also very impressive. This means that from now on, any mental or spiritual attack or control will be ineffective against him. At the same time, the Heavenly Net Heart also brings many hidden benefits. For example, mental strength grows faster, and physical constitution changes accordingly, from a human body to the body of an immortal, although the strength won't increase much. But this is an improvement on a biological level, something that an ordinary person could never achieve in a lifetime. It's like how it's almost impossible for a person to transform into a god. With the heart of a great immortal, Su Hong had no worries about being controlled by the anti-life equation. Sure enough, after the power of the anti-life equation entered Su Hong's body, Su Hong was completely unaffected. Instead, Su Hong's unique physique allowed him to directly absorb the power of the anti-life equation. Su Hongneng clearly felt that his soul and spirit had been greatly enhanced. You should know that he is now incredibly powerful, both in spirit and soul, a power that is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even so, after absorbing the anti-life equation, his soul and spirit were greatly enhanced. Therefore, it is clear that the anti-life equation is a qualified weapon to protect the DC multiverse. If it were someone else, they might not be able to stop it if they were hit. Meanwhile, Su Hong absorbed the power of the anti-life equation. The anti-life equation master power existing within Darkseid also immediately informed Darkseid that its power had been absorbed by Su Hong. This confirmed Su Hong's identity for Darkseid, but also shocked him. It's one thing that the anti-life equation doesn't work for him. He even absorbed the energy from the anti-life equation. What exactly is this guy? Do you know the significance of the anti-life equation? Su Hong suddenly asked. Darkseid raised an eyebrow. You know, he truly did not know the significance of the anti-life equation. But he knew that the anti-life equation was a powerful force. Even in the multiverse, it was the most powerful force. This was told to him by a guy called the Anti-Surveillance Man. And that guy is a multiverse-level powerhouse. Its purpose is to deal with powerful beings from outside the multiverse, and I am that powerful being from outside the multiverse. Su Hong's words shocked Darkseid. Darkseid knew of the existence of the multiverse, but that was all he knew. He doesn't know many secrets now. Little did anyone know, his father, Yuga Khan, who could make him turn tail and run the moment they met, was now trapped on the origin wall at the edge of the DC universe. If Yuga Khan were still on Apocalypse, Darkseid would never have dared to claim the title of king, even if he is confident that his strength can conquer the vast universe. But he had no confidence whatsoever when facing his own father, Yuga Khan, because their strengths are on completely different levels. So what if you come from beyond the multiverse? Today, you will still perish here. Even though she was deeply shocked by Su Hong's words, she refused to lose face. But Darkseid won't give up easily. So what if he comes from outside the multiverse? His trump card has never been just the anti-life equation. Since the anti-life equation is ineffective for Su Hong, then he would use other means to deal with Su Hong. No, in the end, you will be the ones who fall. As he spoke, Su Honggren also moved. He was so fast that neither Darkseid, Mantis, nor Kalibak could react in time. The next second, the three of them were sent flying by Su Hong's 3 punches. Because of its immense power, the resulting gale force completely opened up the sonic boom channel. The clouds in the sky were torn open, leaving a huge gap. It can be clearly seen from outside the earth. After blasting the 3 of them away, Su Hong suddenly exerted force with both feet. This was accompanied by the subsidence of the ground. Su Hong, like an arrow released from a bow, gave chase. In an instant, it disappeared from everyone's sight. Looking at the sonic boom channel that was destroyed by Su Hong's punch, and the spaceships and airships that crashed because their balance systems were out of control due to the force of the punch, even Dasad was shocked at this moment. He had only ever witnessed such power in one person. That person was Darkseid's father, the previous king of Apocalypse, Yuga Khan. An existence that Darkseid would not even be tempted to fight upon seeing, and would turn tail and run away. Outside the universe, the Mantis had recovered from Su Hong's punch, but at this moment, his face was filled with nothing but shock. Because Su Hong's punch shattered his armor. You should know that his armor was made of extremely hard metal. Even Darkseid couldn't easily break it, let alone shatter it completely. Wang Zhaozhao. Now, Su Hong smashed it to pieces with a single punch. Of course, this was not what shocked him. What truly shocked him was that Su Hong had punched a mark into his chest. Although he was not injured, the fist mark on his chest shocked him even more. Because his ability is to ignore all physical attacks and absorb anyone's energy and magical attacks. I can't recall the mutant Shah, Mantis's abilities are arguably his ultimate version. Yet, this is the kind of person who can ignore all physical attacks. Now, Su Hong's power has actually breached its defenses. This is something even Darkseid couldn't do. If Darkseid could do that, he would have died long ago. After all, he had provoked Darkseid quite a bit and challenged his throne. Darkseid was not a man of great magnanimity. If he could be killed, he would have died many times over. Compared to the praying Mantis, Darkseid and Kalibak are in a much worse situation. Darkseid was punched by Su Hong and was seriously injured. I don't know how many of my ribs are broken. A gaping, bloody hole appeared directly in his chest, and his armor, like that of the Mantis, was completely shattered. It provided absolutely no protection. The last time he suffered such a serious injury was when he came to Earth at the age of 8 and was slashed by Ares, the god of war. This time, Su Hong's punch severely injured him. In fact, this time the injury was much more serious than the first one. The last time I suffered a superficial injury. This time, however, he suffered more than just a superficial injury. Moreover, because he is already an adult, his strength and defense are several levels stronger than before. Even so, he was still seriously injured by Su Hong's punch, which shows how powerful Su Hong was. Darkseid can withstand this injury. Red rays burst forth from his eyes, striking his own body, and Darkseid, who was originally severely injured, immediately recovered. Darkseid's regenerative abilities are not bad, but they are not so abnormal that he can recover from such injuries instantly. But it doesn't matter, he has Omega Rays, which can change the 717 form of matter. Darkseid can use it to kill people, or he can use it to resurrect people. Treating injuries is also one application of Omega Rays. Compared to Darkseid and Mantis, the most unfortunate one is Kalibak. He was the weakest of the three, which was one factor. The second factor is that he wasn't wearing armor, unlike Darkseid and Mantis, who both wore armor. Although the armor was completely useless against Su Hong's power, but at least it served as a buffer, helping them withstand some of Su Hong's power. Kalibak was shirtless, with nothing to cushion Su Hong's impact. In addition, it's unclear whether he was just unlucky. After it flew out, it crashed into several meteorites without warning. Even with his physical abilities, he crashed into the meteorite at such a terrifying speed. He also got to drink a good pot of wine. The injuries on his body also became more severe. Although he has the strength to go toe-to-toe with Superman, but he doesn't have the ability to heal his injuries simply by absorbing sunlight. So after being punched by Su Hong, of the three, he looked the most miserable. But the worst-case scenario is that he is the one who suffers the most. The praying mantis was almost unharmed. Darkseid recovered from his injury using Omega Rays. He's the one who looks the most miserable and is truly the most miserable. Before the three of them could fully recover their senses, Su Hong caught up with them at a speed exceeding the speed of light. They then forcibly locked onto the three individuals and removed them from the solar system. In this process, Darkseid and his men naturally couldn't just sit idly by. Darkseid fired Omega Rays directly at Su Hong. This is another major trump card of his. Faced with someone as powerful as Su Hong, he had no intention of hiding his trump cards. He was afraid that if he hit it, the crystal would explode. The Mantis and the Kalibak will not sit idly by either. The Mantis gathered its powerful energy and unleashed a barrage of attacks on Su Hong. The terrifying impact affected both Darkseid and Kalibak, but it was only affected to some extent. Kalibak then charged straight past Su Hong. Of the three, his strength was the greatest. Here, strength does not refer to combat prowess, but rather pure power. This man, who looks like a lion, possesses terrifying power. This is also the source of his confidence in proving his ability to stand up to the big man. Perhaps it was precisely because his strength was too great that his speed was not considered very fast. This is why he can only be ranked as the second strongest among the Dark Elite, because his speed is nowhere near that of the praying mantis. Although his strength was considerable, it had virtually no effect on the mantis, because mantises are immune to all physical attacks. BDDJ. Faced with the three's offensive, Su Hong remained unmoved, simply using his power to lock onto the three and lead them away from the solar system. As for their attack, Su Hongxiao swallowed it all. Superman's ability is to absorb all energy, and his ultimate ability is idealism. These two abilities are even more pronounced in Su Hong's case. He is more than 100 times stronger than Superman. The Mantis's energy attack was directly absorbed by Su Hong, turning into energy that nourished him and made him even stronger. His idealism made Su Hong's belief in invincibility truly invincible. Even without the Limit Breaker and the Great Luo Heart, the Darkseid Omega Rays were ineffective against him. As for the direct force clash with Kalibak, just kidding, is it possible for an ordinary person to move a mountain on their own? At this moment, Su Hong is the insurmountable mountain that Kalibak cannot shake. Suppressing three people at the same time was not difficult for Su Hong. Only at this moment did Darkseid and his companions truly understand just how terrifying a powerful being who could come to their world from outside the multiverse truly was. Even his father, Yuga Khan, whom he feared, might not be able to defeat Su Hong in front of him. Even his father, Yuga Khan. It's impossible to directly confront Omega Rays and the anti-life equation without any consequences. But Su Hong did it. Under Su Hong's terrifying speed, the four quickly left the solar system. The solar system is not small, but at Su Hong's terrifying speed, it doesn't seem that big. Boom boom boom. After leaving the solar system, Su Hong directly smashed a huge, yellowish-brown planet into Darkseid. The three of them landed on the tan-colored weekday. It was like three falling meteorites. It directly created three huge craters on the planet. However, the three of them quickly climbed out of the pit. But at this moment, both the Mantis and Darkseid looked disheveled. The armor on both of them had completely disintegrated. Darkseid's mouth still had blood on it that he hadn't had time to wipe away. As for Kalibak, he is still the most miserable of the three. His body was covered in wounds, and blood was flowing all over him. The injuries look quite frightening, but his vitality is equally astonishing. Although the injuries were horrific, they were not enough to kill him. But at that moment, all three felt a sinking feeling in their hearts, because Su Hong is simply too powerful. But their pride as strong individuals prevented them from running away even though they knew Su Hong was very strong. If they run away before they've even fought, they'll look down on themselves. So, conquering the multiverse like that is a complete joke. Does this mean that if they encounter a terrifying figure like Su Hong again, they'll just run away? What's the point of conquering the multiverse then? Might as well just sleep on Apocalypse. Seeing that the three showed no sign of backing down, Su-hong still held a slight appreciation for the three of them, because most people would choose to retreat or run away if they knew they were no match for the enemy. Those who choose to continue with a head-on confrontation are very few. Just like Li Yunlong said in Bright Sword, even when facing an enemy several times stronger than yourself, you must bravely draw your sword. When paths cross, the brave will win. This is the spirit of Bright Sword. Of course, Chu Hong felt that this was because the three of them had not fully understood his strength. After all, what he had just done was merely a warm-up, the real show was about to begin. He had been looking forward to having punching bags like Darkseid and his ilk for quite some time. This time, he's going to have a good time. For some reason, feeling Su-hong's gaze, Darkseid and the other two suddenly had a bad feeling. On Earth, while Su-hong was brutally beating up Darkseid and his two companions, Superman and Bruce didn't stop either. The main fighting force of the Justice League is Superman. He is also currently the strongest fighter in the Justice League. Green Lantern and Batman are not weak either, but his strength lies more in one-on-one fights. This allows Bruce to prepare, making it easier for him to defeat Superman. But to make him like Superman, going around the world to kill parademons, he can't do that, because he doesn't have an AoE skill like the Super Heat Ray. Minion like the parademons are utterly defenseless against the heat rays. The so-called numerical advantage is useless under heat rays. Superman is primarily responsible for cleaning up parademon. The others were mainly responsible for dealing with the powerful beings from Apocalypse. The powerful beings Darkseid brought this time were certainly not limited to dark elites. There were also some capable servants. These servants, though not as powerful as the likes of Dachao, were not as strong, but in front of ordinary people, they are the type that are invincible. Such an existence naturally requires the Justice League to resolve it. This task was mainly Diana's responsibility. Meanwhile, Diane was also searching for her kind grandmother. I was tormented by my kind grandmother for several months. Diana harbored a great deal of hatred and resentment. But soon, the Justice League ran into trouble, because Godfrey and Grace the wonderful siblings intervened. The two possessed terrifying mental strength. It can almost cover the entire Earth. This time, their target wasn't Superman from the Justice League, but Barry the Flash. Barry is very fast. But no matter how fast he goes, he is still within Earth's orbit. The spirits of Godfrey and his sister are like a spider web, enveloping the entire Earth. Barry ran too fast, he was running inside a spider web. So the two quickly located Barry's position. Then, they got him under control. The Speed Force is actually very powerful, but Barry's use of it is too superficial. When the Godfrey siblings take control of Barry and fight back against the Justice League, his formidable strength was immediately apparent. Barry's extreme speed allowed him to easily overwhelm Aquaman and Cyborg. Even Diana was held back by Barry. Barry was taken into custody. This also forced one of Superman or Batman to take time out of their lives to deal with the Godfrey siblings. Of course, in the end, it was Batman who came out to deal with the two. Because Superman's mission is more important, he needs to clear out the endless stream of parademons coming from Apocalypse. This is a task that only Superman can do in the entire Justice League. No one can replace him. Therefore, the task of dealing with the Godfrey siblings can only be left to Batman. Of course, after learning that the Godfrey siblings' ability was mind control, he did not appear in front of them immediately. He took some time to prepare. Because Batman never fights a battle he's not confident of winning. This is also why Batman's decisions are never wrong. On the other side, on an unknown, yellowish-brown planet, Darkseid and his two companions were used as punching bags for a full 10 minutes. The yellowish-brown planet beneath their feet was also on the verge of collapse at any moment. The planet's surface is covered with large, dark craters, either blasted out by energy bombardment or smashed by pure force. I don't even know how many sectors have been broken. Meanwhile, Darkseid and his two companions gradually realized the vast gap between themselves and Su-hong. This guy is not only strong and fast, but also has a defense that is even more terrifying than theirs. The Mantis thought it was already abnormal enough, as it could ignore all physical attacks and absorb all kinds of energy and magical attacks. Even Darkseid couldn't do anything about his constitution. He wanted to kill him but couldn't. But Su-hong's physique is even more extraordinary. If he punches them, they will feel uncomfortable for a long time, with the pain shooting straight to their brains. This makes their blood flow faster, causing their vital energy to rush to their heads. Simply put, it's red temperature. And what about their attack on Su-hong? They just stood there and let them hit them. That terrifying speed was used from the very beginning, and they never used it again afterward. What is this? This is contempt for them, an insult to them. But even if you're angry, it's useless. Because their anger can only be impotent rage. Aside from anger, they couldn't do anything to harm Su-hong. A dignified new god, humiliated in this way, Darkseid's anger was understandable. But even he was helpless against Su-hong at this moment. Even if his father, Yuga Khan, came, he would probably be helpless. Because he had realized that Su-hong was just toying with them. In terms of strength, Su-hong far surpasses them. At this moment, all three of them were already considering retreating. There was no other way, they couldn't win a fight. Were they supposed to stay here and act like clowns, letting Su-hong humiliate them? They have their pride too, you know. Even the weakest of the three, Kalibak, would be a fearsome figure on Apocalypse, especially among the civilizations conquered by Apocalypse. The name alone is enough to terrify people, not to mention mantises. Darkseid, as the new God King of Apocalypse, is a name that strikes fear into the hearts of people even in the multiverse. He is a figure of immense importance, on a multiverse level. But now, in front of Su-Hong, they have all become clowns. If it weren't for my strong physical and mental qualities, the three of them had long been angered to death by Su-Hong. What exactly is your purpose? Darkseid asked, panting heavily. His battle with Su-Hong had exhausted a great deal of his energy. At this moment, even his powerful physique was starting to give way. It's nothing, I just wanted to play with you guys a little longer. But if you lose patience, I can speed things up a bit. For example, end the battle quickly. As soon as Su-Hong finished speaking, his aura suddenly changed. His black pupils suddenly turned green, and his originally black, ear-length hair stood up straight without any wind. Soon, his black hair turned golden. This was the Super Saiyan form that Su-Hong had purchased long ago but had never used. The 50-fold increase in power instantly gave Su-Hong an explosive boost to his strength. Although Su-Hong consistently dominated the three in the battle, however, the Omega Rays also caused Su-Hong considerable trouble. For example, it can repair the bodies of 3 people without limit. Even against Kalibak, Su-Hong couldn't normally kill him with a single punch. Kalibak was the weakest of the 3, but this is because it is compared to Darkseid and Mantis. If compared to Superman Clark, Kalibak's strength is not weaker than Superman's. His strength is at least at the cosmic level. Even for someone of this caliber, it would be difficult for Su-Hong to kill them with a single punch. Because beings at this level possess exceptionally strong life forms, they are difficult to kill easily. Even if a supernova explodes, they would be at the very center of the explosion, and the impact of that instantaneous blast would at most severely injure them. Kalibak's defense wasn't too bad either. In fact, compared to Superman, he was even stronger. It's just that it's somewhat inferior compared to the Mantis, which ignores all physical attacks, and Darkseid, the new God King of Apocalypse. Su-Hong's serious punch in his normal state might not necessarily kill him. As long as Su-Hong can't kill Kalibak with one punch, Darkseid can regenerate his body indefinitely. Let him continue fighting. Because Omega Rays can transcend timelines. Even if Darkseid's speed can't catch up with Su-Hong's, he could also make the Omega Ray appear the instant after Su-Hong throws a punch. In this situation, Su-Hong decided to get a little serious and reveal one of his trump cards. In addition, he had never activated his super powerful form before. This gave him the idea to give it a try, because he also wanted to know just how strong he would be after activating his Super Saiyan 1 form. Once the anger level reaches a certain threshold, Su-Hong easily entered Super Saiyan 1 form. A terrifying aura erupted from Su-Hong. This directly triggered a terrifying energy fluctuation, with visible energy ripples spreading outwards from Su-Hong. This scene left Darkseid and his 2 companions utterly shocked. They had all assumed that Su-Hong was serious, because in a sense, Su-Hong had completely overwhelmed them in terms of strength. If it weren't for Darkseid's Omega Rays, they would have died countless times over. But to their surprise, Su-Hong didn't reveal all of his true abilities. In other words, that guy had never been serious until just now. How could this not shock them? The higher the level of strength, the less likely the gap will widen. For powerful beings like Darkseid, innate talent is more important than acquired skills, because this means their potential is higher. Darkseid is so powerful because his father is a multiverse-level superpower, Yuga-Khan. Kalibak is so strong because his grandfather, Yuga-Khan, is a multiverse-level superpower, and his father, Darkseid, is also a multiverse-level powerhouse, in terms of status, not combat strength. Because of his bloodline, his talent was greater than others. This is also why he was able to become the second strongest Dark Elite. Moreover, his strength will only increase over time. The new gods are somewhat similar to the Asgardian Norse gods in Marvel. The older they get, the stronger their divine power becomes. When Thor first appeared, he was arguably the strongest of the 3, but the difference in strength between them wasn't significant. However, in the later stages, Thor had already fallen quite a distance from Tony Stark and Captain America. Because as they age, their divine power increases, and their combat strength also becomes stronger. The new Protoss also have similar characteristics. However, the extent of improvement also depends on talent. For those who become top-tier experts, talent is more important than external factors. In the DC universe, Green Lantern is considered quite powerful. A single green light squad is enough to protect a large galaxy, the size of the Milky Way. But this green light team, when faced with Kalibak, is simply outmatched. Because the higher you go, the more difficult it becomes to bridge the gap in strength. Even if Darkseid were afflicted with Omega Rays and possessed the anti-life equation, he wouldn't face his father, Yuga-Khan, right now. The reason is simple, even with his abilities, he couldn't defeat Yuga-Khan. This is why the 3 of them were shocked. The strength that Su-Hong had just displayed was enough to shock them. This wasn't even Su-Hong's full effort. They were just joking around with them before. At the same time, the 3 realized that the situation was serious and that Su-Hong was about to get serious. For the first time, Darkseid had the thought of backing down. At this moment, he had lost all will to fight. 0126060113 Philo 1440301770. Because battles where the outcome is clearly predictable are meaningless. Staying here is no longer just about being humiliated by Su Hong. Rather, they might actually perish at Su Hong's hands. Who knows if Su Hong has any special methods to target Omega Rays? Once the Omega Rays lose their effect in front of Su Hong, then they will truly have no choice but to wait for death in front of Su Hong. What Darkseid didn't know was that Su Hong had already foreseen his thoughts. The 50-fold increase from Super Saiyan 1 is an increase without any exaggeration. This increase is not only reflected in the enhancement of physical strength. There's also the ability to communicate telepathically or spiritually. Su Hong's telepathic abilities were already quite strong before. However, this is in the face of Darkseid's immunity to mind control and telepathic abilities. It doesn't have much effect, because Darkseid also possesses Omega Rays. Once he senses Su Hong's mental power, Omega Rays can be countered immediately. The Omega Ray is considered one of the more overpowered abilities in the DC universe. Simply put, Omega Rays can warp reality and do anything you want. Countering Su Hong's mental abilities is a simple matter for Darkseid, who possesses the Omega Ray. But things are different now, after the mental power is increased 50-fold. Even if Su Hong doesn't deliberately do anything, before any living being, the fluctuations of the heart are no longer obscured. Knowing that Darkseid was considering leaving, he prepared to teleport away directly using the Omega Ray. Su Hong also took direct action, not intending to give Darkseid any chance to retreat. But before Su Hong could make a move, then the accident happened. Omega Rays shot directly from Darkseid's eyes, aimed directly at Su Hong. Su Hong was stunned for a moment, but he didn't move. Instead, they stood still and waited for the Omega Rays to hit them. Su Hong wasn't the only one stunned. Darkseid was also stunned, but he quickly realized what had happened. His face showed both shock and anger. The reason is simple: Omega Rays abandoned him. Then a new host was chosen, and this new host is his current enemy, Chu Hong. Even the most serious offenses committed by a man like this are nothing more than this. The Omega Rays are the authority of the new god of the apocalypse. It belongs to each new king of the apocalypse. Before Darkseid acquired its authority, it belonged to his father, Yuga Khan. However, Yuga Khan's true form, out of curiosity about the origin wall, hung himself up there. The Omega Rays then detached themselves from him and returned to Apocalypse. After Darkseid became the new king of the new gods of the apocalypse, it chose Wakkerton. This became one of Darkseid's trump cards, giving Darkseid an unprecedented boost. Omega Rays have played an indispensable role in Darkseid's current success. However, the Omega Rays will not only choose the new god of the apocalypse. Its selection criterion is the strongest. According to Omega Rays, the most powerful person is the strongest god. In the comics, after Darkseid dies, the Omega Rays return to Apocalypse. The potential to become a god is 1 in a billion. After Darkseid's death, the person most likely to become a god is the son of Metropolis, also known as Superman. But Luthor also happens to have the potential to become a god, so this happens before both sides have existed for 13 years. Omega Rays do not select any of them. Instead, they will wait for one of them to die, and the group will choose the one who survives. Now, Darkseid felt a sense of fear towards Su Hong and was preparing to back down. This also made Omega Rays feel that Darkseid no longer deserved to have it. And that's how the scene that just happened came about. The Omega Rays actively detached from Darkseid. I chose Su Hong. This scene not only shocked and enraged Darkseid. The Mantis and Calabac were also stunned. Both of them were filled with shock. Compared to the shock they felt from Su Hong's strength, the fact that Omega Rays chose to leave Darkseid and select Su Hong was even more unbelievable and shocking to them. Let's not talk about them. Even Su Hong himself was a little stunned, because he never expected that the Omega Rays would break away from Darkseid and choose him. Of course, this is a good thing for Su Hong. After all, in the DC universe, the Omega Beam is equivalent to the 6 Infinity Stones in the Marvel universe. Because of the power of the Omega Rays, which are strong enough to distort reality, Su Hong can do almost anything he wants. For example, repairing the Earth and resurrecting those who died after the Darkseid invasion. Previously, Su Hong might have needed to resort to other means to achieve this. Now, there's no need to resort to any other means. The Earth can be repaired and those who died in the disaster can be resurrected directly using Omega Rays. Doc Xiong, it seems your failure has made even Omega Rays unable to bear it, choosing to leave you and choose me instead. Su Hong went directly into Doc Xiong's room. The latter looked at Su Hong walking towards him. There was no movement at all, because he already knew that he had completely lost. Without the Omega Rays, they no longer have the ability to resist, let alone escape. Ignoring Doc Xiong, who had lost all will to fight and no longer wanted to speak, Su Hong's gaze fell on the Mantis. The latter's expression changed slightly, but Su Hong didn't give him a chance to speak at all. He threw a punch right away. This time, the power is far more intense than before. The Mantis's body was instantly reduced to dust. Not even a trace of flesh or blood remained. Then came Calabac, his face filled with terror. With one punch, Calabac was instantly annihilated. The last bit of dust that remained was also drawn away by the distorted space, leaving not even ashes behind. Su Hong in his Super Saiyan 1 form, an unprecedented day. With a single punch, even the space around him couldn't withstand his terrifying power. The Mantis's ability to ignore all physical attacks, like Shaw's ability to absorb energy, both have an upper limit. It's only because this ceiling is so high that even Darkseid couldn't reach it, that he possesses the ability to ignore all physical attacks. But Su-Hong's power, even in his normal state, has already exceeded this limit, let alone in his current Super Saiyan 1 form. With just 2 punches, he obliterated 2 cosmic-level powerhouses. Such strength proves that Su-Hong has reached the very top of the multiverse. Finally, there's Darkseid. However, Su-Hong did not kill Darkseid directly. Instead, he crippled him with a single punch. Then, dragging him along like a dead dog, they opened a magic door leading to Earth. While Su-Hong was resolving the battle, the situation on Earth, however, is not much better. Even if Bruce was prepared. But Godfrey and Grace's abilities are too special. This made Bruce somewhat hesitant when dealing with them, because if he's not careful, he could end up like Barry, controlled by them. Moreover, while dealing with them, he also had to be on guard against Barry's surprise attack at any time. In his hands, that guy's Speed Force only had the advantage of speed. It was in the hands of the Godfrey siblings that the Speed Force demonstrated its true power. This taught Bruce what it means to be the most fast fighter in the world. If it weren't for the green light ring given to him by Su-Hong, Bruce would probably be kneeling down by now. Of course, without the green light ring given to him by Su-Hong, he wouldn't have been so confident in approaching the Godfrey siblings. The situation is temporarily unfavorable to them. But everything was going according to Bruce's plan. Because Dachau is about to be liberated. Right now, Barry is probably the one who is suffering the most. Because he was controlled by the Godfrey siblings, he lost control of his body. But he was conscious. In other words, he knew what he was doing. But he couldn't stop it. He tried hard to control his body, but he just couldn't. He could only watch helplessly as his own body relentlessly attacked Bruce. The battle reached a stalemate for a time. But it would be a lie to say that Bruce wasn't in a hurry, even if they were confident in Su-Hong's abilities. But he wasn't entirely certain that Su-Hong could really deal with Darkseid. During the recent battle between 767 and the Godfrey siblings, he also learned some information from them. That was the powerful figure who came to Earth this time, none other than Decay Tangda. There are also 2 beings whose strength is not much weaker than Darkseid. Both of them are super beings who can rival Clark. Even Su-Hong possesses the strength to crush Clark. But the 3-against-1 situation also made him somewhat worried. Therefore, he wanted to end the battle on Earth as soon as possible and stabilize the situation. Then he went with Clark to help Su-Hong. While he was defending against Barry's attack, waiting for Superman to come and help him, a familiar magic gate suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield. The sudden appearance of the magic gate surprised both sides. But soon, Yuanya was shocked. Because when Su-Hong walked out of the magic gate, he was carrying Darkseid, who looked like a dead dog. Su-Hong is 1.9 meters tall, which is not short. However, compared to Darkseid's height of 2.67 meters, there is still a considerable gap. The image of him carrying Darkseid at this moment also looks somewhat strange. But at this moment, no one paid attention to this oddity. More than anyone else, everyone was filled with shock and disbelief. Even Bruce was incredulous at this moment, even though he had long anticipated that Su-Hong would most likely be the winner. But I didn't expect it to turn out this way. As for the Godfrey siblings, they were completely dumbfounded. They even doubted at one point whether they were seeing things or hallucinating. Next. But the truth is, they did not hallucinate. Darkseid, whom they considered so powerful that no one could defeat him. At this moment, he was being carried by Su-Hong like a dead dog. The new King of Apocalypse has been defeated. This caused the Godfrey siblings' expressions to change drastically. The 2 of them acted almost without hesitation after confirming that Walker had indeed lost. They immediately took action to escape. Unfortunately, that's a shame. It's too late to escape now. At this moment, Su-Hong is still in his Super Saiyan 1 form. The power of telepathy is unprecedented. The 2 men's powerful mental strength was a complete joke in front of Su-Hong. With just a thought from Su-Hong, the Godfrey siblings were horrified to find that they could no longer move. In the past, they were the ones who controlled others, but today, the tables have turned, and they have experienced what it feels like to be out of control of their own bodies. But Su-Hong simply doesn't have time to deal with those 2 right now. After the Godfrey siblings were taken into Su-Hong's control, Barry also found himself recovered, and his body was no longer under the control of others. He immediately stopped attacking Bruce. It stopped in front of Bruce. Sorry, Bruce, Alright, Barry, that's enough. I know you didn't mean to attack me. Bruce completely ignored Barry's earlier attack. Because he knew Barry was being controlled. In a way, he should also thank the Godfrey siblings for their control over Barry. Let him know how to use Barry in the future. Previously, Barry was simply used as a means of transportation and information transmission, which was a complete waste. Therefore, he had to thank the Godfrey siblings for this. But those 2 are not important now. Remove the energy shield of the green light ring. Bruce walked directly towards Su-Hong. At this moment, Su-Hong had blonde hair and green eyes filled with indifference, a stark contrast to his previous image. Only that handsome face remains as handsome as ever. Golden energy enveloped Su-Hong. Even getting a little closer made him feel immense pressure. It felt like a huge mountain was suddenly pressing down on me. Although he knew this was Su-Hong, Bruce still asked tentatively. Unfortunately, Su-Hong looks quite different from how he was before. Those cold, green pupils gave off an impression of keep away, strangers. This isn't really Suhong's fault. After all, the Super Saiyan form requires anger to activate, and it's naturally difficult to laugh when you're angry. It's me? Suhong knew why Bruce had asked that question. After all, in his Super Saiyan 1 form, even without using his telepathic abilities, he can still sense the thoughts in other people's minds. After responding to Bruce's comment, Suhong closed his eyes. 2 breaths later, the golden aura around Suhong disappeared, and his originally upright golden hair fell down again, returning to its black color. The pupils have returned to normal. Suhong deactivated his Super Saiyan 1 form. As soon as he was freed, Suhong felt a wave of exhaustion. But the release of force only lasts for a moment. In the next instant, the power of the talisman was activated, and the horse talisman directly removed Suhong's weakened state, restoring his strength. Boom! A classic superhero-style landing. Clark has arrived. As soon as he arrived, he saw Darkseid lying at Suhong's feet like a dead dog. He paused for a moment. Because he knew Darkseid. He was previously controlled by Darkseid's anti-life equation, so how could he not recognize Darkseid? Is this Darkseid? Clark asked in surprise, looking at Darkseid who was lying there like a dead dog. Even though he was well aware of Suhong's strength, he didn't expect Suhong to end the battle so quickly. And they've turned Darkseid into this mess. Soon, Diana, Aquaman, Cyborg, and the others arrived. After seeing Darkseid lying at Suhong's feet like a dead dog, they also showed expressions of surprise. Although everyone knows that Suhong is very powerful, Suhong has a high probability of winning against Darkseid, but no one expected that Suhong would end the battle so quickly. Moreover, judging from this, Suhong's victory was not just a simple one, but a complete crushing of Darkseid. Of course. Suhong nodded. What are you going to do with him? Bruce asked. Darkseid was defeated by Suhong, so naturally Suhong would deal with him. Moreover, only Suhong had the ability to deal with Darkseid. Don't be fooled by Darkseid's current state of lying there like a dead dog, not resisting at all. But that's because Suhong is here. If Suhong weren't here, all of them combined might not be able to defeat Darkseid. So Bruce was very curious to know how Suhong would deal with Darkseid. I plan to make him into a specimen and hang him on the moon. I think with this cosmic overlord as a warning, no one will dare to mess with Earth again, nor will they easily come to Earth to cause trouble, Suhong said. Suhong did not kill Darkseid directly. That's exactly what they were thinking. Making Darkseid into a specimen is not a simple task. They're not capable of sending Bruce and his team. But Suhong can do it easily because he now has Omega Rays. In DC, Omega Rays can make the impossible possible. Your strength is great, but you shouldn't humiliate me like this. Hearing Suhong's words, Darkseid finally stopped pretending to be dead. As the overlord of the universe, he is not afraid of death. But if Suhong were to turn him into a specimen, that would be the ultimate humiliation for him. If Darkseids from other universes knew that he had been made into a specimen, they would definitely mock him relentlessly. This is definitely not something he would want to accept, even if this is something that happens after his death. No, this is punishment for waging countless wars and taking countless innocent lives. You deserve it. You shouldn't be the one to judge me, you intruder from the multiverse. But Suhong had no intention of continuing to waste words with Darkseid. As soon as he thought of it, crimson rays, unlike the golden red heat rays, shot out from his eyes. He used Omega Rays. Following Suhong's will, the Omega Rays directly locked onto Decay Tanged. The latter has absolutely no ability to dodge. As the Omega Rays struck Darkseid, Darkseid turned into a fossil with a look of resentment on his face. Of course, what we call fossils are actually just surface fossilization. Even without close inspection, one can clearly identify this fossil as Inkseid, the former cosmic overlord and the new god king of Apocalypse. Then Suhong raised his hand and summoned a magic gate, sending the petrified Darkseid to the moon. Of course, this was to prevent Darkseid from other universes from using Omega Rays to save Darkseid in this universe. While sending Darkseid's fossils to the moon, Suhong also left a contingency plan for him. As for what that plan is, if anyone tries to rescue Darkseid, it will surely bring him a considerable surprise. During this time, the members of the Justice League simply remained silent as spectators. No one spoke. As for what Darkseid just said, although they heard it, they subconsciously pretended not to hear it. Suhong didn't care what they thought. Even if Bruce wanted to, he didn't care. To this world, he is indeed an invader. Because he doesn't belong to this world. But he never had any intention of harming or destroying the world. He prefers to call himself a world traveler rather than an invader. Suhong felt that this identity suited him better. What should we do with those two? Bruce glanced at the Godfrey siblings, who were currently unable to move in the sky. They're yours to handle. As for me, I need to fulfill the promise I made to you, Suhong said as he finished speaking. His body also flew high into the air. A moment later, the entire world was enveloped in red light. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the city, which had been devastated and resembled ruins, seemed to have turned back time. It has begun to recover rapidly. The once bustling skyscrapers are reappearing on the earth one after another. Cars, roads, trees, and in the end, living people. When the red light fades away, the metropolis has been restored to its former appearance. Not only the metropolis, but the entire world has been restored to its state before the Tintic invasion of Earth 463. All the cities destroyed after Darkseid's invasion were restored to their former state. All the dead were resurrected. Clark. A familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind. Clark's body stiffened instantly. He slowly turned around, and behind him was Louise's familiar face. The latter was looking at him with a big smile on his face. Louise. Without needing any further words, the two embraced. Young master. Afu. A familiar voice rang out, and Bruce Wayne hesitated for a moment. Then, realizing who was speaking, a look of surprise appeared on his face. But it wasn't just Alfred who was resurrected. Several familiar figures stood beside him. Wayne, I can't believe you've grown up so much. Thomas Wayne stood beside Alfred, a gentle smile on his face, his eyes filled with tenderness and love. Of course, in addition to Thomas Wayne, Bruce Wayne's mother, Martha Kane, was also resurrected by Su Hong. This is a gift for you, I hope you like it. Su Hong's voice rang in Bruce's mind, but he couldn't see where the latter, BDBB, was. Bruce subconsciously wondered what Su Hong's purpose was in doing this. But seeing the tears in Martha Kane's eyes, he chose not to think about anything. In your parents' eyes, no matter how old you are, you will always be just a child. Bruce had dreamed of his mother, Martha Kane, countless times, but he never imagined that she would actually appear before him again. At this moment, nothing more needs to be said. All you need is a hug for your family. But Su Hong's gift was not just this. Soon, Bruce Wayne received a series of familiar phone calls that he would never receive again. It wasn't until this moment that he realized just how big a gift Su Hong had given him. After that, Bruce didn't see Su Hong for more than half a month. The next time I saw Su Hong was at a bar, where he and Diana were drinking and seemed to be having a great time. After that, he saw Su Hong even less. They only found out later that Su Hong had left their universe, and he didn't say when he would return. The Marvel Universe. Inside Su Hong's super villa, Su Hong led Gwen, Cindy, Casey, and the others out of the portal. After upgrading the dimensional teleportation skill again, Su Hong has gained another spatial portal. Unlike dimensional teleportation skills, spatial portals can remain open indefinitely and can be used at any time without a cooldown. This is a spatial portal that can open a passage between two worlds at any time. Sir, welcome back. When Su Hong Gang returned, the first person to welcome him was Michael. What was that sound? Gwen asked curiously. Michael, the super artificial intelligence in my villa, you can ask it any questions you have. Michael, enter Gwen Stacy's identity and grant her your level 2 access. Yes, sir, I have entered Miss Gwen Stacy's identity as you requested and granted her my level 2 access. This is Cindy Moon, and this is Casey. Also, register their identities and grant them your level 3 access. Yes, sir. If you want to know anything about this world, just ask Michael. I have some things to take care of first, I'll come find you later. After saying that, Su Hong left. He has been away from the Marvel Universe for more than 3 months. I left in 2008, and now it's 2009. A lot happened during his absence. Some of these required Su Hong's attention. I just stepped out of the room. Su Hong's phone rang. It's obvious who the first person to call will be. It can only be Claire. Sure enough, when I took out my phone, the caller ID showed it was Claire. She is a sharer of Su Hong's talisman power. As long as Su Hong returns to the Marvel Universe, her power will return to normal. Based on this, Claire can determine whether Su Hong is in this world. Claire, is something the matter? It's nothing too important. I just wanted to report to you on some of the company's developments during your absence. Su Hong knew, of course, the purpose of Claire's call to him. A magic door appeared, and the next second, Su Honggran was already in Claire's president's office in the Miracle Group building. Claire was dressed in an office lady outfit, and her originally fiery red hair had been dyed back to black. Her face was also adorned with exquisite makeup, making her already beautiful face even more stunning. If Claire's appearance was already over 90 points before, then she was even more gorgeous. With her exquisite makeup at this moment, her appearance can already reach at least 98 points. Through the gap under the table, Claire's long, straight legs, clad in black stockings and high heels, could be vaguely seen, creating a very alluring scene. At this moment, she looked every bit the domineering female CEO, quite different from her previous image. This is normal, though. Claire has been in the Marvel Universe for about half a year now, helping Su Hong manage the Marvel Group. She has grown considerably in the past 6 months of training. What do you have to report to me? Su Hong asked with a smile. He put down his phone while speaking. Claire hung up the phone immediately and put it down. P.S. Next is the plot of Thor and Avengers 1, interspersed with some slice-of-life scenes, followed by the plot of Resident Evil, Vengeance and Damned. Nothing much, just some regular business and stuff, Claire said with a smile. As she spoke, she stood up from her CEO office chair. He walked up to Su Hong. More than 2 hours later, Claire got dressed. Don't get me wrong, she really was just reporting to Su Hong. But this didn't stop her from doing other things while reporting to Su Hong. It's been a while, but you've made good progress. Claire simply rolled her eyes at Su Hong's exaggeration. When will you take me back to my world? If you want, anytime. I told you before, I can send you back anytime you want. I want you to come back with me. Okay, but I need to take care of things here first. Give me a few days. Claire nodded. They didn't urge Su Hong either. She's been in the Marvel Universe for over half a year now, and she wants to go back and visit. After all, her relatives, friends, and classmates were all there. It's necessary to go back and stay for a few days before coming back. She's also quite curious about her brother Chris's situation over there. Have you found a girlfriend or anything? After spending some more time with Claire, Soo-hong then drove directly to Stark Tower, because Tony just called too. He was invited to visit Stark Tower. As for why he knew Soo-hong was back, sorry, he didn't know. He simply made Jarvis call Soo-hong every day. If the call wasn't on the server, it meant Soo-hong wasn't there. If the call goes through, it means Soo-hong has returned. Soo-hong was speechless about this. However, since Tony Stark had invited him, Soo-hong decided to give him face. Tony is good at handling things, and although the two have some differences in aesthetics, they are only some differences. They are generally the same. They like people with good figures and who are beautiful. Although Soo-hong has high standards, he is not indifferent to just looking around or trying things out. When it comes to having fun, the most important thing is the atmosphere. It has been confirmed that Soo-hong is indeed coming. Tony immediately started making phone calls to call for help. At the same time, someone was asked to arrange drinks and food for the party. They learned that billionaire Tony Stark was going to throw a party. Female models and celebrities, none of them can be ignored. Everyone dressed up nicely as soon as possible, and those with cars drove over. Those without cars rented them to come. There's no other reason. To be able to hang out with super rich people like Tony Stark. If someone takes a liking to them, even if it's just a casual fling, the breakup fee will be enough for them to live a carefree life for a long time. Even if you don't like it, being able to attend a party hosted by a top billionaire like Tony is still a prestigious thing to talk about. Moreover, when a super rich person like Tony hosts a party, the drinks served are certainly not ordinary. If you're bold enough, you could sneak a few bottles of fine wine at the party and sell them for a considerable sum. As for whether Tony Stark will be angry when he finds out, sorry, he's a super rich man. $1 million in cash wouldn't even be something he'd bother to bend down and pick up. Would someone like that care about spending a little money to buy as much wine as they want? Fine wines are luxuries for people like them. For them, it's probably just like any other person drinking a beverage. When Soo-hong arrived, Tony has already arranged everything: staff, drinks, desserts, snacks, and food. Moreover, because they knew that Soo-hong was a person from the Great Xia, he also spent a lot of money to hire several Hyuxia chefs to cook. The party went very well. Both of them had a great time. After all, both of them are extremely wealthy and were the center of attention during the party. Praise and compliments poured in from all directions as if they were free. Their vanity was greatly satisfied. Even Soo-hong finds it hard not to smile at those who like to praise him and say nice things to him. Because they were having fun, Soo-hong and Tony were also throwing money around at the party. Because of his collaboration with Soo-hong on controlled cold fusion, Tony's net worth has also skyrocketed. Over the course of a few months, Stark Industries' stock price increased more than tenfold. Its market capitalization directly exceeded tens of trillions of US dollars. He had already repaid the $50 billion he owed Soo-hong 2 months ago. Requesting flowers? 0. Moreover, he currently has plenty of cash on hand. I wouldn't dare say more, but if you asked him to come up with 200 billion US dollars all at once, he could. Since partnering with Soo-hong, Stark Industries' ability to generate revenue has become simply outrageous. It was so exaggerated that even Tony was a little worried. But his worries were not unfounded. Because of this, he has been summoned for questioning several times. In Congress, many members are targeting him, accusing him of engaging in energy monopolies, and noting that oil prices have fallen significantly due to controlled nuclear fusion technology. To put it bluntly, it means their interests have been harmed. They wanted to cause trouble for Tony and see if they could squeeze some money out of him. Unfortunately, Tony Stark is the kind of person who'll listen to reason, but if you try to be tough with me, I'll fight you to the bitter end. Furthermore, because of Soo-hong, he is now very powerful and not afraid of people trying to undermine him. This matter has come to a temporary end. As for Soo-hong and Miracle Group, some members of Congress have suggested finding a pretext to acquire Miracle's group for their own use. After all, this wasn't the first time they'd done something like this. Many people were initially interested in it. However, that same evening, the legislator who made the proposal was exposed to a great deal of dirt on him. This left the other party completely overwhelmed and with no time to deal with anything else. Some of the scheming members of parliament immediately lost interest. The power of a member of parliament is neither too great nor too small. If they outnumber the president enough, they could impeach him directly. However, a single legislator can only accomplish so much. Moreover, members of parliament have terms of office, and once their term expires, in a capitalist country, offending a super capitalist like Soo-hong would have obvious consequences. Once you've shed your status as a congressman, whether you're in the United States or have fled to another country, it's very easy for the other side to deal with you. Because the easiest road in the world is the road paved with money. After everyone at the party had left, Soo-hong did not leave immediately. Soo-hong knew that Tony's invitation to his house was definitely not just for a party. It's true that he's throwing a party, but it's also true that he needs to talk to him about other things. Speak, what else is it that you invited me this time? The two sat facing each other on the sofa, and Soo-hong spoke first. There are only the two of them in the room now. As for Pepper Potts, she is now the CEO of Stark Industries, just like Claire at Miracles. Tony handed Stark Industries over to Pepper Potts for two reasons, one being that he was now focusing most of his time on developing new armor, even though Su-hong had already helped him upgrade his armor to a very high level. But all of this was done with the help of Su-hong. Tony is not one to give up easily, so he decided to upgrade the armor that Su-hong had upgraded for him again, so that he could at least prove that he was not much worse than Su-hong. Secondly, it's because Little Chili does indeed have that ability. He had never really taken over a company before, it had been managed by Obeda, so Tony had little experience in that area. So he simply handed the company over to the experienced and sophisticated Zyla version, who was not low-key, because Pepper Potts was actually Obama's secretary at first. Due to an unexpected encounter, Toby meets Pepper Potts, who is young and at the peak of her beauty. He fell in love with her at first sight, so he took her from Obadiah. Therefore, Little Chili is not lacking in experience in managing a company, so he simply handed the company over to Little Chili to manage. As it turned out, his decision was correct. Little Chili Company is well managed. Don't you have mind-reading abilities? Don't you know what I'm thinking? Su-hong shook his head. Most of the time, I don't try to read other people's minds, Tony. I don't have a habit of prying into other people's secrets, nor am I a curious person. So what is your purpose? You should tell me yourself. Tony naturally believed Su-hong's words. In fact, he was also worried that Su-hong could read his thoughts and memories. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Tony Stark was no exception. He didn't want his secret to be known by outsiders. Actually, I wanted to buy a few vials of the perfect super soldier serum. I know you have some of that stuff. It was impossible for Tony to keep Damon and Mindy's actions a secret. After all, this is something that has happened since he became a superhero. I learned some artificial intelligence techniques from Su-hong and upgraded Jarvis. He was tasked with monitoring New York's emergency numbers at all times. Damon and Mindy, these street superheroes, naturally couldn't hide it from him. It was only a matter of time before they were discovered. Moreover, the two sides must have been in contact. He's investigating Damon and his group. Damon can keep it from others, but can he keep it from Tony? They were thoroughly investigated. It was because of this that Tony learned that Damon had been injected with the super soldier serum. The source of the serum was, of course, Su-hong. That's why he invited me today. Although the current Mark armor is already very powerful. But this does not affect the fact that he has a powerful body. Men, after all, always strive for a certain level of endurance. Moreover, after Pepper Potts took over Stark Industries, although she had the Miracle Group's energy restoring potion to recover her energy, making her less tired, but Tony still felt heartbroken. If Pepper Potts were injected with the super soldier serum and gained superhuman physical abilities, managing Stark Industries would be much easier for her. Maybe we won't need to use energy recovery potions anymore. Furthermore, they were injected with super soldier serum. This will also ensure Xiaolajiao's safety in the future. It seems you already know about Damon and the others. Tony nodded. We've chatted a bit. He's easy to get along with. Compared to your bodyguard Wade, at least he's not a chatterbox and won't make you angry. Wade. Su-hong was taken aback. He had almost forgotten about Deadpool. Where did that guy go? Su-hong activated his telepathic abilities to their full potential. His telepathic abilities instantly enveloped everyone on Earth. But he didn't find Deadpool anywhere. Therefore, we can conclude that that guy is probably no longer in this world. Su-hong was speechless. That guy must have run off to some other world again. Oh well, if I'm leaving, I'm leaving. Deadpool is not important to Su-hong. The reason Su-hong brought him along before was because he found Su-hong's chatter quite amusing. At least in terms of being stubborn and sarcastic, Su-hong felt that Wade was still very capable. His presence brought Su-hong more joy than anything else. People leave and that's it, it's nothing. Yeah, why didn't you bring that guy today? Speaking of which, I saw him a few times more than 2 months ago, but I haven't seen him since. Did something happen to that guy? That's why Tony asked that question. It's because he thinks Wade has a sharp tongue and that guy is bound to offend people everywhere. Maybe he's already been buried. Who knows? Maybe he's having a great time somewhere right now. Su-hong didn't know which world Wade had gone to. But given that guy's abilities and mindset, he probably won't be doing too badly. Alright, let's not talk about him anymore. Let's talk about the super soldier serum. I do have super soldier serum here. And as you said, it's perfect, even more perfect than the one Captain America used during World War II. Not only does it have no side effects, but it's also more powerful in terms of enhancement. Of course, there was one more thing Su-hong didn't mention. That's the perfect version of the super soldier serum, which can also keep you young forever. As long as nothing unexpected happens, living to be 300 years old is not a problem. After all, the research direction of the super soldier serum from the very beginning was to extend human lifespan and restore youth. The perfect version of the super soldier serum naturally comes with these effects. Tony was overjoyed to hear Su-hong's words. This was actually just his guess. He wasn't sure if Su-hong had that thing. There's an 80% chance that Su-hong probably has that thing. After all, Su-hong is too mysterious. Moreover, he had Jarvis investigate matters related to Su-hong behind his back. However, the information obtained was very one-sided and limited. But one thing is certain, Su-hong still holds many secrets that Su-hong doesn't know about. As for his secret investigation of him, he thought Su-hong must know. You actually have some? How about selling me a few? How many exactly? Su-hong asked with a smile. It depends on how many vials you're willing to sell me. 4.9. Super Soldier Serum is a great product. I won't mind selling you as many as you want. If you don't have many, then sell me too. Tony guessed that Su-hong must have quite a lot of Super Soldier Serum. But now he's the one asking Su-hong for help. The conditions cannot be set too high. In that case, I'll sell you 10. I have quite a few of these on hand. However, I hope you won't tell too many people that you bought this from me. I don't plan to sell this to anyone else. I'm only selling it to you because you're my friend. I wouldn't sell it to anyone else, no matter how much money they offer. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. But is it okay if I tell Chili about this? It's okay, I'm friends with Chili Pepper, but just remember to tell her not to tell anyone else. Don't worry about me, Tony assured him, beaming with delight. As for the price of the super soldiers, no one asked, and no one said. At their level, money is more like a number to them. Moreover, the super soldier serum isn't something you can necessarily buy just because you have money. Su-hong is willing to sell it to Tony, and Tony can just take it. Regardless of the price, it's just a token gesture. Tony made a lot of money through his collaboration with Su-hong, and he had more cash than he could ever spend. Su-hong has even more cash on hand than he does. After all, Su-hong was the one who took the lion's share. From the very beginning, Su-hong wanted to take 80% of the profits, leaving only the remaining 20% for himself. Moreover, this 20% doesn't entirely belong to him, it belongs to Stark Industries. Stark Industries currently has only 2 shareholders, him and Su-hong. In other words, he didn't want to share even the remaining 20% of the profits with Su-hong. In this situation, he earned hundreds of billions of dollars in net profit in just a few months, and Su-hong earned even more. Su-hong said he would sell it to him, but it was just a formality. If Su-hong really gave him the item for free, he would accept it for 1 vial, but for 10 vials of Super Soldier Serum, he would still have to make a price. Friends are friends, but the Super Soldier Serum is no ordinary thing. Even if Su-hong gives it away for free, he can't just take it for free. By the way, keep an eye on a Russian named Ivan Vanko lately, he might come looking for trouble. With the business deal settled, Su-hong planned to leave. However, before leaving, Su-hong made a special comment to Tony Stark. According to the Marvel Cinematic Universe timeline, the story of Iron Man 2 has already begun. Because of his appearance, Tony had already completed part of the Iron Man 2 storyline ahead of time. However, the general plot remains unchanged. Ivan Vanko will definitely come after him again. In the movie, Ivan Vanko appears when Tony is participating in the Monaco Grand Prix and attacks him. With Su-hong involved, the chances of Tony participating in the Monaco Grand Prix are very low. So if Ivan Vanko wants to cause trouble for Tony, the most likely way is to come directly to Stark Tower and cause him trouble. Of course, mentioning macros was just a casual remark. With the Mark armor Tony currently possesses, would Ivan Vanko dare to cause trouble? Tony could easily teach him a lesson. So his reminder was just something he happened to remember and mentioned casually. Ivan Vanko? Why would he come looking for trouble with me? Your father wasn't the only one who mastered the technology of the arc reactor, others have as well. This man is Anton Vanko. He once worked with your father on arc reactors. Ivan Vanko learned the technology from his father and, like you, successfully miniaturized the arc reactor. In his view, the life you are living now should belong to him, and that your father has taken away everything that his father should have had. Tony Stark was somewhat dumbfounded. He still admires his father, Howard Stark. He is definitely one of the greatest scientists of the last century. The arc reactor was his creation. As for Anton Vank, he had heard of that name. He used to be his father's assistant. So, where does Ivanko get the audacity to think that his father stole what belonged to him? Shouldn't it be that his father was a thief who stole the arc reactor technology from his father, Howard? How do you know all this? You'll find out soon enough. I'm just giving you a heads up, if Ivan Vanko comes looking for trouble, you should be able to easily handle him now. What I just said was just something that suddenly came to mind, so I just said it offhand. Alright, that's all. I had a lot of fun today, so I'm going home now. Super Soldier Serum, I'll have someone send it to you tomorrow. As he spoke, Su-hong stood up, waved his hand, and left. Tony didn't go to deliver it either. He and Su-hong don't talk about this. Leaving Tony's house, he embarked on his own silver supercar journey. Su-hong then went straight home. As soon as Su-hong got home, he saw Mindy, who had returned. After a few months apart, Mindy seemed to have grown taller and become even more beautiful. My skin has also become better. Su-hong knew that this was because the perfect version of the Super Soldier Serum was subtly strengthening her. As for Damon, nothing has changed. The one who changed the most was Damon's apprentice, Dave. Over the past few months, Dave has changed the most, compared to the timid and introverted image we first saw. Dave is now a qualified assassin. And this is all because of Demeng's relentless, fierce, cultivation. Damon believes that real combat is the best way to improve one's skills. So his training of Dave was simply to throw him into gang territory. Let him go and fight those drug dealers and gangsters. Over the course of a few months, Dave went to the hospital more than 30 times. Under these circumstances, his progress was naturally rapid. Of course, his willpower is also quite strong, because if it were an ordinary person, they would have run away long ago if Damon trained them like that. So Damon is very satisfied with Dave now. So when he learned that Su Hong had returned, he brought Dave directly to see Su Hong. As for the purpose, it was naturally what Su Hong had promised, to give Dave some things after he was satisfied. Su Hong did not keep his word. They kept their promise. Not only did they give Dave a perfect version of the super soldier serum, but they also gifted him some high-tech weapons. Of course, Su Hong also assigned the task of delivering the super soldier serum to Tony Stark to Damon. Then he introduced Gwen and the others to Damon and his group. He basically had nothing to do. The next day, Su Hong took Gwen, Casey, Claire, and Mindy out to sea for fishing. Although Claire is the CEO, there aren't many places in Miracle Corporation where she's actually needed. Even Claire doesn't need to stay in her office. Because the Miracles group also has Michael, a super artificial intelligence, watching over them, nothing can possibly go wrong. 1 week later, Su Hong led Claire through the portal to the world of Resident Evil. More than half a year later, Su Hong returned to the world of Resident Evil. If the Walking Dead world helped Su Hong get through his weakest phase, so the Resident Evil world is the world that truly allows him to stand up. If he was a false god who could only pretend to be a god when he first came into this world, so now, he's no different from a true god. Because while he may not be omniscient, referring to the entire universe, he is almost omnipotent. More than half a year has passed, and the world of Resident Evil has changed dramatically. The city of Havelville has undergone the most significant changes. This ordinary city, which was originally inconspicuous in the Federal Kingdom, is now the world's #1 megacity. And all of this is because of Su Hong. Even though Su Hongran is no longer in Haverville. But everyone knows that the gods have only left temporarily. He will come back. Human desires are limitless, like a boulder rolling down a mountain. Once started, they can never be stopped. After receiving huge benefits from Su Hong, they would find it hard to give up the opportunity to trade with Su Hong again. This led to a large influx of people into Haverville, a small city that was originally just an ordinary town in the Union. With the influx of a large population from all over the world and the establishment of numerous large companies, Haverville's economic and population growth has naturally been like a rocket, soaring into the sky. Haverville, which originally had a population of only a few 100,000, less than a million, has become a megacity with a population of tens of millions. Various facilities were also built. The only thing that hasn't changed is probably the Havelville International Airport where Su Hong used to stay. After all, this was the place where the gods used to live, and they dared not rashly change the situation there without Su Hong's permission. What if the gods return and don't like what they see? Isn't that just like trying to flatter someone who ends up hurting them? Of course, not everything is good. Havelville has developed into a unique metropolis in the world in just over 6 months. But for the world as a whole, the situation has actually become worse than before Su Hong left. The reason is simple: Su Hong's emergence has intensified the competition. Because of Su Hong's safeguard, some people have become even more unscrupulous and have gone even more crazy in their research on the virus. After all, they used to worry that if the virus got out of control, it would destroy the world. Those who want to destroy the world are ultimately a minority. Many people study viruses to achieve their own goals. For example, greater strength, longer lifespan. Although all of these can be obtained through a deal with the deity Su Hong. But to make a deal with Su Hong, you not only need to be able to meet him, but you also need to have enough money. For 99.99% of the world's population, let alone $100 million, they might not even be able to come up with $10 million. Because the wealth is basically concentrated in the hands of the last 0.01% of people. In this situation, most people would not actually be able to gain power or a longer lifespan by trading with Su Hong. Therefore, they had no choice but to settle for second best and look for other methods. For example, studying viruses. When more people settle for second best, the world's situation naturally becomes increasingly chaotic. As more people research and develop bioviruses, the number of virus leaks has also increased. Meanwhile, the virus is becoming more powerful and aggressive through repeated research. Compared to the already insane virus before, a more infectious and mutated virus has now appeared on the market. The United Nations named this virus Fatal Crisis, or FC virus for short, which means deadly crisis. The reason it was named this is because once infected with this virus, there is no chance of survival. There is no antiviral serum that can be effective against it. Even with the G virus, there is still a chance of recovery if the corresponding viral serum is injected in time. Once you're infected with the FC virus, unless a god intervenes, you're doomed. Previously, an FC virus leak occurred in Cape Town, South Africa. This incident is even more exaggerated than the "don't play the bear market" adage. The South African government, unable to control the situation, had to seek help from the United Nations. Finally, in order to prevent the virus from spreading completely, the United Nations decided through a meeting to drop bombs on Cape Town. The people of South Africa naturally disagreed. But the South African government knows they have lost control of the situation, and if they don't make a choice, this outbreak could lead to the demise of South Africa. Finally, the trap did not fall on Cape Town. The entire city was reduced to ruins. Because this time, more than one Mohai shell was dropped. Even so, the situation was still out of control. There was still a virus leak. In the end, it was only with the help of the Great Xia that this virus incident was completely resolved. 0126060113 Philo 144050280. It was precisely because of this incident that the United Nations directly named the new virus in this viral crisis fatal crisis. This allowed the FC virus to rank first on the virus leaderboard. Federal Republic of New York, Manhattan. Cross Institute. The Cross Institute is affiliated with a pharmaceutical company called Verdun. But few people know that Verdun split from Umbrella, the most famous technology company in the Resident Evil world. Following the bear market incident, the federal government and the United Nations intervened simultaneously to suppress Umbrella. This led to Umbrella's bankruptcy and dissolution in 2004. But even a centipede with 100 legs doesn't die easily. How could a company as large as Umbrella be completely wiped out in a few strokes? Verdun is a pharmaceutical company that spun out from it. Because he inherited part of Umbrella's estate, Verdun developed rapidly. The Cross Institute is one of the medical research institutes they have invested in. Specialized research on serums targeting biochemical viruses. This is due to frequent virus leaks around the world. The market for viral serum is currently very good. Verdun would certainly not pass up this great opportunity to make money. Anyway, they didn't release the virus, they just researched serums that targeted various viruses and then sold them to make money. In the research institute, a short-haired woman in a white lab coat is staring at various data parameters on a computer screen, comparing them. The woman's name was Rebecca Shambos. Graduated from Columbia University with a degree in medicinal chemistry. He was previously a professor at Columbia University. Because the global situation is deteriorating, virus leaks are becoming more frequent. She resigned from her professorship and joined the Cross Institute to specialize in researching viral serums for various viruses. Rebecca, what are you still doing? It's already past closing time. Bob, I still have some work to do. I plan to finish it before leaving get off work. Not far away, Bob, a researcher also wearing a white lab coat, just pursed his lips upon hearing this. Okay, but even if you work this hard, I don't think Hill will give you a raise, Bob joked. Hilge is the director of the Research Institute, which is also their direct superior. The amount of their salary here is determined by him. Bob, I'm not doing this to get a raise from Hilly. I just want to develop a better, more effective serum for T-virus and G-virus infections as soon as possible, Rebecca said helplessly. Her frustration stemmed from Bob interrupting her train of thought, preventing her from continuing her work. As for being angry, not quite. Of course I know, Rebecca. I was just saying it offhand, don't mind it. Do you want coffee? I'll go get you a cup. No, thank you for your kindness, Bob, Rebecca declined. Rebecca is only 28 years old this year. Although Europeans and Americans generally age faster, she is an exception. Now at 28, she is in her prime. With her neat short hair, she exudes a heroic spirit and has a very beautiful face. There were quite a few people in the Research Institute who wanted to pursue her. However, she focused her main efforts on studying viral serum. In addition, there's really no one who moves her or whom she finds attractive, so she's still single. When Bob came over, she could guess what he was thinking. He just wanted to strike up a conversation. Just looking for an opportunity. Unfortunately, his conversational skills were mediocre, and he lacked tact. Well, okay. Seeing Rebecca's refusal, Bob realized that his attempt to strike up a conversation had come at the wrong time. Just then, a loud bang suddenly came from outside. Then the Institute's fire suppression system went off. Both of them were taken aback. But they quickly realized that someone must have launched an attack on the Research Institute. Moreover, it is highly likely to be a biological or chemical terrorist attack. At least 100 such incidents occurred during the 6 months Su Hong was away. It can be found in 870 locations worldwide. As for who did it, it is still unclear. But one thing is certain, there is a mysterious organization conducting research around the world targeting those who study biochemical viral serums. The purpose is already quite clear. Damn it, could our Research Institute have been attacked too? But that shouldn't be the case. This is Manhattan, New York. Bob's expression changed. Where is this? This is Manhattan, New York, a world-class metropolis. Yet, this very metropolis was attacked by a biological terrorist group. This is a complete disregard for the Federation. But Bob forgot one possibility, that what happened here was orchestrated by the federal government. Because of the frequent occurrence of virus attacks, the Cross Institute certainly has countermeasures in place. Rebecca immediately opened the cabinet next to the table. He took out an isolation suit and a gas mask from inside and put them on. Most viruses are transmitted through mediums. However, some viruses can be transmitted through the air. For example, the AR-type T virus, the G virus, and the FC virus, which is currently causing the United Nations the biggest headache. These viruses are all transmitted through the air. Therefore, wearing a gas mask is still very necessary. Seeing Rebecca's actions, Bob immediately realized what was happening and followed suit, putting on a protective suit and a gas mask. Rebecca, what should we do next? Bob is just an ordinary researcher, and his mental fortitude is nowhere near that of Rebecca, who once served in Bravo's squad at STARS. When people panic, they lose control of their emotions and do things that are completely different from what they used to do. In this life-or-death situation, even though Bo didn't care that Rebecca had seen his little one, chasing women is no longer important. The important thing is to survive. We don't know the situation outside right now. The best option is to find a safe place to hide and wait for rescue. Either we find a way to escape ourselves. But doing so is very dangerous, Rebecca offered a rational analysis. In their current situation, they have only two choices, either find a safe place to hide and wait for rescue, either escape on your own. But neither option 1 nor option 2 is a good option. If they choose option 1 and there is no rescue, they will simply have to wait to die. Option 2, they are unaware of the current situation outside, and going out rashly would be tantamount to suicide. Most importantly, they didn't have many weapons. Because of the frequent occurrence of biological and chemical terrorist attacks in various places, Rebecca did carry a handgun. She had a legal gun license, so getting it was quite easy for her, since she had a friend help her get it. And this friend is Chris. As the brother of Claire, the messenger of God, Chris is considered to have a powerful backer. The federal government also wanted to get closer to Chris. He was showered with all sorts of credit. In addition, he already had considerable experience and achievements. The federal government promoted him repeatedly. He is now a powerful major general. 0126060113 Philo 144050450. You have to understand, there are very few people in the world who can become a major general at his age. Moreover, he is a major general, and he is from a superpower like the Federal Republic. A 31-year-old major general is really an exaggeration in the Federal Republic. He was a major general with real power. Rebecca, as Chris's former teammate, and Chris had a fairly good relationship. Asking Chris to help him get a gun license was no big deal for him. But in such situations, a small handgun is really of very limited use. Shall we escape? Bob asked tentatively. No. Rebecca shook her head. We are waiting for rescue. Bob was puzzled. But Rebecca didn't elaborate further. Because they didn't have much time to begin with, finding a safe place to hide was more important than explaining to Bob. Rebecca's decision to wait for rescue was not without reason. This is New York, but even in the Union today, Harvard is undoubtedly the #1 metropolis. But this is, after all, the capital of the Federal Republic. Although the Federation has deployed most of its troops to other countries. However, the Union also has troops stationed in New York. There just aren't that many. And the one in charge of these troops was none other than Chris. Based on Rebecca's understanding of Chris's character, she knew he would definitely send someone to rescue them. Don't worry about them hiding and no one coming to their rescue. That's why she chose to find a place to hide. Suburbs of New York. Chris is working on a stack of documents. The phone in front of him suddenly rang. Hello, this is Chris. Compared to more than 6 months ago, Chris looks more mature and has more presence now. This is normal. After all, he became a major general with real power at such a young age, and it is obvious to everyone that major general is not his final goal, and it is only a matter of time before he continues to be promoted. Who told him to have such a powerful backer? A virus attack has occurred in Manhattan. The Cross Institute? That sounds familiar. Chris, who was injected with the super soldier serum, has a very good memory. He quickly remembered where he had heard the name of this research institute. If I remember correctly, his former teammate Rebecca worked at this research institute. Rebecca had specifically mentioned this to him when she asked him to help her get a gun license. Send stars as A, B, and C teams to the rescue immediately. At the same time, have Olaf bring the army there to seal off the entire research institute and prevent the virus from spreading further. I will arrive in person soon. Chris hung up the phone after giving the order. Just after hanging up the phone, Chris suddenly sensed something. Raise your head and look ahead. The next second, a familiar face appeared in his line of sight. Chris was taken aback at first. Then a look of surprise appeared on his face. Claire, you're back. Chris was overjoyed, because the familiar face belonged to none other than his sister Claire. Although Claire's original red hair has been dyed back to black, but her delicate and beautiful face remained unchanged. As the older brother, how could Chris not recognize him? Of course, what surprised him even more was the figure beside Claire. Who else could it be but Su-hong? In the world of Resident Evil, some people may not know who the current president of the Federal Republic is, or the Secretary General of the United Nations. But if you ask who doesn't know Su-hong, anyone who has access to information from the outside world would know Su-hong. After all, this is a living, real deity. Even though Su-hong had been gone for more than half a year, but news about him has never stopped. His portraits are everywhere. As Claire's older brother, Chris would naturally pay even more attention to Su-hong. He had met Su-hong several times before. Naturally, he was no stranger to Su-hong. He just didn't expect that Su-hong would come back with Claire. Mr. Su, it's nice to see you again. Chris greeted Su-hong with a smile. This wasn't the first time he had met Su-hong, and he was one of the few people who knew Su-hong's true identity, so he addressed Su-hong directly as Mr. Su. This is also how Su-hong had instructed him to address him. Brother. Claire hadn't seen her brother Chris for more than half a year, and her face was full of smiles when she saw him again. The two hugged. Claire then spoke to Chris. Su-hong stood aside and listened without interrupting, just listening to the siblings chatting. Claire quickly learned from Chris about the changes in the world after they left. Claire was somewhat surprised, but not too surprised, especially by the fact that her brother had become a general. Why did the federal government allow Chris to rise in value so quickly and wield so much power? She knew exactly why. As for Su-hong, upon returning to this world, he immediately learned about the changes in the Resident Evil world during his 6+ years of absence. Well, if the story had followed the original plot, the Resident Evil world would have been chaotic, but not as chaotic as it is now. His appearance, in particular, drove some people to become increasingly insane and paranoid. In fact, this is part of the reason why the world has become more chaotic. After all, his miraculous appearances and numerous transactions led many people in the world to regard him as their last resort. He felt that with him around, no matter how much they messed things up, the world wouldn't be destroyed. Honestly, Su-hong really didn't understand what those people were thinking. Even if he really is a god, does that mean he's obligated to clean up their messes? Moreover, upon his return this time, he no longer had any intention of engaging in large-scale transactions. Firstly, he no longer cares about such a small amount of money. Even if the transaction volume has accumulated significantly over the past 6 months, and the transaction amount is bound to be even more outrageous than the last time, what's the point? In the Transformers universe, the Transformers he created could supply him with gold worth nearly hundreds of trillions of US dollars every month. Compared to that amount of money, the Resident Evil deal was worth at most $1 trillion, not even $1 trillion. Why bother with all that effort? When you're in a different position, your way of thinking naturally changes. He is no longer the poor man he once was. Mr. Su, I wonder how long you plan to stay this time, and what about the transaction? Chris was actually quite curious about what Su-hong and his group had done after their return. There was no direct trip to Haverville. I came back this time to bring Claire back to see you. As for the deal, it won't be like before, where just anyone can trade with me. Su-hong spoke up. Claire is, after all, his brother-in-law, so he should be given the respect he deserves. So he said some things directly. Chris was somewhat surprised to hear this. They also understood the immense shock that Su-hong's words would cause if they were to be relayed. After all, many people are waiting for Su-hong to return so they can make a deal with him. He traded power and lifespan extensions with Su-hong. If Su-hong is not conducting any transactions, it's easy to imagine what those people would do. The situation will definitely become even more chaotic then. Of course, even if those people are dissatisfied, they can't do anything to Su-hong. Although Su-hong is not a real god, what difference is there between his abilities and those of a god? Su-hong refused to do business with them, and those people probably wouldn't even dare to hate him. After all, everyone knows that Su-hong can read people's minds. If you dare to disrespect Su-hong, do you think you've lived too long? Please give me flowers. At most, they'll complain a few times, then look helpless. Of course, Su-hong just said that. He just stopped doing business with ordinary people. A transaction is still possible, but it depends on whether Su-hong is willing to do so. He didn't say anything more. He doesn't have that much influence over Su-hong. The fact that I'm here speaking to someone like Su-hong is entirely because of Claire. Chris was well aware of this. Thump thump thump. Just then, the door to Chris Lee's office was knocked on. Please come in. A lieutenant colonel walked in from outside. Upon entering the room and seeing Su-hong and Claire, he was momentarily stunned. They immediately realized what was happening. His expression immediately turned tense. God. Your Majesty, you. Zero. Todd, what is it? Chris interrupted his subordinate before he could speak. Because he didn't want this guy to embarrass him here. And because of Claire. He knew Su-hong's personality well. He disliked those who stuttered and hesitated when speaking in front of him, as if they were afraid of him. General, the planes are ready, and Olaf has sent word that the situation at the Cross Institute is temporarily under control, but the remaining operational plan still requires your on-site command. Todd explained the purpose of his visit. The city that was attacked by the bioterrorism was New York. It is not only a world-class metropolis, but also the capital of the Union. Conducting military operations in such a city is not something that a colonel can handle. He should at least be a general-level officer. Chris is only a major general, but the problem is that his status is special. As he spoke, Todd also secretly glanced at Su-hong. Upon noticing that Su-hong was also looking at him, he immediately lowered his head again, feeling both fear and excitement. The fear stemmed from awe of Su-hong and the uncertainty of whether Su-hong would be angry about his actions. Looking back now, I realize I was really crazy. The excitement stems from the fact that the return of Su-hong, this deity, might mean that the deal with the deity can continue. Having served in the army for decades, he had accumulated some savings and was waiting for Su-hong to return so he could make a deal with him. But 6 months have passed, and Su-hong has not appeared. Everyone was worried that Su-hong might not come to their world. But unexpectedly, he only came to report to Chris, but instead saw Su-hongson in his office. Are you going out? Claire asked. She didn't have Su-hong's telepathic abilities to know what others were thinking. Yes, I need to go to the scene to direct a rescue operation. Chris then recounted the recent attack on a research institute in Manhattan. Of course, he also told Rebecca about it. Su-hong was somewhat surprised. He changed the entire plot like this. The revenge storyline can't happen. We'll help you, Claire said. After speaking, Claire looked at Su-hong. Su-hong nodded. Claire smiled with satisfaction and looked at Chris. Chris then realized that his sister's relationship with Su-hong seemed to be somewhat different from before. This gave him some answers. But whether it's true or not, Su-hong was there, and he didn't like the smell either. Then let's go outside and take a plane, and fly directly there. No need for that trouble, Su Hong shook his head. As he spoke, the 943 Sun Fan Magic Gate had already quietly opened. Manhattan. Outside the Cross Institute. At this moment, well-equipped soldiers are guarding all exits of the Cross Institute. All infected individuals who emerge will be killed by them. This bioterrorism attack deployed the T-virus CR type, which is not significantly different from the ordinary T-virus. The only difference is that this virus can be transmitted through the air. However, countries have long had solutions for dealing with airborne viruses. That is, spraying a virus-removing agent around the virus. Use an atomizer to spray. It can effectively prevent the spread of viruses in the air. At the very front of the army was a middle-aged man wearing the rank of colonel. He was Olaf, a lieutenant colonel battalion commander who commanded over 1,000 men, a position of considerable power. Their battalion was in charge of the quarantine mission this time. At that moment, Olaf was talking to a captain. With a dazzling golden light, everyone noticed the magic door that had suddenly appeared and was growing larger and larger. Olaf was no exception. Soon, Su Hong, Claire, and Chris emerged from the magic gate. Upon seeing this scene, the officers and soldiers present were all stunned. But they quickly realized what had happened. All eyes were on Su Hong, because there was no one at the scene who didn't recognize him. After all, this is a real, existing, deity. Even if they are too poor to make a deal with Su Hong. But this does not diminish their awe, admiration, and longing for Su Hong. Olaf was also stunned. But he quickly realized what was happening. He ran over immediately. General Chris. He first saluted Chris. Then he looked at Su Hong and said very respectfully, "My lord, it is my great honor to meet you. And your excellency, it is also an honor to meet you." Olaf seemed very excited. It's like a fan seeing their favorite idol. Of course, Olaf also controlled his emotions very well. After all, Su Hong in front of you is no ordinary person. Being rude to him or displeasing him could lead to serious problems. Chris nodded. Su Hong glanced at Olaf. The latter initially looked terrified, then broke into a fawning smile, tinged with a hint of unease. Being annotated by Su Hong put him under immense pressure. Chris returned the salute and was about to speak. Su Hong seemed to know he was about to speak, and thus began to speak. "Since we've run into this, let me handle this for you," Su Hong's voice rang out. Chris immediately took back what he was about to say. "Then I'll have to trouble you, Mr. Su." Chris was naturally eager to help Su Hong. Su Hong remained silent. They were just looking in the direction of the research institute. 2 red rays shot out from his eyes. It's not thermal radiation, but omega radiation. As the omega rays are emitted, everything touched by omega rays begins to flow backward in time. By the time everyone realized what was happening, the Cross Institute has been restored to its previous state. They no longer looked like they had been attacked. At the same time, 8 people fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Their faces still showed confusion, clearly unaware of what had happened. But when they saw Su Hong's figure, their expressions immediately changed, and they instantly understood what had happened. Inside the Research Institute, Rebecca sat in her office chair. At that moment, her face showed surprise, because she remembered that she had already put on her protective suit and gas mask. Bob and he hid in a safe place, waiting for the army to rescue them. In the blink of an eye, she was back at work. Moreover, their protective suits and gas masks were gone. She wouldn't doubt that she was delusional and that everything that had just happened was a figment of her imagination. Because Rebecca knew very well that she did not have any mental health issues. She stood up and walked outside. She needed to check what had happened. But soon, something even more shocking happened to her. Because she saw her colleague who had previously turned into a monster. But at this moment, his colleague, who had previously turned into a monster, had returned to normal. Like her, the other person also had memories of the past. The difference is that the other person's memories are from after he became a monster. The Cross Institute is quite large. Rebecca was just one of the researchers. Researchers responsible for different tasks also have different off-duty times. So there were actually quite a few people in the Research Institute just now. Most of these people turned into monsters after the virus outbreak. Some have even died at the hands of American soldiers outside. But now, these people have all been resurrected and returned to normal. But everyone still has the previous memories in their minds, not just one person. This was the first time they had ever experienced something so bizarre. But then a large contingent of American soldiers entered the Research Institute. Soon, they learned why those who had been infected had recovered and why those who had died had come back to life. All of this is because of Su Hong. The god from another world has returned to their world once again. If Su Hong was the one who made the move, then all of this seems quite normal. Meanwhile, Chris is interrogating the 8 terrorists who released the virus. When these 8 people were first thrown over, they were still quite stunned. Because after the virus was successfully deployed, they just left. After all, no one is unafraid of viruses. Even though they were the ones who launched the attack, they were still afraid. In particular, the CR-type T virus that they released this time is still airborne. So after releasing the virus, they chose to flee immediately. But I didn't expect that they would have run dozens of kilometers away. They were suddenly brought back. After seeing Su Hong standing there, they then understood why they were there. So when Chris asked them who was acting on their orders, they immediately confessed everything they knew. With the gods before them, they dared not utter a single lie. What was originally a very troublesome matter was resolved so easily after Su Hong intervened. This also indirectly demonstrates the power of the deity Su Hong. It can actually reverse time in a certain area, revive the infected who have died, and restore them to normal. Even if Su-hong were a god, his ability to do this would prove that he would be an extremely powerful god, even among deities. Soon, Chris learned from the 8 men who were the mastermind behind the attack. A name he'd never heard before. Chris wasn't stupid, he quickly realized this person was probably just a middleman. The real mastermind was definitely not him. Chris was making guesses here and there. This left Su-hong speechless. They simply gave him a name, Frederick. Frederick is the villain from the curse. He had tasted success since his last deal with Su-hong. They are also planning their next deal with Su-hong. In the 6 months since Su-hong left this world, that guy has been making money all the time. And what's the most profitable business? Selling medicine, of course. And how do you make selling medicine even more profitable? Well, the answer is to sell monopolistic drugs. So, this guy secretly built up his influence and had people spread the virus everywhere. They also attacked their competitors, namely those who developed viral serum. The whole thing at the Cross Institute was all orchestrated by that guy behind the scenes. That's why Su-hong felt the world was becoming increasingly chaotic, and it was somewhat related to him. Those who had previously traded with Su-hong and tasted the benefits of doing so had. It's certain that they want to make another deal with Su-hong. However, if you don't have enough funds, you can forget about getting anything particularly good from Su-hong. Therefore, during the 6 months that Su-hong was away, many people are frantically accumulating wealth. Moreover, in order to earn enough money before Su-hong returns, many people have embarked on an unclean path. Although Federico was the mastermind behind this, but it's not entirely his achievement. Many people who share his interests are also fueling his ambitions behind the scenes. But can we blame Su-hong for this? No wonder. It can't be because he made a delicious cake. The others didn't want a peaceful division. Instead, they all wanted to take more for themselves, and they got so worked up they started fighting. It's his fault, too. That doesn't make sense. After Su-hong gave this name, the problem will then be easily solved, because Chris can directly arrest people. As for the basis and the evidence, just because Su-hong gave him the name, he can arrest him directly. Frederick, of course, would not sit idly by and wait for his doom. Unfortunately, the person who arrested him this time was Chris. As Chris's brother-in-law, Su-hong gave him some nice gifts when he came back this time. With Chris personally taking action, Frederick was powerless to resist and was successfully captured. What awaits him next is a lifetime in prison. As for why they weren't just executed by firing squad. First, he cannot be killed by ordinary means. To kill him, only Su-hong can do it. Because Frederick had been injected with Wolverine serum. Even Chris doesn't have the ability to completely kill him. This is a task that only Su-hong can handle. But Chris didn't think that his big face gave him the right to order Su-hong around. Secondly, in Chris's view, killing someone as heinous as Frederick directly was not as good as letting him experience a lifetime of imprisonment. Since he also has a long lifespan, he can experience prison life for a longer time than ordinary people. After all, it's life imprisonment. In Chris's view, this punishment was better than killing him outright. And while Chris was doing these things, the news of Su-hong's return spread throughout the world in no time. The whole world was shaken by this news. After all, Su-hong's return this time already meant he had broken his promise. When he left, he said he would only be gone for 6 months. But by the time he returned, more than 7 months had already passed. It's been more than half a year. Many people even worry that the deity Su-hong will no longer come to their world. Fortunately, Su-hong came back. As for Su-hong breaking his promise, etc. But nobody cared. Even if someone notices, there won't be any complaints. Su-hong is a deity, what's wrong with him being a little late? Does a deity need you to tell him how to behave? But the second piece of news that followed was even more shocking. That means Su-hong won't be making a lot of transactions this time he's back. In other words, this time when Su-hong returns, you can no longer simply go to Haverwell's former international airport to make a deal with him. Rather, you only have a chance to make a deal with Su-hong if Su-hong is willing to meet you. When this news got out, the world's richest people were all unhappy that day, because they were thinking of using underhanded tactics to make money and save up, all for the sake of waiting for Su-hong to come back and then making a deal with him. As a result, Su-hong is now willing to do business with anyone. What was the point of what they did before? At their level, money is just a number. Having more wouldn't mean much to them. However, because they were preparing to make a deal with Su-hong, they worked themselves to the bone to make money, resorting to so many underhanded tactics that even they themselves felt a little guilty. If we can't make a deal with Su-hong now, the money will just be stuck in our hands. That must be so painful. However, no matter how many wealthy people are feeling extremely upset today. Anyway, Su-hong wasn't upset at all, because he is currently taking Claire to an amusement park in New York. Of course, besides the two of them, Rebecca was also there. Chris, on the other hand, was busy with other things. Of course, Chris will come over for dinner in the evening. Su-hong wasn't actually very interested in amusement parks. He preferred the food at the amusement park to the entertainment handouts. Claire mainly wanted to have fun, so Su-hong accompanied her. Rebecca was invited by Claire. The two knew each other and were friends. After all, Rebecca and Chris were teammates, and Rebecca even visited Chris's home after retiring. At the time, Claire was taking college entrance exams, while Rebecca was the one who got into Columbia University with a score of 657 and earned her doctorate early on. Her erudition goes without saying. She also tutored Claire for a few days at the time. Although they are several years apart in age, they are good friends. So when Claire came to the amusement park today, she invited Rebecca along as well. Rebecca naturally wouldn't refuse Claire's invitation. Moreover, she also wanted to get up close and personal with Su-hong, this deity. It's not necessary to get anything from Su-hong, but if possible, she wanted to try and see if Su-hong could save their world, because it was really messed up terribly. However, you need to find an opportunity to say such things. In front of an ice cream truck, Su-hong was eating an extra-large ice cream. Judging from his expression, he was satisfied with the taste of the ice cream. Many people nearby glanced in Su-hong's direction from time to time. They all recognized Su-hong, but because of his status, none of them dared to look him in the eye. Even if they were to peek, they would only dare to steal a glance, they wouldn't dare to look any longer. As for approaching Su-hong to talk, he dared not do that at all. After all, no one really knows what kind of personality Su-hong, this deity, has. If they anger Su-hong, the consequences will be beyond their ability to bear. Da-da-da-da. The sound of high heels clicking on the ground rang out. Along with it came a fragrant breeze. Su-hong tilted his head slightly. A delicate face came into view. The difference this time was that what came into his view was the face of a typical Eastern woman. Short, clean, black hair that slightly exceeds the ears. Her chin wasn't particularly pointed, but she had a slightly oval face, snow-white skin, and bright red, glossy lips, like blooming peach blossoms, alluring and beautiful. A pair of large, black eyes, seemingly holding the vastness of the universe. This is an absolutely perfect face. If Su-hong were to rate her, her looks would score at least 98 points, even higher than Claire's. Of course, this is based on Su-hong's own aesthetic sense. After all, he is originally an Easterner, so his aesthetic sense is definitely more inclined towards Easterners. However, besides having a stunningly beautiful face, the woman she also has an enviable figure. From Su-hong's perspective, who has seen countless women, there are two words to describe him: unbeatable. Where are you from? People of Great Xia, the woman said. Her voice was clear and crisp, with a touch of mature elegance, making it very distinctive. What's your name? Wang Aida. Wang Aida, her surname is Wang. The fact that you're asking this question means you're also a Great Xia person, Ada Wang countered. They wouldn't dare talk to me like that. That's because they don't dare to study you and don't understand your personality. So you've studied me and have some understanding of my personality. Of course, and you probably already know this even if I don't tell you. If I wanted to know. So you came here to use your beauty to seduce me. So, does that mean my beauty calculation was successful? What do you think? I think it must have been successful, otherwise you wouldn't have talked to me so much. By the way, what's your name? Based on our investigation, we've concluded that you're probably a Great Xia person from another world, Ada Wang said. So what's your name? Would you mind telling me? I don't mind, Su-hong, that's my name. But have you considered the consequences of using your feminine wiles on me? I've thought about it, but at worst I'll just hand myself over to you. Su-hong. Do I look like a lecher? Su-hong asked. No man is immune to lust, but someone like you has already passed the stage of being lustful. You have your own taste when it comes to beautiful women, and ordinary people don't catch your eye. But I think if I'm considered average, then there's probably no one in the world who's considered pretty, Ai Yin-jo said confidently. Su-hong couldn't help but look at her. She also looked at Su-hong, and their eyes met. A moment later, Su-hong had to admit that Ada Wang was really beautiful and very charming. As the most famous female character in the Resident Evil series, Ada Wang is definitely the most beautiful among all the female characters. Its popularity is absolutely the highest. Claire's popularity is not bad, but it's nowhere near that of Ada Wang. As for Rebecca, Jill, Sherry, and Helena, they are incomparable. Although these female characters are all quite good-looking, but the most popular and universally acknowledged most beautiful is still Ada Wang. Indeed, you fit my aesthetic perfectly. So, you've come here representing the Great Xia. Ada Wang nodded. There is no denying it. In the game's lore, Isaac was first introduced as an agent under Wesker. There is also an ambiguous relationship between her and Leon. Even the game's creators didn't expect that Ada Wang would only appear for a short time. It gained popularity among a large number of gamers. She topped the list of most favorite female characters. So much so that the game's creators had no choice but to bring her back into the game later on. In this world, Ada Wang also knows Leon and has also worked for the Umbrella Corporation. But in reality, her true identity is a top-level special agent from the Great Xia dynasty. They have been secretly infiltrating the Federation, carrying out some rather special missions. This time, she also received a direct order from above to get close to Su-hong at all costs. If possible, she could even use her beauty to seduce Su-hong directly. As for controlling Su-hong through a honey trap, they never thought of that. They only wanted to use Ada Wang to contact Su-hong and complete some transactions with him. Through their research on Su-hong, they gained some understanding of him. For example, Su-hong is most likely a person from the Great Xia dynasty, because when he first appeared, he called himself the Jade Emperor. That is, the Jade Emperor. Secondly, Su-hong likes beautiful women, which is a very normal personality trait. Because no man dislikes a beautiful woman. No one is an exception. The pursuit of beautiful things is common to all primates. Beautiful things generally represent one's own aesthetic. Third, Su Hong's attitude towards Xia was relatively friendly, and in terms of personality, he was the kind of gentleman who wouldn't get angry easily. They knew that Su Hong would definitely find out about their investigation, but they were certain that even if Su Hong found out, he wouldn't be angry about it. This is also why they openly sent Ada Wong to get close to Su Hong. It's fair to say that their gamble paid off. Why wasn't it a correct decision or a correct guess, but rather a correct gamble? It's because Su Hong does like beautiful women, but he can't just start a conversation with any beautiful woman who comes along. He's traveled through so many worlds, every single one of them has its share of beautiful women. If he really wants to have a harem, it wouldn't be a problem for him to spend hundreds of thousands or even millions. But so far, Su Hong has only had relationships with 3 women. Selena Gomez from the Dark Knight Rises universe, Gwen Stacy from the Ghost Spider-Man universe, and Claire from the Resident Evil universe. Su Hong currently only has these 3 women. For Su Hong, it's not that he'll seduce every pretty woman who approaches him. He's not a male dog in heat. To catch his eye, firstly, you have to be beautiful, secondly, you have to be someone he likes, and thirdly, your personality has to be someone he likes. Finally, it must be clean enough. Only if you meet these conditions can you get close to Su Hong and become his woman. Does Ada Wong meet these criteria? She is beautiful. As a former Resident Evil player, how could Su Hong possibly be interested in Ada Wong? Regarding Ada Wong's personality, he doesn't know much about her yet, but so far, she seems alright. Finally, it's clean. Ada Wong is a secret agent, but as a top agent, her superiors also know very well that her body is her most powerful weapon. However, this weapon should not be used lightly. So far, Ada Wong has not encountered Su Hong using this task. Therefore, she is clean. This is why Su Hong spoke to Ada Wong. If she does not meet these conditions, even if she is beautiful, Su Hong will not kill her directly, but she will not have the opportunity to get close to Su Hong either. They really thought no one was trying to get close to Su Hong. There will always be people who want to take risks and gamble big. But anyone who has an idea will find that their body is unable to move when they try to put it into action. Only by dispelling those thoughts can the body recover. So Ada Wong's arrival was actually with Su Hong's tacit approval. Ada Wong herself was simply unaware of this. Previous. Next. Tell me your purpose. My purpose, if you want to know, should be quite simple, Ada Wong asked with a smile. It's simple, but I don't like to pry into other people's secrets. I won't try to read other people's minds unless it's absolutely necessary, Su Hong said slowly, taking a bite of his ice cream. As he spoke, he glanced at the roller coaster not far away. Above, Claire and Rebecca were sitting together, sliding down from a height. Claire looked calm, while Rebecca was screaming loudly. Even Rebecca, a former STARS member, would feel fear at this momentary sense of weightlessness. Because the members of the STARS team are human, not superheroes. Ada Wong was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. She neither believed nor refuted Su Hong's words. After all, she couldn't determine whether Su Hong was telling the truth or lying. All right then, our purpose is actually very simple. We would like to invite you to Daxia. If possible, we would like to make a deal with you. Of course, it would be even better if you would like to live in Great Xia from now on. Ada Wongdao 503. Going to Daxia? Sure. Su Hong nodded in agreement. Ada Wong was quite surprised, even though she was very confident in her beauty. But she actually wasn't very confident about this mission. The mission was not dangerous at all. But it's not entirely safe, because if she angers Su Hong, this god from another world, she will surely die. They won't even have a chance to escape. For mortals, even death is a luxury before the gods. The higher UPS told her that Su Hong was a lecherous man. The decision to send her to contact Su Hong was made after careful consideration. She wasn't the only one among them, but she was definitely the most beautiful woman there. And she was also their top agent. Whether it's physical skills, methods, or eloquence, she is the best. That's why the higher UPS chose her. She naturally had no choice but to obey orders from above. She never expected the mission to go so smoothly. It went so smoothly that BDCC could hardly believe it. You're just agreeing like that? Aren't you going to think about it? No need to think about it. I'm no less familiar with Great Xia than you are. To be honest, I'm getting a bit tired of staying in foreign countries and eating their food all the time. It would be nice to go to Great Xia with you. Although we are not from the same world, we share the same culture, so we can be considered compatriots. Based on cooperation, I am willing to help Su Hong if I can. And he was indeed very interested in Ada Wong. After all, he was one of the Resident Evil players who was very interested in Ada Wong. He's watched plenty of videos featuring the Resident Evil Aunt Wong's outfit mod. Now that they're face to face, even if it's just to give Aunt Wong some face, Su Hong will go to Daxia with her. As for whether doing so will offend anyone, does he need to consider such a question? After Claire and Rebecca got off the roller coaster, then they noticed a beautiful woman standing next to Su Hong. Claire remained calm. Su Hong's excellence destined him to be a flower exuding an alluring fragrance, attracting bees and butterflies. This was perfectly normal. It would be abnormal if he didn't have women around him. Of course, she was also aware of Su Hong's standards. She knew he had high standards and wouldn't be interested in ordinary women. Besides, to be honest, she wasn't Su-hong's first woman. The real first one was Catwoman Selena Kyle. In a way, she came later. Claire knew of Selena's existence, Su-hong had told her, but she had never met Selena. Therefore, she doesn't care how many women Su-hong has around him, since her eldest brother doesn't talk about her second brother. As long as she has a place next to Su-hong, that's enough. How was the roller coaster ride? It's alright, but it doesn't have the same thrill as before, Claire said with a smile. Since sharing Su-hong's abilities, they have gained immense power. The feeling of weightlessness no longer evoked fear in her, and she knew that she couldn't die no matter what. She knew that even if the roller coaster derailed, nothing would happen to her. With confidence, there is no fear. Without fear, the thrill naturally disappears. Now, riding a roller coaster is more like a chance for her to get some fresh air. Of course, she also enjoys riding roller coasters and looking down from above, because then she can see all the beautiful scenery. Are you hungry? Shall we go get something to eat? I'm all right, Rebecca. Are you hungry? Claire asked Rebecca with a smile. I'm fine with anything, Rebecca replied with a faint smile. Then let's go get something to eat. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you to a friend. This is Ada Wong, a friend I just met. In a couple of days, I'm planning to go to Great Xia with her for a while. Would you like to come along? I won't go. I'm planning to do some other things. Let Rebecca go with you, Claire said directly. She also plans to do some things since she came back this time. For example, using your abilities to help people in need. Compared to the Marvel Universe, her world is far more chaotic. I didn't have the ability or the time before. She has the ability now, but she still doesn't have much time. So she doesn't plan to go with Su-hong to Daxia this time. She didn't care what Su-hong was doing in Daxia. Although her relationship with Su-hong is now quite special, but she didn't think that she could control Su-hong just because of this relationship. She never cared about Su-hong's thoughts. Me? This. Claire, if you're not going, it's not really appropriate for me to go with you, Rebecca said quickly. There's nothing wrong with it. My brother told me that you've been busy developing new viral serums for the past few years and haven't had much rest. This trip to Daxia with him should be a good time to have some fun and relax, right? Claire wasn't unaware of Rebecca's motives for approaching her. She's not stupid. In addition, she knew some things about Rebecca. Her initiative in approaching him was undoubtedly aimed at getting close to Su-hong and achieving some goal. And this purpose is most likely not for her own benefit. Considering her job, it's not hard to guess what her purpose is. It was precisely because they had guessed Rebecca's purpose. So Claire didn't mind helping her out. Well, then I'll have to bother Mr. Su. Rebecca readily agreed. Su-hong watched from the side without saying a word. The group then left the amusement park together and found a decent restaurant to have dinner. 2 days later, Su-hong boarded a plane bound for Shanghai, the capital of Daxia. This is a private jet, and there aren't many people on board. Besides Su-hong, there were only Rebecca, Ida Wong, and some flight attendants and maintenance personnel. Before the plane even landed, Shanghai International Airport had already been sealed off by the police. A day earlier, Shanghai International Airport had already stopped receiving and sending out planes. As for the purpose, it was naturally to prepare for welcoming Su-hong today. The Great Xia government treated Su-hong with extremely high regard. Even Shanghai's airport was completely shut down and grounded a day earlier than scheduled due to Su-hong's arrival. Even though many citizens are dissatisfied with this. But when they learned that the government was doing this because they were going to welcome the deity who was suspected to be a god of their Great Xia kingdom the next day, all their dissatisfaction disappeared. Online, hundreds or even thousands of videos analyzing Su-hong's visit to Daxia have suddenly appeared. Because of Su-hong, the world's smartphone era has developed even faster. It's only 2009 now, but in terms of the development of internet information, it's already comparable to what it will be 10 years later. The era of self-media has long since arrived. Many people create videos for social media. Everyone wants to ride on Su-hong's coattails. With Su-hong's visit to Daxia generating so much buzz, there will naturally be no shortage of people trying to capitalize on it online. The government doesn't care. The reason is simple. All the videos related to Su-hong are positive, there are no negative ones. What a joke? He's a real deity. You dare to slander him? Aren't you afraid Su-hong will kill you? The reason they dare to type so much on the keyboard online is because they are certain that no one can come down to them through the internet cable. But if those self-media people dare to criticize Su-hong, if he angered them, Su-hong wouldn't even need to untangle the internet cable, he could deal with them directly. This is the deterrent power of Su-hong. Since there are no negative videos, the government naturally doesn't need to manage them. On the contrary, I'm happy to see it. After all, this would help them gain Su-hong's favor. As for whether doing this will cause any subsequent trouble, these worries are completely unnecessary. Given Su-hong's demonstrated abilities, if he truly harbored thoughts of enslaving people, unifying the entire world would be nothing to him. They had a clear analysis of the abilities Su-hong had demonstrated. Even if all the countries in the world unite against Su-hong, their chances of winning in the end are less than 1%. Moreover, even if they win a war against Su-hong, they won't gain any benefits. Besides, they might not even be able to win. If that's the case, then why go to war? The best option is for everyone to live in peace and work together for mutual benefit. In this regard, they have already collaborated with Su-hong several times. They were very satisfied with the collaboration. Under these circumstances, they naturally wouldn't manage the videos about Su-hong online. When Su-hong came to Daxia, they gave him a welcome that was even more prestigious than the highest level of hospitality. In the past, even when leaders from other countries came to visit, they did not receive the same treatment as Su-hong. Because of him, the entire airport was shut down and flights were suspended in advance. Just got off the plane. Su-hong then saw the leaders and officials who came to greet him. They're not low-ranking, but I don't know any of them. Of course, among those who came to greet Su-hong was someone Su-hong knew, Ji-do. After saving her brother, Li Mei did not stay in the United States any longer. Instead, he returned to Shanghai and went back to living the life of an ordinary person. But not long after, she was approached by members of the organization. Because she had previously been in contact with Su-hong and had done business with him, the higher UPS were keen to recruit her. After some consideration, Li Mei agreed. Originally, Li Mei was the best person to do what Ada Wong did. But after some further consideration, the higher UPS decided that Ada Wong would be in charge of this task. As for Li Mei, she was responsible for receiving Su-hong afterwards. After all, Li Mei is a woman, and she's also beautiful, so it's most suitable for her to receive Su-hong. Mr. Su, we meet again. Knowing that Su-hong disliked that kind of talk. After meeting with Su-hong briefly at the airport, the leaders left immediately. Their presence was merely to express an attitude. The person actually in charge of receiving Su-hong was Li Mei. Next, she was responsible for liaising with Su-hong. As for the deal with Su-hong, that's not urgent. As long as Su-hong is in Daxia, the transaction can take place anytime. If they could get Su-hong to stay in Daxia and not leave again, that would be even better. Because of this, it will be much easier for them to make deals with Su-hong in the future. Moreover, he can trade with Su-hong multiple times. It has been quite a while since we last met, Su-hong nodded. It's not surprising that Li Mei is here. What are your plans next? Or would you like me to make the arrangements for you? What orders did your superiors give you? Facing Su-hong's question, Li Mei did not refuse to answer. Because she knew that if Su-hong really wanted to know something, he wouldn't need to ask. You'll know the answer then, whether you tell it or not makes no difference. There were no specific orders, the only order was to provide you with a reception desk. Su-hong nodded. I don't have any specific plans, just to eat, walk around, and see things. You've studied me, so you should know that I love food. I have no resistance to delicious food. Li Mei smiled. Then let me arrange for you to have a meal at a good restaurant. Sure, I know you're a local from Shanghai and you're familiar with this place, so you can make the arrangements. Afterwards, Li Mei took Su-hong and the other two directly to the most famous restaurant in Shanghai. The food at the restaurant was indeed very good. Anyway, Su-hong liked it very much and ate quite a lot. After dinner, we strolled around Shanghai. Then we'd look around here and eat there. Su-hong actually thinks this kind of life is pretty good. Quiet and peaceful, with a beautiful woman by his side. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su-hong had a great time and enjoyed the food. Then the matter of a transaction was brought up. Li Mei immediately notified her superiors. Soon, someone came specifically to trade with Su-hong and presented a list. 0. After reviewing the list, Su-hong provided a quote. Not low, but it's completely within their acceptable range. And it was far below their expectations. After all, they expected Macro to quote a higher price. However, Su-hong's offer was not that high. Therefore, the transaction proceeded smoothly. They got Su-hong's things. Su-hong didn't make much money, but he hasn't been having much fun in Daxia these days. In the blink of an eye, Su-hong had spent another month in the Resident Evil world. During this month, Rebecca achieved her initial goal. However, she paid a price for this, becoming Su-hong's woman. Of course, this is not a bad thing, on the contrary, it is a good thing. Ada Wong also became Su-hong's woman. The difference is that Ada Wong chose to be with Su-hong because she planned to say goodbye to her previous life. To be honest, becoming a top agent was her initial goal. But she started working as a secret agent at the age of 15, and now she is 28, 13 years later. What was once her goal has now become something she wants to escape. She wanted to live a different kind of life. The only person who could help her was Su-hong. Therefore, she chose to become Su-hong's woman. Su-hong naturally wouldn't refuse Aunt Wong's offer. I spent more than a month in the Resident Evil world. Su-hong also plans to return to Marvel. This time, he didn't take Claire back with him. It wasn't that Su-hong didn't want to, but Claire had other things to do for the time being and asked Su-hong to come and pick her up in a few months. Rebecca also doesn't plan to go with him for the time being, because she still has some things to do. So in the end, only Ada Wong Kao left with Su-hong. Miracle Group headquarters. The CEO's office. However, the person sitting in the office now is not Claire, but Ada Wong. After Ada Wong returned to the Marvel Universe, Su-hong handed over the task that Claire had previously done to Ada Wong. This position was naturally nothing to Ada Wong, although she did not graduate with a degree in management. But as a top agent, she does know how to manage a company. Moreover, although Miracle Corporation is large, it actually doesn't have many areas that need to be managed. Since Michael handles most of the work, Ada Wong, as the company's CEO, only needs to make choices and appointments on certain matters. The tasks are few and not difficult. For a top agent like Ada Wong, it's entirely within her grasp. More than half a month has passed since Su-hong returned from the Resident Evil world. In the past 2 weeks, he didn't wander off to other worlds either. I live a very comfortable life every day. They're either playing here or wandering around there. With beautiful women by his side, life was incredibly carefree. Of course, he lives a carefree life, but others may not. SHIELD headquarters. Nick Fury is looking at a stack of documents. This is a fax that Carlson just sent from Texas. The information is about a hammer. The hammer was peculiar. It wasn't very big, but it had an unusually high load-bearing capacity. A person couldn't lift it, a car couldn't pull it, and even a powerful truck with a burned-out engine couldn't budge it. A crane that can lift hundreds of tons of cargo cannot lift an ordinary hammer. Moreover, the hammer is made of a very special material. No matter what method they used, they couldn't leave a single mark on the surface of the hammer. So all they can do now is block the area where the hammer fell. Put down the documents. Nick Fury rubbed his temples. They were a little sore. Things haven't progressed much with Tony Stark, and now another hammer has fallen from the sky. More than a decade ago, Nick Fury, who had experienced the Captain Marvel incident, knew that extraterrestrials existed in this universe. Earth is not the only civilized planet in the universe, nor the only planet with intelligent life. On the contrary, there are many intelligent races in the universe. There is more than one civilization that is more advanced and powerful than Earth. Therefore, he has always wanted to build a powerful enough team to protect the Earth. Unfortunately, he didn't have that right before. But now that they have the power, there is no suitable candidate. His first choice was Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. However, the Carolians are not on Earth, so they can only be considered candidates. He had not yet met any suitable candidates for the other positions. So far, he only has 2 people who are eligible to join the Avengers. One is Hawkeye Clint Barton. One is Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow. Both of them were his top agents, his most capable and trusted. Whether it's physical skills or personal abilities. Especially Natasha, she could barely be considered a super soldier. Although her strength is not much greater than that of an average person, she has great endurance and faster reaction time than the average person. Moreover, because she underwent cosmetic surgery, her appearance has remained unchanged for decades. However, since their strength is not much beyond that of ordinary people, they are capable of dealing with ordinary criminals and even some more powerful top criminals. But asking them to deal with aliens would be far too difficult. So neither Natasha nor Clint are currently considered reserve players. Without a core team, Nick Fury had no intention of forming the Avengers. After Tony Stark developed the Mark armor, Nick Fury immediately set his sights on Tony Stark. But at the time, he was only considering it. He didn't really intend to recruit Tony Stark, he planned to observe Tony for a while. After all, Tony's playboy personality was really too reckless. He felt that if someone like him were to join the Avengers, the organization wouldn't last long. Although having Tony Stark join his Avengers team would be a great help to him. After all, Tony is a genius in weapons, has excellent hands-on skills, and is also very rich. If he supported the Avengers, he wouldn't even need to contribute much to the organization's funding. But Su-Hong's appearance disrupted his plans. When he felt that Tony Stark's personality had changed, although he was still arrogant and loved to show off. But after noticing that Tony had become more responsible, Nick Fury had already made up his mind to recruit Tony Stark into the Avengers program. Moreover, he had already planned how to get Tony to join the Avengers long before that. But just as he was about to take action, Su-Hong disrupted his plans. Before they could even make a move, Su-Hong solved Tony Stark's lead poisoning problem. Then Su-Hong also helped him create new elements. It replaced the elements previously used in the arc reactor. That punch really hurt them a lot. After that, Nick Fury also tried to get close to Tony Stark. As a result, he couldn't even get past Tony's face. This made Nick Fury feel helpless and embarrassed. He was, after all, the director of SHIELD, and in the United States, SHIELD still wielded considerable power. The FBI and CIA are no match for them. The permissions are significantly different. As the director of SHIELD, he held a high position of power. As a result, I couldn't even see anyone. He then planned to use his skills, those of a former king of spies, to secretly infiltrate Stark Tower and meet Tony. Nick Fury was quite confident in his skills and methods. With the help of S.H.I.E.L.D's computer experts, he felt that infiltrating Tony's house shouldn't be too difficult. But reality slapped him hard in the face. Because of Su-Hong. 5.7. Jarvis had already been upgraded once. Nick Fury did indeed successfully infiltrate Stark Tower. But Tony deliberately let Jarvis let him in. The end result, of course, was that he was caught red-handed by Tony. The director of SHIELD, the king of spies, sneaked into someone's house and got caught red-handed by the homeowner. At that moment, Nick Fury just wanted to find a place to crawl into. Because it's embarrassing. Although nothing serious happened in the end, Nick Fury gave up on finding Tony Stark and inviting him to join SHIELD. Because I don't have that kind of face. Instead, he turned his attention to Su-Hong. He felt that inviting Su-Hong to join the Avengers was much more difficult than inviting Tony Stark. But he decided to give it a try. The difficulty has indeed increased. But if successful, the rewards will be even greater. The reason is simple. The Miracles Group is stronger than Stark Industries, and Su-Hong is also stronger than Tony Stark in terms of personal ability. It's not that he looks down on Tony Stark. Instead, he discovered that Su-hong was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. After conducting a brief investigation of Su-hong, he immediately stopped investigating, because Su-hong was more complex than he had anticipated. Many people know about the scene where Ross invited Su-hong, and Su-hong used a magic portal to go directly to the military camp. There was also the scene where he helped Tony confess his feelings to Pepper at the amusement park. All of this clearly indicates that Su-hong may also be a magician, and a powerful one at that. Besides, Hong and Tony have a very good relationship. The two are very good friends. Tony Stark is a man with a bad temper and a very arrogant personality. He had very few friends, so few that he didn't have a single friend before he met Rod. Normally, when he queues up, the only person he would actively invite is Rod. Even Rhodes wasn't invited by Tony very often, although this is related to Rhodes's identity and job. But after becoming friends with Su-hong, 13, Tony often invited Su-hong to his home. Su-hong would go almost every day. This shows that the two have a good relationship. Does this mean that if Su-hong joins the Avengers, Tony Stark will also join? If the Avengers had these two individuals, they wouldn't have to worry about combat strength or financial resources. Moreover, both of them are top-tier geniuses. Especially Su-hong, whose intelligence is definitely no less than Tony Stark's, because he already knew that Tony's Jarvis was upgraded with Su-hong's help. Even the nanotechnology used in his latest battle armor comes from Su-hong. In addition, there is controlled cold nuclear fusion technology. It's clear that Su-hong is an even more brilliant genius than Tony Stark. If someone like that joined the Avengers overall strength would immediately increase. Therefore, he has now begun to take action to win over Su-hong. His actions involved using a honey trap. First, send Natasha to get close to Su-hong. With Natasha's looks, it's hard for any man not to be interested in her. Only if Natasha can make contact with Su-hong can the subsequent plans proceed. Otherwise, like Tony Stark, you won't even be able to see the person, let alone carry out your plan. As for Tony Stark, he had indeed met the man before, but given the circumstances, Nick Fury still had his pride. How could he possibly stay and invite Tony Stark to join the Avengers? Is this all the director of SHIELD has? What gives him the nerve to invite them? And what makes him think he can invite them? It would be a miracle if Tony Stark joined his Avengers plan. But Su-hong's situation is different. He had never been in contact with Su-hong. Since he hadn't embarrassed himself before, Tony probably didn't tell Su-hong about this. Therefore, it's entirely worth trying to invite Su-hong to join the Avengers program. Whether it succeeds or not is another matter. Why not at least give it a try? After reading the intelligence that Coulson sent back, Nick Fury realized that the situation was becoming increasingly serious. He had a premonition that something bad was about to happen. Thinking about this, he put down the documents. He picked up the phone that was next to him. The call was made. The call was connected very quickly. This is Natasha. Natasha's voice came from the other end of the phone. It's me, Nick Fury said. He believed Natasha could recognize his voice. How's the plan going? 3 days ago, I successfully interviewed and joined Miracle Group as the assistant secretary to the new president of Miracle Group. I have been working for 3 days now, but so far, I have never met Su-hong of Miracle Group. He hasn't shown up at the company once in these 3 days. I haven't been able to see him or contact him, Natasha reported on the situation. A hammer just fell down over in Texas. 012606013 Filo 144080160. A hammer. Natasha frowned upon hearing this, but she could tell that this matter was not simple. Yes, a hammer that even a crane that can lift hundreds of tons can't lift, a trailer that can drag tens of tons, a mop hammer that blew up the engine. A hammer that you can't leave a mark on no matter what you do. This is no ordinary hammer. Yes, this is no ordinary hammer. The situation on Earth is getting worse and worse, Natasha. Your mission this time is very important. No matter what, you must ensure that I can successfully meet Su-hong of the Miracle Group. Even if it means sacrificing something. Nick Fury didn't finish his sentence, but Natasha Ting understood what Nick Fury meant. In the comics, Black Widow has a number of relationships with men, but in the cinematic universe, at least for Natasha at present, she is still relatively clean. When carrying out missions, at most it involves sacrificing a little bit of S**x appeal or being slightly more intimate. It was outrageous, unprecedented. I will decide based on the situation, but even if I do, I cannot guarantee that it will be successful. Super rich men like Su-hong are never short of beautiful women around them. Even exceptionally beautiful women are not lacking. Claire, Gwen, and now Ada Wong, none of them are bad, they're all top-tier beauties. Even Mindy, who hasn't fully grown yet, is not bad. At least because it hasn't fully grown yet, it's still a little short. Natasha knew all of this, because Su-hong never concealed his privacy. Due to Su-hong's status, very few people dare to write reports that smear him. Look at Tony Stark, 510 grams. He used to be so promiscuous, so high-profile, and so sharp-tongued. There are quite a few people who hate him, but there are very few reports that smear him. The reason is simple, the Federal Republic is a capitalist country. In this country, capital is the most important thing. Everyone knows that in this country, offending a rich person is like an old man hanging himself, courting death. Su-hong is far richer than Tony. Regarding the financial report that Miracle Group released last month, I wonder how many people had tears in their eyes. World's richest man? That's nothing. It's just because the richest person is called the world's richest person. His current wealth is probably more than the combined wealth of the bottom 99 people on the list. Monthly revenue exceeds 10 trillion US dollars. What does this mean? In just 1 month, its revenue equaled the market value of one of the top 3 Fortune Global 500 companies. Who would dare to smear such a wealthy person? Didn't you see that even the most shameless federal government didn't dare to touch Su Hong? Knowing that Su Hong was surrounded by many beautiful women, Natasha wasn't actually that confident in herself. All I can say is that she will do her best to handle this matter. Just go for it, Nick Fury said, and then hung up the phone. Whether it succeeds or not depends on Natasha's first step, whether she can take it successfully. Natasha hung up the phone. He then took a stack of documents and went to the president's office. That is, Ada Wong's office. At this moment, Natasha was dressed in a black office lady outfit. He wore a white undershirt with a black suit jacket on top. She wore a black bodycon skirt that perfectly showcased her great figure. She has a curvy figure, which perfectly describes her. Her straight, slender legs were covered with high-end black stockings. With her outfit, she could drive men crazy with just a slight bend in her body to show off her curves. He watched as Natasha walked in. Ada Wong smiled. But this smile, no matter how you look at it, seems to have a different meaning. Just kidding, she's a secret agent herself, so how could she not be familiar with agents like Natasha? So on Natasha's first day there, she sensed that Natasha's motives for joining the Miracles group were impure. She told Su Hong about this, but Su Hong said there was no need to kick the person out. Let her keep it and play around with it for a while. President, I've brought you all the information you requested. Okay, just leave it here. You shouldn't have anything else to do today, so you can leave work early. Ada Wong first pointed to a corner of the desk, then spoke. Okay. Natasha turned to leave, but she stopped after taking only a few steps. She turned around and looked at Ada Wong, her expression hesitant. Is there anything else, Sophia? Sophia is Natasha's current name. She certainly couldn't use her real name for the Miracle Company interview. She is using a fake name now. However, because of SHIELD, her fake name is now her real identity. All the files and documents are verifiable. President, why have I never seen Chairman Su at the company? Does he not usually come to the company? Natasha did not leave immediately, but asked tentatively. In terms of skill level, Natasha is considerably weaker than Ada Wong. After all, their opponents were not in the same league at all. So Natasha had no idea that Ada Wong had already discovered her identity. She didn't even consider Ada Wong to be a secret agent. That's right, I'm actually an admirer of Mr. Su. I admire Mr. Su a lot. I came to Miracle Group to apply for a job because I wanted to meet Mr. Su. Really, it's just to meet. I have no other intentions. Upon hearing this, Ada Wong smiled. She probably already knew Natasha's purpose. It's nothing more than Su Hong. But thinking about it, it makes sense. After arriving in this world, she also learned about Su Hong's background. And for her safety, Su Hong also shared the power of the 12 talismans with her. Although she shared the power of the 12 talismans, Claire's strength was not affected. Moreover, as time goes by, the power of the talismans she can use is getting stronger and stronger. Because it's quite simple, the power of the talismans within Su Hong's body is also growing. Since initially acquiring the power of the 12 talismans, this power has increased many times over. So even if someone who shares the platform adds Ada Wong, it won't affect Su Hong or Claire. The current Ada Wong is no ordinary person. The power of the chicken talisman is like a 360-degree eye. This allowed Ada Wong to clearly observe Natasha's every little movement and micro-expression. Natasha had absolutely no secrets from her. Even if Ada Wong can't read minds. You really want to see the chairman? Yes, I admire Chairman Su very much. I think he is the most amazing person in the world. There is no one in the world more amazing than him. If I could see him, even just a glimpse from afar, I would be happy. Natasha needs to find out when Su Hong will arrive at Miracle Group. She can't just keep hiding here forever. As for going directly to Su Hong's villa to find him, even if you go, you won't see him. Su Hong's villa has far more security than Tony Stark's Stark Tower. 0126060113 Fila 144080350. The chances of her sneaking in are slim. Moreover, she couldn't sneak into Su Hong's villa. If she went in rashly and got caught, her mission would be over. After all, the difference between Su Hong inviting her and her sneaking in on her own is significant. If you really want to see her, it's not difficult. Because he will come to the company this afternoon. If you want to see him, then wait at the company. You'll know when he arrives. Upon hearing this, Natasha's face immediately lit up with a look of surprise and delight. She seems to be a big fan of Su Hong, and looks forward to his arrival. Of course, her expression at that moment was half genuine and half feigned. She was genuinely happy. After all, Su Hong was coming, and being able to see him meant that part of her mission was complete. What I fear most is that I won't be able to see Su Hong for a long time. As for expectations, they are obviously false. Su Hong is handsome and rich, but Natasha never actually had any contact with Su Hong. Being handsome and rich didn't attract her. At the very least, it prevented her from developing feelings for Su Hong. Okay, Mr. President, I'll head back to my office now. Ada Wong nodded. Natasha then left. As the president's assistant and secretary, Natasha naturally has her own office. Speaking of which, the position of assistant secretary to the president of Miracle Group is not one that just anyone can hold. Natasha also put in a lot of effort to compete with others and get this position. In terms of ability, Natasha's skills are quite good. Moreover, Michael actually handles many of the affairs of Miracle Company. Even for Ada Wong, the CEO, nothing really happened. Not to mention her secretary. If your resume is impressive enough and your appearance is acceptable, you can be hired. Natasha's appearance played a significant role in her becoming Ada Wong's secretary. Even choosing a secretary for Ada Wong, the new CEO, instead of choosing a secretary for Su Hong. But the head of the Human Resources Department is not a fool. Whether it's Ada Wong or Su Hong, the secretary should definitely be someone capable but also very beautiful. What man wouldn't like a beautiful woman? Claire before, and Ada Wong now, aren't they both top-tier beauties? This shows that Su Hong is not much different from other men. He likes young, beautiful women. In that case, when looking for a secretary for Ada Wong, it's only natural to hire whoever is the prettiest. If Su Hong is happy when he finds out that he did it, he'll definitely get a raise, if not a promotion. Back in her office, Natasha didn't immediately contact Nick Fury to report on the situation. She planned to contact Su Hong first, and then contact Nick Fury. Around 4 p.m., Su Hong's car stopped downstairs at the Miracle Building. Soon, the entire Miracle Company knew that Chairman Su Hong had arrived. Some of the company's longtime employees didn't seem to mind, but the new employees who had just joined the company were all very excited. Su Hong is a super rich man. No, Su Hong is now the world's richest man and also a superhero. It's practically impossible to meet such an important person on a normal day. Now that they can see it up close, it's no wonder they're so excited. Natasha learned of the news immediately. However, she was not in a hurry, because she knew that when Su Hong came to the company building, he would eventually end up in Ada Wong's president's office. She just needs to wait outside the office. Sure enough, not long after, the elevator doors opened. Su Hong stepped out of the elevator. Su Hong was all alone. He had no bodyguards or driver. Because he doesn't need to, and he doesn't like being followed around all the time. He usually does everything himself, like driving. Chairman. Upon seeing Su Hong, Natasha immediately stepped forward and greeted him with a smile. Looking at Natasha in front of him, Chu Hong understood why Ada Wong had called him to come to the company. Looking at the beautiful and charming Natasha in front of him, Su Hong was slightly surprised. He didn't pay attention to SHIELD matters, nor did he pay attention to anything else. He spends his days playing here and there, enjoying life, and rarely pays attention to anything else. Things like super hearing and supervision are basically all turned off. He had no intention of monitoring the entire world. Therefore, he basically keeps these abilities off. So Nick Fury didn't actually know what he was up to. As for Nick Fury being caught red-handed by Tony at Stark Tower, that was embarrassing. Su Hong truly did not know. Just as Nick Fury guessed, Tony didn't tell Su Hong about it at all. Because in Tony's view, Nick Fury's position as director of SHIELD was not a big deal. For ordinary people, someone like Nick Fury certainly holds a high position of power and influence. But for a top billionaire like Tony, let alone Nick Fury being just the director of SHIELD, even if a big shot like the Secretary of Defense, the President of the Senate, the President, or the Vice President appeared in front of him, even when he doesn't want to give face, he still won't. What good is having a lot of power? Even if you are the president, you can't act with impunity. At least for super rich people like Tony. As long as he doesn't commit any serious crimes, even the president can't do anything to him. How could someone like Tony Stark possibly take a mere director of SHIELD seriously? It's likely that he's long forgotten about Nick Fury. According to the plot, Natasha should have gone to Tony Stark Industries. But unexpectedly, she has now appeared in her own Miracle Group. As for how Natasha got in, Su Hong had no doubt about this. It's not difficult for Natasha to make her resume look good. Moreover, Natasha herself is indeed a capable person. In the movie Iron Man 2, she served as Pepper Potts, the CEO of Stark Industries, for a period of time. If she's only pretty but has no ability, Little Chilly would never let her be her secretary. After all, she knew all too well what kind of person Tony Stark was. She couldn't possibly go out of her way to find a particularly beautiful woman to keep by her side. She has feelings for Tony, but she would never actively help Tony find women. Natasha was chosen by her entirely based on her own abilities. It's not surprising that she was able to get into Stark Industries and the Miracles Corporation. Su Hong was somewhat surprised, not expecting Nick Fury to set his sights on him. Natasha's presence here is definitely not a simple matter. Who are you? Chairman, I'm a new employee who joined the company just a few days ago. I'm currently President AI's assistant secretary. My name is Sophia. Sophia. Yes, Mr. Su, it is a great honor to meet you here. You may not know this, but the reason I joined the Miracle Group was actually to meet you. Although it's impolite to say this, in my opinion, you are absolutely the greatest and most amazing person in the world. I really like you so much. Natasha was very enthusiastic, but her enthusiasm was mixed with a hint of nervousness. It's like a fanatic fan meeting their idol, liking them but not daring to get too close. But Su Hong could tell that Natasha was acting. Putting everything else aside, his acting skills are quite good. Most people wouldn't be able to spot any flaws. But in fact, Natasha was quite surprised when she met Suhong in person. Compared to Suhong in newspapers and on television, Suhong himself looks taller and more teacher-like. At close range, she could clearly feel the charm emanating from Suhong. He is more charming than he appears on television. That refined and composed demeanor made him truly captivating. To be fair, even she was momentarily captivated by Suhong's charm upon first meeting him. Her excitement wasn't entirely feigned. "So, you're my fan?" Suhong asked with a smile. "Yes, I am really excited. I'm sorry, Chairman, but I'm having some trouble controlling my emotions right now. It's all right. To be honest, I'm very happy to have such a beautiful woman like you liking me." Suhong waved his hand, his face full of smiles, and said very gently. Suhong did not intend to expose Natasha's identity. He planned to play along with her for now. "Really?" Natasha asked shyly. A beautiful face was flushed. "Honestly, with acting skills like that, even if you didn't become a secret agent, you wouldn't starve in Hollywood." "Certainly. Chairman, are you here to see President AI? She's in her office right now. Let me take you there." "No, I just came here to browse the company. I came here to find someone to accompany me while I look around the company." Suhong decided to postpone his meeting with Ada Wong. Ada Wong is probably working on some documents right now, so let's not bother her. "By the way, how many days have you been with the company?" "Today is the 4th day. Then you should be familiar with the company by now." "Of course." Natasha nodded. As the secretary to the new president, Ada Wong, one of her jobs is to understand most of the people and things in the company. So even though I've only been working at Miracle Group for a few days, but she already knew quite a bit about the Miracle Tower and the top executives of Miracle Corporation. Since she was hired as a secretary, she naturally wouldn't allow herself to be fired because of her work. "In that case, take me on a tour of the company so I can see what's going on." "Of course, no problem, Chairman," Natasha said excitedly. "Of course, no problem, Chairman," Natasha said excitedly. "Please come with me, I'll take you to the HR department first." Natasha walked towards the elevator. Wearing a bodycon skirt, she walked in front, and with her movements, her breasts, encased in the skirt, swayed seductively. A pair of long, slender legs clad in beautiful black stockings were also very eye-catching. "She really is a woman who knows how to seduce." Suhong smiled. "This woman is really very alluring." To be honest, in terms of looks, Natasha can't compare to Claire and Gwen. After all, they come from the world of CG movies, and in a sense, they are anime characters. Anime characters have one thing in common: they all have exceptionally good and natural facial features. Her skin is also exceptionally good. Their facial features are also more natural and refined compared to people in the real world. Therefore, you rarely see particularly ugly characters in anime, unless the author intentionally draws an ugly character. Otherwise, regardless of gender, they would all be very good-looking. So in terms of looks, Natasha can't compare to Claire, Gwen, or Ada Wong. But to say there's a huge difference isn't really true. Although there is a gap, it is not very large. Young Natasha had a very delicate face, fair skin, and plenty of collagen. Natasha in Iron Man 2 was truly at the peak of her beauty. As for her later appearances, perhaps because the actress aged, she didn't look as stunning as before, and her skin wasn't as good, so she couldn't give people the same amazing feeling. This is a common point for most Western women: they age too quickly, their beauty has a short shelf life, and very few can maintain it well. She has big, beautiful eyes. With her exquisite makeup, her face is actually quite stunning, if not compared to Ada Wong and the others. In terms of physique, Natasha is no less attractive than Gwen and the others, and may even be better. Moreover, Natasha is a woman who knows how to attract men. She knows how to use her beauty. In this respect, even Catwoman Selena is no match for Natasha. Selena is also very beautiful, with the charm of a mature woman. But compared to Natasha, she's still a bit lacking. Halfway there, Natasha seemed not to hear the footsteps behind her. She stopped and turned her body slightly. "Chairman, why are you still standing so far away?" Her voice was very soft and delicate. Her slightly twisted posture accentuated her curves even more. Her curvaceous figure made her clothes seem almost too big for her. Suhong watched all this and could only say that Natasha was really too good at it. "Coming," Suhong replied. Then they followed. Natasha turned around and smiled. Deep down, I breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, no man can ignore his own charm. Even if he's the world's richest man, in front of me, Suhong is no different from any other man. Of course, Natasha did not become complacent or look down on Suhong because of this. Suhong is capable of founding such a large company as Miracle Group, and he himself is an extraordinary being. Who knows if his current appearance is just an act? She planned to test the waters. Enter the elevator. The two were standing very close together. Suhong could clearly smell Natasha's perfume. Natasha could also clearly smell Suhong's scent. It was a peculiar fragrance, not very strong, in fact, rather faint. But it was this smell that made her feel much more relaxed after inhaling it. Natasha was curious about what perfume Suhong was wearing. But that doesn't matter. Soon, the elevator arrived at the 22nd floor of the Human Resources Department. The elevator doors opened. "Chairman, we've arrived. Let's go out." After saying that, Natasha walked towards the elevator exit first. Suhong followed closely behind. After learning that Suhong was following behind, Natasha took a few steps forward. Suddenly, the high heels under her feet seemed to slip. It caused her to lose her balance. Ah! Natasha exclaimed instinctively. Then, his whole body flipped over out of control and he fell to the ground. But before Natasha could fall to the ground, a strong embrace caught her, and Natasha immediately felt a hard and warm chest. Clearly, Su-hong caught her before she fell. 012606013144090080. In her panic and emotional state, she instinctively hugged Su-hong. Because of the height difference, her head was buried directly in Su-hong's chest. Sophia, are you alright? After 3 or 4 seconds, Su-hong's concerned voice came from above Natasha's head. Only then did the latter raise his head. His face was flushed. She quickly crawled out of Su-hong's arms. I'm sorry, Chairman, I lost my balance just now. It's alright, Sophia, Su-hong said with a smile, seemingly unconcerned. But you smell quite nice. You have a great figure too. Just a moment ago, Natasha accidentally also hugged Su-hong. Su-hong could clearly feel her beautiful figure even through her clothes. It's no exaggeration to say that Natasha is truly a stunning woman. Her figure was definitely the best among all the women Su-hong knew. Even Gwen and the others are a little bit inferior to her. Chairman, please don't say that. I'm angry, Natasha said, feigning anger. But her expression looked more like she was being coquettish. Su-hong smiled. I'm just telling the truth. With a girlfriend like you, your boyfriend must be very happy. Chairman, I don't have a boyfriend, Natasha said. No, Su-hong asked, looking surprised. A stunningly beautiful woman like you, doesn't anyone have suitors? Of course I have. Let me tell you, I have quite a few suitors, but none of them are to my liking. If someone like you, Chairman, were pursuing me, I would definitely agree immediately, Natasha said with a smile. This is no longer a hint, it's an explicit statement. If you were to say that Natasha was anxious, she certainly was. But isn't this also a reflection of her self-confidence? Natasha is very confident in her charm. Adding to that hug she just received, she couldn't believe Su-hong wouldn't be tempted. After all, her figure is exceptionally stunning. She practices yoga regularly, and even when she's on a mission, she almost always does so. Of course, I was just joking. How could someone like you, Chairman, possibly take the initiative to pursue girls? It's always the girls who pursue you. A man like you, I doubt any woman would dislike you. Do you like me? Of course, in the current federation, it's probably impossible to find a man who isn't interested in you. Natasha's words weren't entirely unfounded. Su-hong is young, handsome, and the world's richest man. Forget about liking him, if Su-hong really wanted to, there would be plenty of men willing to be his lackeys. Thank you for the compliment, but why don't you show me around the company first? We can talk as we walk. Yes, Chairman. Natasha didn't say anything more, but began to lead Su-hong the way. Take him to meet the company's senior executives. More than an hour later, Su-hong has basically completed the review process. Natasha, what time is it? It's almost 5:30, Chairman, Natasha said, glancing at her women's watch. Is it already 5:30? It's almost time to finish eating. When you get home, do you want to cook for yourself or just buy some food? I usually just buy it. I don't have much time to cook, Natasha said. In that case, come with me. I'll treat you to dinner. Upon hearing this, Natasha was immediately delighted. If Su-hong invites her to dinner, it means she can directly give Su-hong's address to Nick Fury. Let him stake out the location beforehand, so that her identity won't be exposed and she can continue to infiltrate Su-hong's inner circle. Even if Nick Fury's attempt to contact her fails, she can still continue to contact Su-hong. This will prevent the mission from reaching a complete standstill. Well, how about I invite you, Chairman? I know a restaurant in Manhattan that has really good food. I think you'll really like it. Oh, is it really that delicious? I'm quite picky. Su-hong showed an interested expression. As is well known, Su-hong enjoys eating delicious food. There are very few people in the entire Federation who don't know about this, because this matter had already been exposed. Previously, a TV station produced a food program and invited Su-hong to be a food judge, and Su-hong actually went. However, Su-hong only participated in 2 episodes before stopping. He said that the contestants' cooking skills were average, and the food they made tasted so-so, so he didn't plan to continue being a judge. This matter had previously caused a great sensation in Lianchang. After all, Su-hong is currently the world's richest man. People pay more attention to him than to who the federal president is. Of course, I can guarantee that the food at that restaurant will satisfy you. Alright, you make the arrangements. We'll head over there now. Okay, Chairman, I'll make a call and reserve a table. Su-hong nodded. Natasha then went to the side to make a phone call. After noticing that Su-hong wasn't looking this way much, taking advantage of a brief moment, Natasha sent Nick Fury a text message. Natasha was unaware that Su-hong was watching all her little actions. Su-hong was just pretending not to know. He just watched Natasha perform quietly. SHIELD. Nick Fury is looking at a stack of documents. That's information about Su-hong. Compared to before, there is now much more information about Su-hong. But it's still only superficial. Even if it's just on the surface, it's already quite exaggerated. Nick Fury is really curious about Su-hong's true abilities. Of course, he was also worried about whether Natasha could complete the task he had given her. Su-hong is definitely an exceptionally intelligent person. To be honest, the longer he sat there, the more he regretted letting Natasha get close to Su-hong, because he suddenly realized that compared to Su-hong, Tony was as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. Of course, this is not to say that Tony is stupid, but rather that Su-hong is too smart. Did Tasha really beat up someone like that? I'm watching. Ding dong. The phone on the table suddenly rang. Nick Fury immediately picked up his phone to check. The sound he just heard was from a text message someone sent him. Not many people know his private phone number. Even fewer people would message him. Picking up his phone, Nick Fury discovered that the message was from Natasha. Open the message. After reading the text message, K. Fury frowned. Natasha's mission can be considered a success. But the mission's smooth progress made Nick Fury realize that something was amiss. After a moment of silence, Nick Fury decided to go see Su-hong. Regardless of whether Su-hong noticed Natasha's odd behavior, this opportunity was crucial. His goal was to meet Su-hong. Whether or not they can reach an agreement is another matter. His priority now is to see Su-hong. If we can't even get a meeting with Su-hong, everything else is just nonsense. So it doesn't matter whether Su-hong noticed Natasha or not. Since we can see Su-hong, let's go. There's nothing to hesitate about. With that in mind, Nick Fury picked up his phone and dialed Maria Hill's number. Hill is a level 9 agent of SHIELD, a trusted lieutenant of Nick Fury, and one of Nick Fury's most trusted men. In terms of ability, there's nothing to criticize. Chief, is there anything I can help you with? The call was answered quickly. I need you to make a reservation for me at the Miro Sunshine Restaurant in Manhattan. Hill paused for a moment. Milo Sunshine Restaurant, Chief, this restaurant is one of the top upscale restaurants in Manhattan. It's very popular because of its excellent food and ambience. Reservations are required to dine there. I know, so I'm giving you this task. No matter what you do, I need to be able to sit in the restaurant with a table to eat by 6 o'clock. Okay, I'll figure something out. Hill said and hung up the phone. She knew Nick Fury's character well, he was intelligent, and almost everything he did was purposeful. He went to the Miro Sunshine Restaurant, definitely not to eat there. Natasha's mission was unclear to her, even though Nick Fury trusted her completely. But Nick Fury still didn't tell Hill about Natasha's mission. Because with this kind of thing, the fewer people who know about it, the better. Hill will find out sooner or later. After making the call, Nick Fury got up and changed into a more formal outfit. He then went to the SHIELD underground parking garage, got into his car, and left. His goal was the Miro Sunshine Restaurant. Because this is where Natasha and Su-hong are going to have their next meal. He planned to go ahead of time. Nick Fury's phone rang again while the car was still halfway there. Hill was the one who called. She said she had already made a reservation for Nick Fury at the restaurant, and he just needed to give her his name when he arrived. This wasn't a difficult task for Hill. Although Miro Sunshine Restaurant is a high-end restaurant, but SHIELD also wields considerable power. With a little threat, taking a position shouldn't be difficult. Nick Fury handed the matter over to Hill. It's just that because of his status, he can't personally go. Another point is that he doesn't intend for too many people to know about this. It was just past 6 o'clock in the afternoon. A silver supercar appeared at the entrance of the Miro Sunshine Restaurant. The appearance of this silver supercar immediately attracted the attention of most people around. This silver supercar is special, not only because it's beautiful, but also because of its distinctive front emblem. Furthermore, almost all the adults present recognized the car. Because of this car, it frequently appears in news articles related to Su-hong. So almost everyone in the Federation knows that this silver supercar belongs to Su-hong of the Miracle Group, the world's richest man who is incredibly wealthy. In addition, this is Manhattan, and the Miracles building of the Miracles Group is located in Manhattan. Su-hong himself also lives in Manhattan. It goes without saying who's sitting in that silver supercar. Sure enough, the driver's side door opened, and Su-hong's familiar figure stepped out of the car. A beautiful woman with a great figure got out of the passenger seat. But at that moment, no one paid attention to Natasha. They've seen plenty of beautiful women, and even if they glanced at them a few more times, the women wouldn't belong to them. But it's good to take a second look at Su-hong and brag about it to your friends when you get back. Maybe if Su-hong is in a good mood and sees them, he'll casually toss them some coins, and they'll become rich. Unfortunately, they were completely overthinking it. Because Su-hong didn't care about the people around him at all. After handing the car keys to the restaurant's valet, Su-hong led Natasha directly into the restaurant. Although Su-hong did not bring bodyguards, no one dared to approach him. Even if someone tries to get close, they'll find that as soon as they have that thought, their body becomes immobile. Therefore, Su-hong and Natasha entered the restaurant without being disturbed at all. As expected of chairman, you are always the center of attention wherever you go. Tony Stark is always the center of attention wherever he goes. But compared to Su-hong, he is still far behind. At least in terms of appearance, Su-hong is much better than Tony Stark. Furthermore, Miracles Group has a dedicated charitable foundation to help those who truly need assistance. Among ordinary people, Su-hong has a much better reputation than Tony Stark. The charitable foundation was established when Claire was CEO. Miracle Group invests 5% of its annual net profits into this fund to help those in real need around the world. This amount of money is enormous. After all, Miracle Group is now a supergiant conglomerate with monthly revenue exceeding $10 trillion. The net profit is at least 7 or 8 trillion US dollars. Over the course of a year, it amounts to nearly 100 trillion US dollars. 5% is 5 trillion US dollars. The market capitalization of some Fortune 500 companies is about this amount. This shows how wealthy this fund is. Claire specifically reported to Su Hong before setting up this fund. Although she is the CEO, the company ultimately belongs to Su Hong, and all the money belongs to Su Hong. Since she wasn't Su Hong's woman at the time, she specifically sought Su Hong's permission before doing this. Su Hong did not reject it, but agreed with Claire's idea. Let her do it. For Su Hong now, the profits from Marvel's Marvel Studios are no longer a significant source of income for him. The gold mining in the Transformers universe is his primary source of funding. The profits of Marvel's Wonders Group are no longer that important. If it's truly used for good deeds, Su Hong has no reason to object. When you achieve success, you should help others in the world. With Michael around, there's no need to worry about corruption or being unable to help those who truly need it. Because of this incident, Su Hong actually has a very good reputation worldwide. Compared to Tony Stark, he's even more of a mineral deposit. After all, Stark Industries has only just completed its professional development, so even if a charitable foundation is established in the movie, that's something for later. Stark Industries is currently only in its early stages of development, and its charitable foundation has not yet been established. Stark Industries was previously controlled by Obadiah. That guy is a complete capitalist. They would never set up a charity foundation or run a group. Maybe they're looking at you. After all, you're so pretty. Chairman, you really know how to talk. But they are obviously looking at you, Chairman. Beautiful women are everywhere, but super rich people like you are not so easy to find. It's quite surprising that no one came up to ask for your autograph. So, do you think they want to come up, or can't? Su Hong asked with a smile. Natasha paused for a moment. He immediately understood what Su Hong meant. After Su Hong finished speaking, she then noticed that some people's actions were indeed a bit strange. It was as if the person was frozen in place, unable to move. Like a dead person, with only a pair of eyeballs moving around. This shocked Natasha. Perhaps it was Su Hong's current appearance that overturned her previous perception of him. She forgot that Su Hong was not just a super rich man. Moreover, he is a powerful, extraordinary human. Not only are his strength and defense exaggerated, but he is also rumored to be a powerful demon mage. Alright, where is your reserved table? I'm a little hungry, let's order first. Natasha didn't say anything. Instead, he led the way for Su Hong. Soon, they arrived at a table. But as they approached their table, they first passed a table occupied by a bald black man. A bald black man is having a meal. As Su Hong and Natasha passed by, he subconsciously raised his head and looked at them. It was as if he were just a passerby who happened to see the two of them while dining there. Su Hong did not go to see the black braised eggs. He already knew Nick Fury was here. After all, Su Hong had been watching Natasha's every move. After Su Hong and Natasha sat down, they began to order food. Nick Fury continued eating his food with his head down. But while eating, he was thinking about what reason he could use to get close to Su Hong. Then what conditions would be used to persuade Su Hong to join his Avengers plan. Convincing Su Hong to join the Avengers is no easy task. Nick Fury was wondering what he could offer Su Hong to potentially join the Avengers. After thinking it over and over, he could only come up with one solution. That is the greater good. The noble cause of protecting the Earth. However, doing so might mean relinquishing leadership of the Avengers, instead of keeping the Avengers in their own hands. However, he was unwilling to give up without even trying. Since they're already here, they should at least say a few words to Su Hong, shouldn't they? But when Nick Fury made up his mind and prepared to get up and talk to Su Hong directly, he discovered that his body was out of his control. He tried to stand up, but his body was completely out of his control and he remained unmoved. It was as if the body had been frozen in time. He could feel his body's presence, but he couldn't control it. Nick Fury was terrified. But he soon realized that this was probably because he wanted to get closer to Su Hong, but Su Hong wouldn't let him. He had seen related videos online before. It is said that if you try to get close to Su Hong and Su Hong is unwilling to waste words with you, you will immediately lose control of your body. Your body will only regain control once you stop having that thought. My current situation seems to be exactly what's described online. Soon, the food that Su Hong and Natasha ordered was brought up by the waiter. Su Hong tried it and found it to be alright. It wasn't particularly delicious, but it was still edible enough. During meals, Su Hong would also chat with Natasha. The latter would respond to Su Hong with a smile. Only occasionally would her gaze inadvertently drift in the direction of Nick Fury. Of course, Natasha's movements were very small, almost imperceptible. Ordinary people would definitely not notice it. But Su Hong was no ordinary person, so all of Natasha's little movements were under his watchful eye. She just didn't know it herself. Nick Fury must have felt incredibly miserable at that moment. He broke into Tony Stark's house before, got caught red-handed, and his face was all disfigured. Although he didn't lose face this time, he was unable to move his body even with Su Hong right next to him. This was even more painful for him than losing face. Natasha, sitting opposite Su Hong, was filled with doubt. Nick Fury is here, he must be here to see Su Hong. But Su Hong is right across from her now, so why isn't Nick Fury sitting there and coming over? Because Nick Fury had his back to her. In addition, she dared not make any large movements, lest Su-hong notice her unusual behavior. So she was unaware that Nick Fury was sitting there motionless. He wasn't eating at all, he just seemed to be spacing out. Half an hour later, Su-hong and Natasha had almost finished eating. Su-hong called the waiter to settle the bill. The two then got up and walked outside. After Natasha got up, she found Nick Fury still sitting there. Her expression remained unchanged, but suspicion had already begun to creep into her heart. As for Nick Fury, the clever man realized after being forced into a daze for half an hour that they had been tricked by Su-hong. He has just given up on getting close to Su-hong, but he found that he still couldn't control his body. Clearly, if they weren't fooled by what they read online, then Su-hong had made a fool of them. Maybe Natasha is an undercover agent, and Su-hong already knows that. As for his purpose in appearing here, the other party probably already knows. His inability to move now is both a warning from Su-hong and a rejection from Su-hong. To be honest, he was already a little scared. Because Su-hong is too strong as a walking bullet. No, he is no more terrifying than Kun-hai. Not only is he intelligent and decisive, but he also possesses immense power and is the richest person on Earth. For someone like that, it would be incredibly easy to do something that harms all of humanity. Although the likelihood of Su-hong doing so is very low, even if the probability is low, it still means that it is something that could happen. For a moment, he even considered calling Carol to tell her about the situation on Earth. Even if Su-hong isn't killed, having Carol take this dangerous individual away from Earth would be a good idea. As for whether Carol would be a match for Su-hong, he hadn't even considered that question. In his view, no matter how powerful Su-hong was, he was still a powerful magician. But against someone like Carol, who could single-handedly take on a powerful alien civilization, they were still no match. Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, may not be the absolute top-tier fighter in the entire Marvel universe, but within the Avengers, she is definitely among the top tier. Even within the Avengers, it would be difficult to find many individuals whose strength can rival hers. Even before Thor grew up, there isn't a single member of the Avengers whose strength can compare to hers. Although Tony's armor has been upgraded to the nanometer level, but in terms of raw skill, he is not inferior to Carol. If the two were to fight, the final outcome would likely be a draw, with neither able to gain the upper hand. As for the Hulk in the movies is quite different from Carol's. Nick Fury has absolute confidence in Carol, but after that moment, he dismissed the idea. Regardless of whether he can contact Carol, whether Carol will act according to his wishes after returning is also a crucial point of the day. Moreover, Su-hong was unaware of the limits of his abilities. He dared not make a move against Su-hong before he fully understood Su-hong as a person. Moreover, even if Su-hong doesn't join the Avengers, he is still an Earthling. What if Earth really faces a crisis? This guy will definitely make a move too. If we can't recruit Su-hong, then we won't. He doesn't believe that there are so many superhumans on Earth. SHIELD has such extensive authority and sufficient funding. Su-hong and Tony Stark looked down on SHIELD, and he didn't believe that anyone else did either. After Su-hong and Natasha left the restaurant, Nick Fury found that he could finally move again. He twisted his neck and then stood up. He remained motionless for more than half an hour, and his body became somewhat stiff. I'm not angry, but there's definitely some dissatisfaction. But Su-hong was the one who was unhappy, and he could only remain unhappy. He couldn't do anything underhanded. Outside, Su-hong and Natasha had already gotten into the car. Aren't you wondering why your boss isn't coming over? Su-hong's sudden question, spoken just as Natasha got into the car, startled her. Her expression changed immediately. She realized that Su-hong had known her identity all along. You knew all along. Of course, I knew who you were from the first moment I saw you. It seems Tony didn't tell anyone about my mind-reading ability, but Pepper should know that. It seems your SHIELD isn't all that capable. I thought you were omnipotent, but you can't even gather this much information, yet you dare to come to me. Su-hong didn't rush to drive, but said with a smile. Natasha was both angry and helpless upon hearing this. Okay. Anyone would be angry if they found out they were being made a fool of. But Natasha could do nothing but get angry. This is where she feels helpless. Because the opponent is Su-hong Yoon. Someone she couldn't afford to offend, and was no match for at all. So what are you going to do with me? Natasha asked after a long pause. In this situation, leaving is the best option. But the problem is, how can she just leave in front of Su-hong? No matter how skilled she is, she's only slightly better than an ordinary person. She's still within the realm of humanity. Su-hong, however, no longer belongs to the realm of humanity. Otherwise, why would Su-hong, the world's richest man, not even have a bodyguard? Since no one could threaten his life, he didn't need any bodyguards. I usually punish those who deceive me. As he spoke, Su-hong started the car, which drove directly out of the underground parking lot. SHIELD, Nick Fury has returned to headquarters. Upon his return, he instructed Maria Hill to keep a close eye on Su-hong and Natasha's movements. Thump thump. Come in. Hill pushed open the office door and entered. Hill, where did they go? Su-hong's supercar was too conspicuous, and since he didn't hide his whereabouts, it was easy to find out where he went. They went to a hotel. Nick Fury. So, wouldn't you say I've lost both my wife and my army? All right, I understand. You may leave now. Nick Fury knew that Natasha wanted to come back, but it would probably be difficult. At the same time, he became increasingly convinced that he had been tricked by Su Hong. Are you angry? Of course you are. He's not a saint. It's normal to be angry when someone makes a fool of you. But he could only sulk, because he couldn't do anything to Su Hong. He could only sulk by himself. The director of SHIELD, being tricked, can only sulk in silence. It would only make him a laughingstock if word got out. How's Carlson doing? Nick Fury wasn't going to think about that anymore. The more I think about it, the more upset I get. I'll just stop thinking about it. Carlson just called to say that a big guy just broke in there and said the hammer is his. 963 But after he broke in, he couldn't pick up the hammer and then shout something like, "Father, you abandoned me," or something. Carlson and his team suspect he's mentally ill and have had him sent to a mental hospital. Nick Fury did not speak immediately upon hearing this. Instead, he was lost in thought. Because of Carol, he knew that the world was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Hill, tell me, in mythology, are there any gods whose weapons are hammers? Hill pondered for a moment. If I remember correctly, in Norse mythology, Thor's weapon is a hammer. He is a god who controls thunder, storms, war, and agriculture. If I remember correctly, this hammer is called Mjolnir. Nick Fury frowned. He picked up his phone from the table and called Carlson directly. Director, is there anything I can help you with? Carlson was an agent who had only been with SHIELD for a few years, and he was quite capable. But right now, he doesn't have Nick Fury's trust yet. Therefore, he was still slightly nervous when facing Nick Fury, the powerful director of SHIELD. I ask you, was there lightning in the sky when that hammer fell? Please wait a moment, I need to ask about the situation. A few minutes later, Carlson's voice came from the other side. Director, I've asked the local residents, and they did indeed hear a loud clap of thunder and saw lightning last night. Nick Fury and Maria Hill exchanged glances. Okay, I understand. Did you guys send that burly man who barged in there to a mental hospital before? Yes. Send me his picture. Also, go to the mental hospital now and keep an eye on him. I'll be there soon. Huh. Carlson was a little stunned. What was going on? Yes, I understand. Although I don't understand what Nick Fury is trying to do, he's the director, so whatever he says goes, and I just have to do it. I hung up the phone. Nick Fury said to Hill, gods love to play the banishment game. Do you think that lunatic might actually be a god who just lost his power because he was banished? That possibility cannot be ruled out, Hill said after a moment's hesitation. Hill was unaware of Captain Marvel Carol's existence. But as one of Nick Fury's most trusted people, she also knows quite a bit. We know that the world is far more complex than it appears on the surface. Just then, the fax machine on Nick Fury's desk rang. Subsequently, a faxed portrait appeared. The portrait depicts a young man who appears to be in his 20s. He had thick blonde hair, was tall, and had thick, strong arms. Even when he's wearing clothes, you can tell he has a really good physique. Do you think a mentally ill person could have muscles like that? Nick Fury asked. Hill did not refute this, because Nick Fury made it very clear. Mentally ill people don't go to the gym or exercise. Such muscles are simply not something a mentally ill person could possess. After all, even if you go to the gym, building muscles like that isn't easy. This lunatic is not simple. Yes, Hill, I need you to go to Texas and, if possible, bring this man back. Nick Fury pointed to the portrait of Thor on the fax. Hill nodded. I'll set off now. Nick Fury is the director of SHIELD, and he rarely leaves the scene. If there's something to be done, I'll definitely delegate it to my subordinates. On the other side, Su Hong walked out of the hotel alone. As for Natasha, she is still lying limp in bed, unable to muster any strength. After getting on the bus, Su Hong took out his phone and dialed Nick Fury's number. No sooner had Hill left SHIELD than a strange phone call came in. Nick Fury hesitated for 2 seconds before answering the phone. I am Nick Fury, who are you? The caller was an unknown number. He clearly didn't recognize it, otherwise there would have been a note on it. Except. Nick Fury was taken aback. He was quite surprised that the person calling him was Su Hong. Although Su Hong had taken him before, which made him very unhappy. But at this moment, he could only suppress his displeasure. Oh, it's Mr. Su. We met today, and I imagine you were quite upset about being out of control for over half an hour. No, absolutely not, Nick Fury denied repeatedly. As for what his true thoughts are, only he himself knows. Don't deny it. Tony didn't tell you that I can read minds, did he? Nick Fury. All right, that's not why I called this time. Natasha is an agent of SHIELD and also your subordinate, but from today onwards, she is mine, and I want you to erase all files about her. In return, I'll have someone send you some things. And for the Avengers you're planning to form, I can recommend a group of people to join. Su Hong himself would definitely not join any Avengers. He has no interest in being someone's dog. Therefore, it's simply impossible for him to join the Avengers. But he can let some people join the Avengers. For example, let Damon, Dave, and the others join the Avengers. P.S. Some people say Natasha is a serial killer, and I don't deny that the Natasha in the comics is like that. However, I'm writing about the movie, and my portrayal of Natasha in the movie is that of a clean-cut female agent. Everything is based on the setting of this book. Don't bring up the comics. I'm not writing a comic book version of Black Widow. Whether Nick Fury can command Damon and the others after they join the Avengers is none of Su Hong's business. At least with SHIELD backing them up, being an Avenger is still quite useful. This is much more useful than an FBI identity. Okay, I'll have everyone erase all information about Natasha immediately. From today onwards, she's no longer a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury hadn't expected Su-Hong's call to buy Natasha out of her agency. Regarding the conditions offered by the other party, Nick Fury couldn't find any reason to refuse. Since Su-Hong said he would be satisfied, a big shot like Su-Hong would naturally not make empty promises. He will definitely do what he says. Otherwise, he'll be the one who loses face. Therefore, Nick Fury had no reason to refuse the deal with Su-Hong. Yes, in his view, this was a deal. His bargaining chip is Natasha. Although it would be wrong to do this without asking Natasha's opinion. But he couldn't refuse Su-Hong, and Su-Hong took Natasha to the hotel. What happened between the two is self-evident. In this situation, trading Natasha away would actually be good for her. She can stop living her life as a secret agent, and he can get what he needs and achieve his goals, a win-win situation. Under these circumstances, he naturally had no reason to refuse Natasha. That was a wise choice. I've already delivered the items to your office door, you can receive them yourself. After saying that, Su-Hong hung up the phone. Nick Fury paused for a moment. So fast? He then walked directly to his office. I opened the door, and there was a package lying outside. After looking around and not seeing anyone, Nick Fury picked up the package and then closed the door to his office. Back in his office, Nick Fury began unpacking the package, eager to find out what good things Su-Hong had given him. At the very top was a stack of documents. Nick Fury didn't rush to look at the documents. Instead, look at the following items first. A box. Open the box, inside are 3 vials of medicine. He then picked up the stack of documents and began to read them. He soon found out what the 3 potions were. Super Soldier Serum, and the perfect version of Super Soldier Serum at that. According to the information, this is a Super Engineer Serum that is even better than the Super Soldier Serum that Captain America used. Not only is the enhancement effect stronger, but there are also no side effects. In addition, it also has the effect of maintaining youth and extending lifespan. The value of this thing goes without saying. Nick Fury was shocked. Although it was long ago suspected that Su-Hong might have the Super Soldier Serum, but he didn't expect that the Super Soldier Serum in Su-Hong's possession would be so effective. Although there are only 3 vials of medicine, but any one of these 3 potions is a rare and valuable item that money can hardly buy. Because it has no side effects, the word perfect is truly fitting. As for whether Su-Hong was lying to him, he hadn't considered that. Because he chose to believe that Su-Hong had not lied to him, Nick Fury picked up a syringe and injected himself with it. I definitely need to get one of these good things. Everyone looks out for themselves, otherwise, they'll be condemned by heaven and earth. He's not some selfless saint. Such a good product definitely deserves to be bought for myself. There are 3 in total. The perfect serum modification is very mild. The renovation process took half an hour. For the next half hour, Nick Fury felt as if he were lying down, receiving a full body massage to relax his body. I felt incredibly comfortable, and I almost fell asleep. After the renovation was completed, when he lifted his shirt, his belly, which should have had a lot of fat, had now regained the 8-pack abs he had in his youth. Touch it, the muscles are as hard as iron. Take out the mirror, and you'll see a completely different person in it. To his surprise, he found that he actually saw quite a few hairs on his head. The serum miraculously made his hair grow back. Nick Fury touched his head, it was quite prickly. He estimated that in a few days, he would have a thick head of black hair. I tested my strength, speed, and so on. Overall, very satisfied. 0126060113 Philo 144100360. Just as described in the instruction manual. It must be said that Su-Hong's gift truly satisfied him. So much so that the initial annoyance has vanished. But soon he discovered that there was some other information under the instruction manual. What is this? Nick Fury picked up the document with a puzzled look and began to read it. The more he looked, the more his brows furrowed, and soon his face turned as black as charcoal. After putting down the documents, Nick Fury was momentarily speechless. Because what was recorded there turned out to be information about a mole within SHIELD. Or rather, information on head snake agents. This includes not only some mid to high-ranking agents, but even his superior, Pierce, is a member of Hydra. If these materials hadn't been sent by Su-Hong, he would have assumed someone was joking with him. Or perhaps someone is trying to frame Pierce, intending to cause internal strife within SHIELD. But since Su-Hong sent these materials, he had no choice but to believe that they were genuine. The reason is simple, Su-Hong had no reason to lie to him. There was no reason for me to lie to him. People do everything for a reason, either for personal gain or because of grudges. Su-Hong and Pierce do not fall into these categories. Let alone Pierce, even the president of the federal state, except for Hong, probably wouldn't take him seriously. It's not worth Su-Hong specifically targeting them. In this situation, why would he need to deliberately frame Pierce? Moreover, whether this information is true or not can be determined by having someone test it. Nick Fury picked up his phone and dialed Maria Hill's number. Hill, where are you? Just arrived at the airport and am about to board the plane. You don't need to go to Texas. Come back right now, I'll be waiting for you in my office. Okay, Chief. Hill didn't ask why, and hung up the phone directly. He tore up the plane ticket and then walked straight out of the airport. Half an hour later, squeak, the office door was pushed open from the outside. Hill walked in from outside. Chief, what did you want to see me about? Chief, you look completely different from before. Hill's question hadn't even left his mouth when, upon seeing Nick Fury's appearance, it turned into another question. She is not blind. Nick Fury's changes were so drastic that it was impossible for her not to notice. Of course, she also noticed the things on the table in front of Nick Fury. A stack of documents, 2 vials of super soldier serum, and the syringe Nick Fury had just used. Take a look at this first. Nick Fury didn't rush to explain. Instead, he first handed her the data that recorded how many Hydra agents SHIELD had. Hill took the documents and began reading them immediately. The more I looked, the uglier her face became, just like Nick Fury's earlier expression. A moment later, Hill put down the documents in his hand. Director, where did you get these documents? Hill asked in a serious tone. If this information is true, then the collapse of SHIELD is inevitable, because there are simply too many people recorded on it. More than half of the agents in SHIELD are actually Hydra agents. It's hard to imagine if you hadn't seen it with your own eyes. Furthermore, wasn't Hydra completely wiped out during World War II? Why is Hydra still around? It even infiltrated the entire SHIELD. Even the highest-ranking member of SHIELD, Nick Fury's superior, Pierce, is a Hydra agent. So, is there SHIELD or Snake Shield? Su Hong, the owner of Miracle Group. I made a deal with him. He sent all these things, including these 3 vials of Super Soldier Serum, 870. I just used one on myself, and I've experienced quite a few changes, Nick Fury said, explaining Hill's earlier question as well. Super Soldier Serum. Yes, and it's an even more perfect Super Soldier Serum. Hill, there are very few people in the department whom I absolutely trust, and you are one of them. So, of these 3 Super Soldier Serums, I used one, and I plan to give one of the remaining 2 to you. You could say Nick Fury said that on purpose to make Hill more loyal to him, but he had indeed planned from the beginning to give one of the serums to Maria Hill. Because within SHIELD, the person he trusted most was indeed Maria Hill. He was also the agent who had been with him the longest. The information provided by Su Hong did not mention that Hill was a member of Hydra. Now we know that most of the people in SHIELD are Hydra agents. Nick Fury certainly couldn't do nothing. Even if he is the director of SHIELD, if he has no one he can use, he can't cook without rice. Therefore, even if it means purging Hydra agents from SHIELD, to turn SHIELD back into his SHIELD, he needs enough reliable people to help him. And one of these candidates is Hope Ni. Therefore, he planned to use one of the Super Soldier Serums on Hill. As for the other team, he already has a candidate in mind. If Natasha were still with SHIELD, this person would be Natasha, but Natasha is now working for Su Hong and is no longer with SHIELD. So this person who was chosen became a different person. And this person was none other than Clint Barton. That is, Eagle Eye. He was a level 8 agent at SHIELD, only 1 level below Hill. But this is not because Nick Fury had little trust in him, which is why he was only at level 8. However, Clint joined SHIELD earlier than Hill. Moreover, an 8th level agent is not a low rank in SHIELD. Whether it's the level of authority, the salary, or the various subsidies, they are all quite high. SHIELD receives a substantial amount of funding each year. Although Nick Fury was greedy, he also knew the principle that to make a horse run, you have to feed it good grass. Therefore, the salaries and benefits of SHIELD agents are not low. Nick Fury bought loyalty with money. He trusted Clint. Before becoming the director of SHIELD, Nick Fury was a level 10 agent who regularly went on missions. Clint was his teammate for a period of time. Clint was young and impulsive at the time, and Clint had to clean up his messes quite a bit. But in terms of ability, Clint is competent. He is strong in close combat, has excellent mental fortitude, and is daring. In particular, his archery skills are superb. He is not only fast but can also hit any target within 100 meters. To be honest, with his archery skills, he's not good enough to participate in international archery competitions. Winning awards is definitely not difficult. It's not difficult to do well in life. But he still chose to become a secret agent. In Clint's own words, he likes his current job and he likes adventure. So he planned to give the 3rd Super Soldier Serum to Clint. While Hill was using the serum, Nick Fury also made a direct phone call to Clint. The latter is performing a task. Not in New York. Nick Fury immediately told him to abandon his current mission and return to New York. Clint initially wanted to refuse and intended to complete his current task. But judging from Nick Fury's tone, it was clearly something serious. He didn't dare to delay any longer, chose to abandon his current mission, and immediately took a plane back. 2 hours later, Clint arrived at SHIELD headquarters. Then they arrived outside Nick Fury's office. Thump thump. Please come in. The strong, resonant voice of the man with the black charcoal egg rang out from inside the room. Clint pushed the door open and entered. He was stunned for a moment after entering. They discovered that Nick Fury wasn't alone in the room, Maria Hill was also there. As one of the few high-ranking agents in SHIELD, Clint naturally knew Maria Hill. But at this moment, both Maria Hill and Nick Fury surprised him. because the two of them looked like completely different people compared to before. How should I put it? He looks younger, more handsome, and more beautiful. It's no exaggeration to say that she's like a completely different person. If you're not familiar with them, it's really hard to be sure that they are the same people as before. Chief, and Hill, what's going on here? Take a look at these things first, Nick Fury said, handing the items directly to Clint so he could look at them himself. Otherwise, explaining honestly would be a waste of breath. Clinton, being honest, accepted it without hesitation. After reading the materials Nick Fury handed him, his expression was also quite interesting. Of course, he also read through the information about the super soldier serum. At the same time, it became clear why Nick Fury and Hill had changed so much. This third serum was specially reserved for you. You and Hill are the people I trust most in the department. Next, I need your help to eliminate those Hydra agents in the department. Clint had no reason to hesitate. He has always been a straightforward person. Since Nick Fury had already chosen him with a 5.3 rating, he had no reason to hesitate. They injected the serum directly. Half an hour later, Clinton, who was only 1.72 meters tall, was not considered tall. After the super soldier serum enhancement was completed, he found himself taller. His height was at least 1.8 meters, which made Tianfen very happy, as he had always been dissatisfied with his height. Of course, the changes in him are definitely not limited to these. By the way, Chief, where is Natasha? Logically, you should trust her more. Clint asked after experiencing the changes in his body. Because he often went on missions with Natasha, he had a pretty good relationship with her. The two were not only comrades in arms, but also friends. Moreover, he knew that Nick Fury's level of trust was definitely not as high as Natasha's. This serum shouldn't be his turn, even if it were to be administered, it should go to Natasha first. Clint's words made Nick Fury slightly embarrassed. These three serums, in fact, all came about because of Natasha. Natasha, she's no longer a SHIELD agent. But Natasha's situation couldn't be kept secret forever. Since that's the case, he simply said it outright. This also demonstrates the trust he, as the bureau chief, has in them. Hill and Clint were both taken aback. Especially Hill, who, like Natasha, was a level 9 agent and could be considered Nick Fury's most trusted person. Moreover, she is quite capable, a top-tier agent. Even if Natasha wanted to quit, Nick Fury wouldn't let her go easily. I would definitely try to persuade her not to quit. To tell you the truth, these 3 vials of serum were a gift from Su-Hong of the Miracle Group. As for why he gave them to me, the condition was. As Nick Fury finished speaking, Clint and Hill, both being intelligent people, immediately understood the reason. Hill's expression was somewhat strange. Clint, on the other hand, remained calm, even sporting a smile. He was happy for Natasha. He and Natasha have known each other for quite some time. He knew that Natasha didn't actually like her current life as a secret agent. But because of her past and her physical ailments, she had nowhere else to go but to continue working as a secret agent. But now that she's with Su-Hong, things are different. Su-Hong is the world's richest man, currently the wealthiest person in the world. He himself is extraordinary, and a super genius. If he were to intervene, perhaps he could resolve Natasha's problems. Moreover, since Natasha is with Su-Hong, her former enemies no longer dare to cause her trouble. It can be said that she is now in a good place, and as a comrade in arms and friend, he is naturally happy for Natasha. As for his feelings for Natasha, he admitted that he did have some thoughts about her. After all, Natasha was a stunningly beautiful woman with a great figure. It would be a lie to say that he had no feelings for her. He's a normal man, and like most men, he likes beautiful women. But he had already started a family, and his children were all grown up. And he is also an exceptionally responsible man. I've always put my family first. If he had met Natasha earlier, he might have taken the initiative to pursue her. But if he has a family, he might have a tiny bit of that idea at most. But it was just a small idea. He only ever thought about it, never actually took any action. The law doesn't say that thinking about it is a crime. Now that he knows Natasha has found a good home, he is naturally happy for her. Director, just tell me what you plan to do next, and I will fully cooperate with you. Hill also looked at Nick Fury, and although he didn't say anything, his meaning was the same as Clint's. Both of them intended to help Nick Fury eliminate the cancer within SHIELD and remove Hydra from the organization. Okay, here's my plan. At the hotel, Natasha slowly woke up. She didn't know how long she had slept, she only felt as if her bones were about to fall apart. I couldn't muster any energy at all. Recalling Su-Hong's previous madness, all she wanted to do was curse them as animals. But to be honest, it was a truly unforgettable experience. She remembered the video she had seen before, showing Su-Hong's brutality and hatred. Of course, as I thought about the image, I started to think about censoring it. When she came to her senses, even Natasha, a top agent with a particularly thick skin, couldn't help but blush. She felt a little disappointed when she discovered that Su-Hong Gran was not in the room. But soon, she noticed 2 vials of medicine on the table and a piece of paper with a lot of writing on it. It appears to be an instruction manual. She picked it up and started reading. Soon, she found out what the 2 vials of medicine were. One is the super soldier serum. One of them is a serum that can give her super speed, the mutant quicksilver version. The 2 serum samples can be used interchangeably. According to the brochure, the super soldier serum in front of her was far superior to the one used by Captain America, a perfect version of the super soldier serum. Not only does it have no side effects, but it also has a stronger strengthening effect, enabling users to maintain their youth and live longer. The speed serum, once used, allows her to reach speeds up to 120 times the speed of sound. She could hardly imagine just how fast that speed was. Such speed is truly achievable by humans. Is it possible for her to achieve this with just one serum? But considering that Su-hong was the one who left the serum, she felt it wasn't impossible. So without hesitation, she used 2 vials of serum. I didn't feel anything after the super soldier serum injection. But after the rapid serum injection, Natasha only felt nauseous. It's like suddenly becoming extremely carsick. That feeling is very unpleasant. Fortunately, this discomfort came and went quickly. Once serum enhancement is complete, Natasha immediately noticed the difference. She discovered that she could freely enter a special state. In this state, everything around seemed to be frozen in time. But in reality, she was moving too fast, so fast that the surroundings seemed to freeze. In this state, she found that as long as she ran, it was as if the wind was carrying her, and she did not expend any energy or feel tired at all. When you exit this state, everything around you, 357, returns to normal. Furthermore, the enhancement from the super soldier serum also improved her figure and skin. The wine red hair color became even more vibrant and bright, and the overall skin tone also looked better. The freckles that were originally on my face have completely disappeared. Simply put, she is more beautiful and has a better figure than before. Moreover, his strength and everything else are much greater than before. This is the gift Su-hong left for her. Of course, besides these things, Su-hong also left her a key to a villa. The villa's address was right next to Su-hong's residence, and the notice even reminded her not to forget to go to work at Miracle Group the next day. From now on, her name will be Sophia, not Natasha. As for the name Natasha, he had already asked Nick Fury to get rid of it. From this day forward, there will be no more Black Widow Natasha Romanoff in this world. After reviewing Su-hong's arrangements, all of Natasha's disappointment with Su-hong vanished. Su-hong took her and Nick Fury, but at least the result was good. To be honest, she was indeed tired of being a secret agent. Perhaps being an ordinary woman again wouldn't be so bad. Most importantly, the super soldier serum also seems to have cured her infertility caused by the poison she ingested in the Red Room. She can have children now. Texas. Coulson and his agents, along with Jane and a few others, were sitting opposite and beside Thor, watching him eat heartily by himself. They certainly didn't not eat, they had already eaten. Or rather, I'm full. But Thor kept eating. His stomach was like a bottomless pit. Half an hour had passed since he started eating, and everyone else was stuffed, but he was still starving and hadn't eaten a bit more. Miss Jane Foster, is it? Yes. Jane looked at the bald man in front of her who claimed to be an FBI director and nodded. The FBI's reputation is well known throughout the United States. The CIA stirs up trouble abroad, while the FBI is responsible for stirring up trouble domestically. What most people fear most is the FBI coming to their door. That's much more annoying than the police coming to their door. If the FBI comes to your door, it means you're in trouble. Nobody likes dealing with the FBI, and Jane was no exception. Of course, she preferred the bald man in front of her, who could return their things to them. That's why she's sitting here now with her student Daisy. Are you sure this person just appeared out of nowhere? Yes, it was very dark at the time, and Daisy was driving. Although I didn't pay much attention, she seemed to appear out of nowhere. At this point, the author glanced at Thor, who was still showing off his food across the street. Putting aside his enormous appetite, if you look closely, Thor is actually quite good looking. It's just that there seems to be something wrong with his / her brain. You bumped into him. Yes, but he's perfectly fine. Jane told him everything she knew. There was nothing to hide. I understand. Thank you for the information. However, he needs to come with us now. As for your belongings, we will arrange for someone to return them to you. He had already had Jane's belongings checked, but nothing unusual was photographed. So he planned to return the items to them. After all, Jane had been very cooperative with them just now. If I don't return the items to them, it seems a bit unfair that I got this freebie. Thank you, but I wanted to ask, may I come with you? Although I don't know where this guy came from, I feel like I should stay by his side. This. Coulson couldn't decide for a moment. You may not be the most beautiful woman, but you're kind at heart, Thor suddenly said. He stopped eating. Once his mind cleared up a bit, he realized he had arrived in the human world, in a place they called Midgard. He is not deaf. He couldn't possibly have missed Jane and Coulson's loud conspiracy. He didn't care at all about Coulson taking him away. Although he is now an ordinary person, he believes that his father will not give up on him so easily. He is definitely testing him. There is still a time when he can reclaim his power. Once he regains his power, he will still be the invincible Thor. So he didn't care where Coulson took him at all. What Jane had just said made him realize that although this woman wasn't particularly beautiful, she was a kind person at heart. His utterly tactless remark left Coulson and Jane speechless. Coulson glanced at Jane. While she wasn't exactly stunningly beautiful, she was definitely a pretty girl. What did he mean by not very good looking? Jane, on the other hand, was quite angry. What kind of taste does this guy have? She's such a beautiful woman, and he actually said she's not good looking. Please, she has a lot of suitors at university. Why are you all making those faces? I'm just telling the truth. Oh, right. Remember to take me back to find my hammer after you finish eating. I couldn't pick it up just now, it must be because I wasn't full. Now that I'm full, I'm sure I can pick it up when I get back. At that time, my power will return. Mortals, I will never forget your help. Once I regain my power, I will repay you. How about I give each of you a chest of gold? I heard that the humans in your Midgard are quite fond of that thing. Although Carlson already had some guesses about Thor's identity, but hearing his words, he couldn't believe it. Just then, the clear sky outside suddenly darkened. Through the glass, they could clearly see the sky darken. What's going on? Why did the sky suddenly darken? Is it going to rain? A woman sitting not far away said. Carlson and his team were also puzzled. After all, the weather just now didn't look like it was going to rain at all. Carlson winked at one of the agents standing nearby. The latter immediately got up and went outside to check the situation. He quickly checked the situation and returned. Boss, there are suddenly a lot more dark clouds in the sky. It looks like it's going to rain. Boom! Just then, a bolt of lightning struck down. It struck a car right outside the restaurant where they were. The car was instantly struck by lightning and exploded. The explosion was extremely loud. The car next to it also exploded. Cars exploded one after another, the force of the explosions shattering the restaurant's glass windows. Carlson and his group immediately ran into the restaurant. Thor, however, raised his head and looked up at the sky. He sensed something was wrong with the sudden appearance of thunder. He was Thor, after all. Moreover, he sensed the power of magic. Loki. Thor called out a name, then stood up. The next second, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed. A black hole appeared in the mouth. Then, a huge black figure fell from the black hole. Thor recognized the dark figure at a glance. The destroyer, the ultimate weapon in the hands of his father, Odin, the king of the gods. Made of Asgardian URU metal, it is virtually indestructible and can destroy all known matter. Its face can emit a continuous beam of high-temperature light, capable of melting almost any substance. It can also deform. This weapon is extremely powerful. Thor once fought the destroyer. With Odin's control, the destroyer completely overwhelmed him. It beat him so badly that he had no chance to fight back. It can be said that this was an extremely powerful weapon. But now, it has appeared on Earth. It goes without saying who it is for. Thor, Zhao's face was full of disbelief. He couldn't believe that his father, Odin, had banished him and sealed his power because of a mistake. Now they've even sent the destroyer. Is he trying to kill him? But soon, he saw a phantom green figure at the bottom. Loki. Thor called out tentatively. I'm sorry, Thor, to meet you in this way, but I've come to see you off. Thor. Loki did not explain his doubts to Thor. After saying that, he planned to leave. His purpose in coming to Earth was simply to mock Thor and see him now that he had lost his powers, that was all. As for killing Thor, that is also something he is about to do, but not by himself, but by the destroyer. Although the destroyer was in his hands, it was not nearly as powerful as it was in Odin's hands. But killing a Thor who had lost his divine powers was, in his view, very simple. Loki, hey, Loki, wait a minute. Loki ignored Thor and was met with a hard punch from the destroyer. The punch was so big and heavy that Thor, who had lost his divine power, didn't even have time to react. He got punched right in the face. The next second, he flew backwards for dozens of meters before crashing to the ground without moving. Jane, Carlson, and the others were completely dumbfounded. What's going on? He kept claiming to be a god, and this is all he is? Loki frowned as he looked at Thor, who lay motionless on the ground, unsure whether to be happy or sad. Don't blame me, brother. I am more suited to be the king of Asgard than you are, so I'm sorry, Loki said in a low, cold voice. But the next second, something unexpected happened, accompanied by a bolt of lightning falling from the sky. It struck Thor directly. The horrific wound on the latter's face was instantly healed. As Thor stood up, a suit of silver armor was also put on him. He then raised his right hand high. Mjolnir flew from afar at an extremely fast speed and then landed in his hand. How is this possible? Loki was dumbfounded. Hadn't Thor lost his divine powers? Thor was also a little stunned, but he quickly realized that his divine power had always been within him. He just couldn't use it before. Loki, it seems that as your older brother, I have to teach you a lesson for what you just did. 690 Loki's face was grim. Even if you regain your divine power, so what? Your father has already died of anger because of you, and I am now the king of Asgard. You, Thor, as the king of the gods of Asgard, I hereby sentence you to never return to Asgard. King Odin of Asgard, has he agreed? A sudden voice rang out. At the same time, a golden magic door appeared out of thin air. When they saw that figure, Carlson and the others were all startled. They were all familiar with this figure. Who? Loki was very annoyed that his show-off had been interrupted. When he saw Suhong emerge from the magic gate, his eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that Earth was protected by the Sorcerer Supreme, and even someone as powerful as Odin, the King of Gods, would not want to provoke the Sorcerer Supreme of Earth unless absolutely necessary. The ability to use magic gates clearly indicates that they are mages from Earth. As for whether he was the Supreme Master, he didn't know. After all, he had never met the Sorcerer Supreme of Earth. Are you the Sorcerer Supreme of Midgard? Loki asked curiously. I am not some supreme sorcerer, just an ordinary earthling. Just average. Carlson and the others were speechless. If Suhong is just an ordinary person, then what are they? Are they not even human? Thor was also a little stunned. The atmosphere had reached that point, and he was ready to fight the destroyer head-on, when Suhong suddenly appeared, breaking the tension. All the emotions he had been building up had vanished. The feeling was like everything had reached its peak and was about to erupt. As a result, I was forcibly held down, which was incredibly uncomfortable. Loki frowned. He's not really brainless. Suhong said he's an ordinary person, so does that mean he really is an ordinary person? Unable to discern Suhong's true nature, Loki decided not to waste any more words. Although he proclaimed himself the new king of the gods, he knew his own limitations. His strength was far inferior to Odin's. If we stay in the courtyard, it will be troublesome if the Sorcerer Supreme really comes and we want to leave. As a rainbow descended, he vanished from everyone's sight. Suhong knew that this was the Rainbow Bridge of Asgard, which had brought Loki back. Suhong did not stop Loki from leaving. He just came to watch the show, that's all. As for capturing Loki now and preventing the events of Avengers 1 from happening again, Suhong felt it was unnecessary. Regardless of whether the Avengers 1 incident occurred or not, Thanos would have to come to Earth to collect all 6 Infinity Stones. Because the Tesseract, which is the Space Stone, is located on Earth. So capturing Loki won't change anything. Even without Loki, Thanos will send others to attack Earth. If Suhong puts Loki back, he can also get a Mind Stone for free. If that's the case, why stop Loki from leaving? Moreover, his trip this time wasn't a complete waste. There were some gains, though. Suhong's gaze fell on the Destroyer. The Destroyer, the armor of a God King. Made from URU metal, a magical material unique to Asgard, it is virtually indestructible. It also has a built-in repair function. In the movie, Thor easily defeated the Destroyer, simply because Odin no longer used it. If it were Odin using it, even 10 Thors wouldn't be a match for him. Suhong can't use this, but he can give it to others. After Loki left, the Destroyer also began to move. His primary target is Thor. After Loki left, its face began to glow red. The next second, a beam of scorching high-temperature light shot out from its face. The target is Thor. The intense heat ignited some low ignition point items along the way. Even from a considerable distance, Carlson and his companions could feel the terrifying heat emanating from the area, which burned their skin painfully. But before the beam could reach Thor, Suhong's figure had appeared in front of him at some point. There was no action taken. Suhong just stood there. The intense, high-temperature beam of light was thus kept out. It was as if there was an invisible wall in front of Suhong. Thor was stunned. The Destroyer's beam is extremely hot, even he had to avoid its sharp edge. But Suhong accepted it with ease. Although it wasn't with his physical body that he took the hit, it was still terrifying. When did the Central Court have such a powerful figure? Stop daydreaming. If you go back any later, your brother will probably destroy Asgard. I'll help you this time, and you'll help me next time. Remember, you owe me a favor. What do you mean Let Heimdall pick you up and take you back. If you go back any later, you'll really lose your home. Thor was somewhat puzzled by Suhong's words. But he knew that if Loki went back, he certainly wouldn't do anything good. As for Loki's claim that Odin was dead, he simply did not believe it. He knew better than anyone how powerful his father was. He couldn't have just died like that. So Loki is lying. Heimdall, take me back. Although it was unclear why Suhong knew about Heimdall. But now is not the time to think about these things. Following Thor's words, Heimdall, who had been observing the situation, directly controlled the Rainbow Bridge and brought Thor back. Heimdall was a wise man. He knew very well that Odin's banishment of Thor was actually a test for him, and that Odin had no real intention of banishing Thor. As a rainbow appeared, the Thors disappeared. Of course, the Destroyer did not disappear. However, it can't move now. Under the intense magnetic field pressure, the Destroyer was completely immobilized. If Suhong wanted, he could even compress it into a piece of iron. As his abilities improved, Suhong's control over magnetism became increasingly terrifying. A powerful compressive magnetic field would be enough for him to easily destroy everything. Without even moving a hand, a single thought can easily destroy all matter. The Destroyer is not made of ordinary metal. But under the terrifying compressed magnetic field, he had to obediently act as the younger brother. After glancing in the direction where Carlson and his group were, Suhong led the Destroyer directly through a magic door and disappeared. After Suhong left, Carlson and his team hadn't fully recovered yet. Everything happened so fast that their minds couldn't keep up. Everything that happened today has given them quite a shock. In particular, they witnessed firsthand the power and influence of Suhong, the world's richest man. One word, unfathomable. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, far away in New York, soon received a message from Carlson. And I received a video he sent back. After watching the video, Nick Fury wasn't too surprised. When Suhong delivered the perfect version of the Super Soldier Serum to him, it shattered his previous opinion of Suhong. Well, how should I put it? Upon seeing the perfect version of the Super Soldier Serum, he realized that Suhong Yuan was far more complex than he had initially thought. This is not a simple matter. It might be something that even if Carol came back, he wouldn't be able to resolve. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. A lot happened in those 3 months. For example, Suhong brought Selena and Poison Ivy Lillian from the Dark Knight Rises world. He went back to the Transformers world and collected some gold. They sent Gwen and Cindy back to the world of Ghost Spider-Man. He went back to the Resident Evil world and brought Claire and Rebecca over. Of course, this refers to the events related to Suhong over the past 3 months. Many things unrelated to Suhong have also happened in the past 3 months. For example, Nick Fury, during those 3 months, was trying to figure out how to get rid of the Hydra agents within SHIELD. Because of the list provided by Suhong, Nick Fury could be said to be operating in the shadows, while Hydra's people were in the open. They had no idea that Nick Fury already knew their undercover identities. Even Pierce didn't notice the change in Nick Fury. Thus, relying on the advantage of the enemy being in the open while we were in the dark, Nick Fury dispatched Hydra agents on a mission, and then had Clint and Hill, who had been injected with the super soldier serum, carry it out in secret. Clean them up. Before being injected with the super soldier serum, Clint and Hill were already top-tier agents, far surpassing other agents in both skill and experience. With the addition of Avengers members, Damon and the Defenders, sent by Suhong, the cleanup went very smoothly. Soon, more than half of the Hydra agents within SHIELD were eliminated. Although Nick Fury also paid a heavy price for this. Money was secondary, the main thing was the authority, which he offered quite a bit of. But there's nothing we can do about it. Moreover, Nick Fury has already tasted the benefits of working with Damon and his team. No, it should be said that it was the benefits of cooperating with Suhong. Once it happens, it will happen again. On one occasion, Nick Fury found himself unable to refuse a collaboration with Suhong. It's just a matter of giving Damon and his team more money. After all, it's not like he's footing the bill for SHIELD. He doesn't care how much he gives away. As for permissions and such, I don't care about them at all. After all, his gains were also considerable. He not only purged the corrupt elements within SHIELD, but he also gained the right to purchase the super soldier serum from Suhong. In other words, as long as he has money, he can buy as much super soldier serum as he wants from Suhong. The price is a bit high. One tube costs $500 million. The price is outrageously high. Even though the prices were ridiculously high, he still bought them. Not to mention that the super soldier serum that Suhong sells is completely worth the price. The fact that this thing can only be found at Suhong's place, and that you can't buy it anywhere else even if you have the money, is enough to show its value. Even if he doesn't use it himself, he can still make a fortune by selling the super soldier serum as a middleman. $500 million per tube is ridiculously expensive, but its effectiveness is definitely worth the money. They take them outside and sell them to wealthy people. Let alone $500 million a bottle, even $5 billion a bottle, those super rich people would buy it. Others may want to do this business, but they may not have the ability or the channels. However, he has both the ability and the authority to do this business. Recently, he has made a lot of money by selling super soldier serum as a middleman. This is the benefit of working with Suhong. Even though SHIELD has always had ample funding, Nick Fury would never complain about having too much money. Money makes things easier. Although Suhong is only selling his super soldier serum now, but he knew that Suhong must have many more good things in his possession. Just because we're not selling now doesn't mean we won't sell in the future. Besides business with Suhong, the formation of the Avengers has also been initially completed. Unlike the beginning of the movie with the 3 leaders, because of Suhong, the Avengers were released ahead of schedule. The original cast also changed from Captain America, Tony Stark, and Thor to Damon, Clint, and Hill. Yes, Clint and Hill are now members of the Avengers. After being injected with the super soldier serum, the two are no longer ordinary people. All of their scores far exceed those of ordinary people. He fully meets the requirements to join the Avengers. Of course, besides them, the Defenders, also known as Daredevil, also joined the Avengers. As for Tony, he naturally did not join the Avengers. But as Iron Man, he has always been active. Suhong could occasionally see him on television wearing armor and fighting criminals. Of course, besides these people, there was another special person who also joined the Avengers. This person is Bruce Banner. After Suhong brutally oppressed Hatred, Hulk simply ran away. But not long after, Ross obtained the Hulk serum from Suhong, gaining immense power and becoming Suhong's man. He also stopped thinking about continuing to use Bruce's blood for experiments. So he reconciled with Bruce. After that, Bruce followed Ross. After all, he was his girlfriend's father, and Ross took the initiative to show goodwill. Bruce Banner also generously stated that everything in the past is gone with the wind. I don't care. Afterwards, Ross also took the initiative to teach Bruce how to control his emotions and better control his own power. This allowed Bruce Banner to gain control of the Hulk form, the Hulk's rational form in Avengers Endgame, ahead of time. After Nick Fury and Suhong reached a trade agreement, Suhong also persuaded Ross to have Bruce Banner join the Avengers. Otherwise, without Tony and Thor, the Avengers would be lacking in top-tier combat power.